Everyone, please stand up for my Wang family. It was that unwanted girl from the Shen family who tempted my son to run away with her. She even threatened to harm herself. Yu Riyue heard the shouting in the distance. Her head throbbed painfully as she slowly opened her eyes, only to see a pockmarked face twisted in anger. What on earth? Shouldn't she be working overtime at the company right now? Suddenly, a flood of strange memories filled her mind, and she realized she had traveled through time. The original owner of this body had been sold by her cruel grandparents to the Shen family for a small amount of silver. She was married to Shen Chou, the second son, to bring good luck to the sickly eldest son, Shen Chou. She thought she had escaped one miserable life for a better one, but on her wedding night, her new husband ran away. Her father-in-law, Shen Laokai, beat her half to death before leaving for the city to be with another woman. Left behind to care for the weak and bedridden Shen Chou, she grew to hate the Shen family and planned to escape. After nearly a year of planning, she finally chose the man now standing before her, a local troublemaker. Yu Riyue, you begged me to run away with you. You even almost hurt your sick brother-in-law for it. And now you won't even let me near you, and want to end your life instead? I'm telling you, even if you try to run, you won't stop me today. He lunged at her, ignoring the growing noise outside. It was clear he wanted to make it look like they had done something improper before the villagers arrived. Yu Riyue snapped out of her daze and kicked the man hard. You shameless fool! How dare you try to force me? I'll make you regret it. The man doubled over in pain, his face twisting with fury. You wicked woman! I'll kill you! Before he could move, Yu Riyue kicked him again, knocking him to the ground. Another hard kick left him unconscious. The shouting outside grew louder, like a storm closing in. Catch that unfaithful woman! Throw her into the river. Thrown into the river? No way.
She wasn't about to die like that.
Yu Riyue glanced toward the river that ran through the village and started running. After a few steps, she remembered her small bundle and the money that scoundrel had tricked from her. That money had been meant for her sick brother-in-law's medicine. He had nearly died protecting it from the original Yu Riyue. Gritting her teeth, she turned back, fighting her disgust as she quickly searched the unconscious man's pockets. Because she was nervous, she dropped a few coins. Seeing the firelight getting closer, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Just before they arrived, she quickly gathered the money, grabbed her bundle, and jumped into the cold river. Luckily, it was summer, otherwise, her weak body wouldn't have been able to handle it. Not long after she entered the water, loud cries came from the shore. Oh, my son! That wicked girl dared to harm my child. The rest of the words faded away. Yu Riyue kept swimming, barely stopping to breathe. Her lungs felt like they were about to burst, but she didn't dare stop. She had to get back to the Shen family's house quickly. The Wang family clearly came prepared. They would definitely go there next. And at home, there was still a sick man lying on the floor, barely alive. She didn't want to become a fugitive the moment she arrived in this world. When she finally made it back safely, she pushed open the wooden door, locked it in a hurry, and rushed inside to change clothes. But as soon as she entered, she froze. The room looked like it had been looted by bandits, and on the floor lay a man, motionless. Under the moonlight, his blood-stained head and twisted arm looked terrifying, like a scene from a crime story. Her legs trembled, but she forced herself to move closer and reached out to check if he was still breathing. Suddenly, a thin, bony hand grabbed her wrist tightly. The next moment, the world spun, and the half-conscious man pinned her down. His eyes were bloodshot as he gripped her neck with his left hand. You dare enter my dreams? You want to die? Shen Chou's hair was messy, his face pale, and blood ran down from his forehead into his furious eyes, making him look even more frightening. Yu Riyue's vision darkened as she struggled to breathe. Her hands and legs flailed helplessly, hitting him again and again, but it was useless. She couldn't believe how strong this sick man suddenly was. Just as she thought she was about to lose consciousness, her hand brushed against something hard. She grabbed it and struck the back of his head with all her strength. The landed solidly. Shen Chou's grip loosened, and he collapsed to the side. Ryue dropped the object, clutching her throat and coughing hard, gasping for air. Good grief. You almost killed me. If you're angry, go find the real one who wronged you. Why take it out on me? But before she could catch her breath, loud knocks came from outside. Open the door. We know you're in there. If you don't come out, we'll break it down. The voice belonged to Wang Mozi's mother, Chen Feng. Ryue looked at the man on the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead, then glanced at her soaked clothes. It felt as if her whole world was falling apart. Heavens above, there was truly no way out.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
You wicked girl. Come out. You must pay for what you did to my son. The knocking turned into loud banging. Ryue quickly dragged Shen Chou onto a bamboo mat, hurriedly changed out of her wet clothes, and messed up her hair to look disheveled. Then, filled with anger, she stormed toward the door. But after just 2 steps, she tripped over something hard. Looking down, she saw a square piece of iron with a corner stained with blood. The shouting and pounding outside grew louder. She didn't have time to think. She rushed to the woodshed, grabbed a chopping knife, and flung the door open in fury. Ryue's clothes were messy, and her small face was half covered by tangled hair, making her look almost ghostly. If they didn't want her to live, then no one would have peace. Without a word, she swung the knife, scaring everyone into running away. Ryue, are you crazy? She's going to hurt someone. Go get the village head. The widow from the Shen family has lost control. When the village head arrived, he saw the once timid girl holding a large knife, striking wildly at anyone who came near.
Stop.
Ryue, stop right now. The moment Ryue saw the village head, her eyes lit up beneath her messy hair. She rushed forward, dropped to her knees, and pleaded tearfully, "Village head, please help me. These people came to my house in the middle of the night, kicking my door and shouting terrible things. They said they wanted me dead. I know I'm weak. I couldn't keep my husband and people laugh at me. There's only my sick brother-in-law at home, so everyone bullies me because I'm alone. But tonight, they really wanted to take my life. Please, village head, I'm only 15. I don't want to die." In this time, girls from good families at 15 were still cherished at home, not yet married. But Ryue had been sold by her family, her husband had run away, her mother-in-law had passed, and her father-in-law lived in the city wasting money and ignoring her. All she had left was a sick brother-in-law and a crumbling thatched house. Her desperate, heart-wrenching cries stirred pity in everyone's hearts. When Chen Feng saw the usually fair village chief's face change, she rushed forward and raised her hand to strike. "You wicked girl. You tried to run away with my precious son, but he refused, and you hurt him out of anger. We came here to ask for justice, but instead of admitting your fault, you dare to accuse us. I'll teach you a lesson today." Ryue trembled in fear, quickly hiding behind the village chief. She looked small, pitiful, and helpless as she whispered, "I'm so thin and weak. How could I possibly hurt your son? Why are you accusing me?"
Lies.
Chen Feng spat angrily. The village chief, caught off guard, wiped his face in frustration.
Chen Feng, calm down.
She's still a child. Why are you shouting and trying to hit her? Chen Feng snapped back, "A child? She's a troublemaker who deserves to be punished." Her anger only grew as she tried to grab Ryue again. Ryue, terrified, kept dodging behind the village chief. "Do you have any proof I hurt him? I was at home the whole time. Why do you want to harm me?" Chen Feng, furious at the thought of her injured son, grabbed a firewood knife from the ground and swung it wildly. "I don't need proof. My son was hurt because of you." At that moment, Ryue's legs gave out, and she fell to the ground. The knife missed her and instead swung toward the confused village chief. The chief froze, unable to move, but Ryue quickly rolled forward and grabbed his leg, pulling him down so the knife only grazed his ear before striking the ground. Seeing that the chief was unharmed, Ryue began to cry again. "I'm sorry. I was so scared my legs gave out. I didn't think Aunt Chen would try to hurt both of us." It's all my fault for dragging you into this. Maybe I shouldn't live anymore. She then turned to the stunned Shen Chou, pointing at her own neck with determination. Go ahead if you really want to hurt me. Is it just because I refuse to help you take my uncle's money? He's sick and has nothing. Why do you and Wang Matzi keep forcing me? This finally explained why Yu Ryue had been close to Wang Matzi before, and the villagers suddenly understood everything. No wonder Wang Matzi and Madame Shen were often together. It turns out he was forcing her to give him money. Old Madame Shen even said Madame Shen was trying to charm Wang Matzi. What nonsense! Madame Shen may be dark-skinned and thin, but her eyes are bright and beautiful. Wang Matzi, on the other hand, is short, fat, and covered in pockmarks. No one would want him even for free. Suddenly, one of the old women slapped her thigh, as if she had realized something. Do you think Madame Chen accused her of wrongdoing and tried to find a culprit just so she could get a daughter-in-law for free? After all, Ryue's situation is almost like that of a widow. The villagers immediately felt they had uncovered the truth. Chen Feng had indeed thought that way before. She had heard that Shen Chou had found another wife in town and no longer wanted Yu Ryue. That was why she and her son had planned today's secret meeting and accusation. But now, thinking of her son's pale face and uncertain fate, she was filled with anger and hatred. Everyone, be quiet. It's clearly her fault, Chen Feng. You're the one who should be quiet. The village chief, who had already lost his patience, finally exploded. Everyone knows what your family is up to. Ryue's husband isn't even dead yet. If you keep causing trouble, I'll report you to the authorities and drive your family out of Heshi village. Most of Heshi village belonged to the Shen clan. The Wang family had moved there from another village after causing trouble. If they were expelled again, no one would take them in, and they would be left to fend for themselves. At that moment, Wang Dahe, who had been silent and gloomy, realized the village chief was serious. Knowing there was no benefit in continuing, he stepped forward and kicked Chen Feng hard. You troublesome woman. Always causing problems. Go home now. Chen Feng still wanted to argue for her son, but when she saw her husband's fierce expression, she had no choice but to stop. Muttering angrily, she left. The village chief turned to the restless crowd, waved his sleeve in frustration, and scolded them, clearly trying to protect Yu Ryue. Yu Ryue knew she had made the right gamble. After the village chief left, still offering her words of comfort, she quickly took her hatchet, went back into her yard, locked the door, and sat down weakly against it. Resting her head on her knees, she began to sob softly. Unlike her earlier fake crying, this time she truly sounded like a small, trapped creature, sad and helpless. She had been in this strange place for less than 2 hours, yet she had already faced danger again and again. The man who tried to hurt her, the villagers who wanted to punish her, her cruel brother-in-law, and her selfish relatives, all of them filled her with fear and despair. She didn't know what was happening back home. Was her body dead or just unconscious? Could she ever return? What would her loving parents do without her? She was their only daughter. No one knew how long she cried. She sat quietly by the door until she felt her spirit lift from her body. In a daze, she heard her parents' heartbreaking cries. My dear child, how could you leave us like this? How can we go on without you? It's our fault. We couldn't give you a better life, and you had to work so hard at such a young age, until it cost you everything. Their desperate voices made Yu Ryue's heart ache so much she could hardly breathe. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to comfort them, but they couldn't hear her. Suddenly, a sigh came from the void.
Hey, Lao Hey.
You brought the wrong soul again? The new interns and the contractors in the underworld refused to take the blame this time. Lao Bai, don't talk nonsense. My job is secure, and I never make mistakes. Besides, I'll make it up to her. As long as she follows the world's original path, I can help her disappear safely. Are you crazy, Lao He? The Shen family's resentment is out of control. The last one who went there was scared to death, and this girl won't survive either.
Zelat, Lao Bai.
Didn't you see how clever she is?
She'll be fine.
And if not, well, her parents can join her, and they'll be together again. Ryue couldn't hear the rest. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Welcome to the Underworld Exchange. Your loved ones have recharged your account with 10 trillion Universal Spirit coins, along with various burial gifts, 1,000 gold bars, and 1,000 gold ingots. Would you like to purchase the following services?
1.
Cross-realm communication. 1 minute for 10 trillion coins.
2.
Storage space. 10 cubic meters for 10 trillion coins.
3.
Spirit spring water for health. 10 trillion coins. Ryue rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The options were still floating before her. Could this be her special ability? Thinking about those vague and mysterious words, she wondered if her soul had really been taken by mistake, and this was some kind of compensation. But what did the rest mean? What resentment? What reunion? She couldn't figure it out and didn't want to waste more time, so she focused on studying the golden finger. Based on her years of reading novels, she guessed this thing probably wasn't a one-time use. Without hesitation, she chose the first option. I choose number 1. I want to talk to my parents. 10 trillion ghost coins have been deducted. The 1-minute call will begin soon. Dad.
Mom.
It's me, Ryue. We only have 1 minute, so listen carefully. I'm in another world now, and I'm doing
fine.
You both must live well too. And most importantly, please burn me more paper money. Lots of it. Since ghost coins really worked, she had to make the most of this call. I'm really poor now, so make sure to burn the kind that works everywhere. Gold bars and ingots are also great. The underworld inflation is terrible. Everything's so expensive. Yu Haod and Liang Shulan seemed to faintly hear their daughter's voice. They looked around but saw nothing unusual. Dad, Mom? Can you hear me? Please burn me more money. If I have enough, we can talk again next time. Yu Haod wiped his tears and looked at his wife in confusion. Shulan, did you hear our daughter's voice too? It sounded like she was asking us to burn her more money. Liang Shulan's swollen eyes widened in surprise. You heard it too? I thought I was imagining things. She wiped her tears, looked around, and asked softly, Sweetheart, is that you? Ryue felt relieved when they finally responded. It didn't seem like a scam after all. Mom, it's me. I'm in another world. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Please burn me more money, if I have enough. We can talk again. Oh, and my bank card password is your birthday, and the passbook password is Dad's birthday. I passed away suddenly while working overtime. It counts as a work accident. Remember to find a lawyer and file a case. My computer password is my birthday. It has all the records of my late-night work. I also bought insurance for our family. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you'd scold me for spending too much. The documents are in the drawer of my bedroom. Use them to claim the insurance. The call is about to end. Countdown, 3 seconds. Mom, Dad. The call time is running out. Remember to send me more money. Call ended. Yu Haod and Liang Shulan listened as their daughter's voice suddenly stopped. They looked around in confusion. Sweetheart? Dear, are you still there? Why aren't you talking? 1 minute passed too quickly. It felt unreal. If they hadn't found the insurance papers in the bedroom, they would have thought it was all a dream. The couple exchanged a look and rushed straight to the funeral goods shop. At midnight, the streets of the county were almost empty. The nearest shop was already closed, but they refused to give up. Carrying all the cash they had, they searched the streets for any store still open, afraid their beloved daughter might suffer without money in the other world. Meanwhile, Ryue felt as if she had just woken from a long dream. When she opened her eyes, daylight filled the room, and she was still in the same shabby, thatched hut. So it wasn't a dream. She had really traveled through time. She rubbed her swollen eyes, leaned on the crumbling mud wall, and stood up. Her head and stomach throbbed painfully. She hadn't eaten much yesterday and had used up all her strength. Now she was starving. Following her memory, she went to the kitchen, only to find there was nothing to eat. The pot was full of unwashed dishes, the edges covered in dark sticky residue, and even the dish rack was covered in cobwebs. It was clear no one had cleaned for a long time. She remembered that in her previous life, the original owner had been treated like a servant in her family, always ordered around. After getting married, only she and a sickly man were left at home. She stopped caring about anything, made him do all the chores, refused to share food with him, and even took the money he earned to send to her family and please other men. Because of that, his illness worsened, and lately, he couldn't even get out of bed. That was why the original owner could easily beat a grown man like that. But where had he found such strength last night? It was almost unnatural. Suddenly, she remembered hitting him. What if he didn't survive? Yuryua hurried into the house, but tripped again over the same metal block from last night. She looked down and saw a perfectly shaped rectangular piece of iron lying quietly on the cracked yellow earth. Something so smooth and flawless shouldn't even exist in this world. She remembered how, on the brink of death last night, she had desperately tried to grab anything that could knock away the person attacking her and help her escape. At that moment, the iron block had suddenly appeared in her hand. Thinking about that dream, she began to tremble with excitement. Oh my, could it be that last night wasn't a dream? Holding the iron block, she walked toward the eastern room. The bed was a mess, and on the floor lay Shen Chou, barely alive. She rushed over, gripping the iron tightly, ready for anything. Thankfully, he wasn't dead, just breathing weakly, though he didn't look like he would last long. What should she do? If she tried to save him, the little money she had wouldn't be enough, and his injuries would be hard to explain. But if she didn't help and he died, she might be blamed for it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Welcome to the underworld trading system. A close relative has recharged your account with 10,000. The sudden sound startled her so much that she fell to the ground. When she realized what it meant, joy filled her heart. It wasn't a dream last night. She really had a special power now. But something seemed wrong. The system kept freezing at 0. She tried thinking silently. Underworld trading system? To her surprise, the trading panel from her dream appeared right before her eyes. This had to be her ancestors' blessing. When she looked down and saw the endless string of zeros in her account balance, she froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Aha! Waha! I've made it! Mom, Dad, you're amazing! You must have burned offerings all night. There's so much here. She was so happy she could hardly contain herself. At the doorway, a villager passing by with a child heard her wild laughter. The child burst into tears, and the woman beside him, who had wanted to scold her as usual, remembered Yuryua's strange behavior from yesterday. Hearing that eerie laughter, she only dared to mutter "crazy woman" under her breath before quickly pulling the child away. Yuryua didn't know that after the woman left, she went to the village entrance where news spread quickly. In less than half an hour, everyone in the village heard that Yuryua had gone mad. At that moment, Yuryua was completely lost in the joy of suddenly becoming rich overnight. She no longer had to work herself to exhaustion for greedy bosses. It felt like she had finally turned her life around. The voice in her mind froze for a while before returning to normal. Would you like to make a trade? Yuryua replied excitedly. Trade.
Trade.
First, give me a storage space, then a spring that can make me stronger, and also 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and 100 chickens. Trading system notice. Only 3 trades are allowed per day. Yuryua hadn't expected there to be a limit. She quickly tried to change her order to buy some medicine that could cure all illnesses, but before she could speak, the voice sounded again. 10 cubic meters of space, 1 spiritual spring, and 100 pounds of rice purchased successfully. Wait, no. I want to change it. I need medicine. Today's trading limit reached. Please come again tomorrow. The mysterious trading system ignored her completely and went offline. Yuryua, already dizzy from hunger, suddenly found 100 pounds of rice appearing in her hands. The weight knocked her to the ground, and her arm ached from the pull.
Ugh.
So inconvenient. Couldn't it just go straight into the storage space? She grumbled as she got up. If she hadn't moved her hand quickly, she might have broken a bone. Looking at Shen Chou, whose breathing was growing weaker, she sighed deeply. It's not that I don't want to save you. I just don't understand the rules yet. Tomorrow I'll buy medicine first thing. Please hold on a little longer. After speaking, she stayed alert, worried that the spring water might suddenly appear out of nowhere and cause trouble. Forget it, I'll just go check the space first. Relying on her years of reading fantasy novels, she quickly focused, and in a flash, her figure disappeared into the space. As soon as she entered, she was squeezed tightly among a pile of things, barely able to breathe. She quickly grabbed something at random and stepped out again. When she looked closely, she saw it was a block of iron, exactly the same as the one on the ground. She frowned in confusion. Why were there iron blocks? Could these be the burial offerings her parents had burned for her? But the space was far too small, so cramped it was almost impossible to move. She put the piece of iron aside and entered the space again. This time, she brought out a bottle of shampoo. Then she went in once more and took out a bottle of body wash. She stared at the things in her hands, her mouth wide open in surprise. Were these really things that could be sent as offerings? She went in and out of the space many times, and finally, on the 35th try, she brought out a box of anti-inflammatory medicine and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Looking at the pile of food and supplies on the ground, her excitement faded, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Her parents must have spent the whole night burning these for her. Thinking of them made her sad for a while, but soon she regained her determination. She fetched a bowl of water from outside and helped the weak Shen Chou sit up. When her hand touched his body, she realized he was burning with fever. She held him in her arms. Both of them were so thin that their bones pressed painfully against each other. She brushed aside his messy hair, revealing his pale lips, and gently opened his mouth to place a tablet inside. Remembering a short video she had once seen of a pet owner feeding medicine to a dog, she pushed the pill deeper into his throat and quickly gave him some water. Shen Chou, half conscious, suddenly felt something strange in his throat and tried to cough it out. But before he could move, a thin hand firmly covered his mouth and held his head still. Caught off guard, he swallowed the pill. How dare she? He was the feared Marquis of Wuhan, also in charge of the Ministry of Justice. If he ever found out who did this, he would make sure she paid dearly for it. Yu Ryue had no idea what he was thinking. She only felt that those short videos really did teach useful things. Encouraged, she took the cotton-wrapped stopper off the Yunnan Baiyao and fed it to the unconscious Shen Chou in the same way. Then she went in and out of the space again and finally found a small spring hidden in a corner, no bigger than a bowl. It wasn't as beautiful as she had imagined, but it was still a spiritual spring. She collected all the water and gave him some fever medicine. When everything was done, she was drenched in sweat and so hungry her hands and feet felt weak. She wiped her face and noticed the water on her skin was brown. Only then did she realize that the original owner of this body had been so lazy. How could she have expected her to keep herself clean? She took out some meat floss bread and a corn sausage from her storage space, ate a little, drank 2 sips of the remaining spring water, and then put everything that didn't belong there back. After that, she found an old, moldy wooden tub in the corner and began to wash up. As soon as she sat in the water, it turned brown. She soaked for a while, scrubbing herself again and again in frustration. The dirt on her skin came off in strips, making the water even murkier. Her dry hair was tangled and stuck together. It took 3 rounds of washing before it finally looked clean. She filled the tub again, and by the 4th round, her real skin tone finally showed. It wasn't as dark as she had thought. It had only looked that way because of the dust and grime. This discovery lifted her mood. She quickly rinsed off the soap and stood up, ready to leave. But when she looked up, she met the eyes of a man leaning against the doorway. Shen Chou couldn't believe that this cruel woman had dared to come back. Hadn't she hurt him, stolen his money, and run away with someone else? Now his right hand was useless, and aside from this drafty thatched hut, he had nothing left. Could she really be here to take even that away? The thought filled him with anger. He wanted nothing more than to get rid of her. In the tub, her thin shoulders and fragile neck made her look weak and defenseless. Ryua saw the cold hatred in his eyes, the same look he had the night before when he had almost strangled her. Terrified, she sank back into the water, trying to hide. She forced a shaky smile and asked in a trembling voice, "Be Brother Shen, you're awake?" Shen Chou narrowed his eyes. Was this woman actually afraid? Afraid of him? A sick man who could barely lift a hand? How ridiculous. So you do know fear? You weren't this shy when you tried to charm me before. Ryua recalled that memory, and her face turned red despite herself. At first, after being abandoned before the wedding, she was frightened and wanted to seek his protection. So, she listened to her friend Gao Qingqing's bad advice, secretly got some medicine meant for animals, put it in Shen Chou's water, and then, wearing only a thin top, went to his room and slipped into his bed. But as soon as she did, Shen Chou threw her to the ground. To protect his reputation, he stumbled out to the stream by the village and stayed in the cold water all night, which made his old illness return and nearly killed him. She cried inside, wondering how things had turned out like this. Seeing the dark look in his eyes, she pleaded softly, "Brother, I was wrong. I won't do it again. From now on, you're my real brother. Let's forget the past and live peacefully together." Shen Chou gave a cold laugh. "I don't have such a cruel sister. You said the same thing when you stole my money to help your family and that man. If I trust you again, I might lose my other arm." Ryua's face stiffened. Looking at his twisted arm and the dried blood on his forehead, she thought he was terrifying. Even in such a state, he could still stand there calmly. He was truly frightening. Oh no. She suddenly didn't want any special powers anymore. She just wanted to go home. "Brother, please, let's talk calmly. Go to the East Room first and let me get dressed. Then we can talk properly." Shen Chou found her words ridiculous.
Talk.
About what? Are you going to say again that you came to help me recover? That I owe you? Ryua, why won't you just leave me alone? Fine, if that's how it is, then let's die together. As soon as he said that, he staggered forward, his eyes full of madness and anger. He clearly wanted to end everything together. Ryua knew that talking was useless now. The wrongs the original person had done to him couldn't be undone with a few words. To save her life, she quickly stood up and, while Shen Chou was caught off guard, pulled him into the wooden bath barrel. Shen Chou was unprepared and accidentally bumped into her, then hit her stomach. Ryua trembled and pressed down harder. She had no intention of taking the blame for what the original person had done. She was ready to end this once and for all. Although he was pitiful, she felt no sympathy for a man doomed to bad luck all his life. Since he wanted to die, she would let him. After all, she couldn't die anyway. She had no desire to be reborn as someone's worker again. No one could stop Ryua from becoming a rich woman.
Useless.
Go ahead and die. Feel the anger of an overworked soul. Shen Chou sensed the woman's hostility. Seeing her legs under the water, he no longer cared about propriety. He lowered his head and hit her waist hard, then bit her arm in desperation. Ryua cried out in pain and let him go. Shen Chou quickly sat up and pushed her against the edge of the tub. Ryua frowned, rubbed her chest, and snapped, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so rough?" Shen Chou's face turned red with anger. He pressed closer, grabbed her by the neck, and glared at her. "Cruel woman. You want to drown me? Let's see if you can." Just as he tightened his grip, strange memories flashed through his mind. Had he also grabbed her by the neck last night? Ryua took advantage of his hesitation, grabbed his wrist, twisted it back, and pushed him under the water again. She scolded him angrily. "All you know is grabbing people. You think I'll fall for the same trick twice? If you want to die, I'll help you." Shen Chou was shocked. Was the person in his memory really him? Suddenly, a loud knock on the door startled them both. Ryua quickly let go, and Shen Chou sat up, coughing hard. "Brother, what's going on? I heard you coughing." "Sister-in-law, open the door quickly." The voice was familiar. It was Shenhua, the younger sister of the original Shen Chou. She must have heard about what happened yesterday and came to check. Shen Chou recognized her voice too. Embarrassed, he turned away and stumbled out of the tub, heading toward the east room. Yu Ryue hurriedly put on her clothes, preparing to open the door. After all, Shen Hua was the only one in the Shen family who treated Shen Chou kindly. If she found out he had suddenly disappeared, it would cause trouble. And according to the original memories, Shen father would return in 5 days. Brother, what's wrong? Say something. Shen Hua heard the clattering sounds inside and grew even more anxious. Could that awful woman be troubling her brother again? Yu Ryue hurriedly put on her clothes, then rushed to the east room. She pushed the stunned Shen Chou onto the bed and glared at him fiercely. When Shen Hua comes in, if you dare to say anything wrong, I'll make sure neither of you gets away unharmed. If you won't let me live, then no one will, Shen Chou said quietly. Frightened by Yu Ryue's harsh tone, Shen Chou realized that desperate people could do anything. His own life didn't matter much, but Shen Hua was innocent. She was the only one who had ever cared for him, and he didn't want her dragged into this. So, he nodded in agreement. Just as Shen Hua was about to break down the door, Yu Ryue forced a smile and opened it. Sister, what brings you here today? Shen Hua looked suspiciously at Yu Ryue's wet hair and the faint scent around her. She immediately pushed her aside and rushed in. Brother? Brother, are you all right? The frail Yu Ryue stumbled several steps from the push and almost fell. Her guilt quickly vanished. Why did everyone like to use force so much? Still, to keep Shen Chou from saying something wrong, she hurried after Shen Hua. One Shen Hua wasn't a big problem, but if she and her brother joined forces, things could get tricky. Shen Hua's husband's family were hunters from the mountains, all skilled in martial arts. If they found out and came to help, Yu Ryue would be in real trouble. But as soon as she entered the room, she saw Shen Hua standing there, completely stunned. Shen Hua looked at the bathtub in the west room, the water all over the floor, her brother soaked from head to toe, and her sister-in-law with dripping hair. Her mind went blank. She covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide. You too. Yu Ryue and Shen Chou immediately realized what she was thinking. Just as they were about to explain, Shen Hua covered her face and ran out crying. Yu Ryue reached out helplessly.
Hey, wait.
It's not what you think. Don't go spreading nonsense. Shen Chou noticed how anxious Yu Ryue looked, as if she couldn't wait to distance herself from him, afraid others might misunderstand. He suddenly began to doubt her. This woman had once spread rumors and twisted stories to take things from Shen Hua, trying to use those lies to control the siblings. Now that she actually had something real to use against him, why did she seem even more nervous than he was? Yu Ryue turned and met Shen Chou's questioning gaze. Feeling helpless, she said. What are you staring at? Why didn't you explain just now? What if your sister misunderstands us? Shen Chou raised an eyebrow and sneered. Isn't that what you always wanted? Yu Ryue clenched her fists, wanting to argue, but then remembered how the original her had often teased this sickly brother-in-law in front of Shen Hua to threaten them and gain benefits. The thought made her tired. She lowered her head and said softly, Shen Chou, believe it or not, I really just want to live a peaceful life now. Don't worry. I'll work hard to earn money, pay back what I owe your family, and then leave this place for good.
I won't bother you again.
After speaking, she even returned the small amount of money the original her had taken the day before. Shen Chou looked at the blood-stained coins in his hand, suspicious of her intentions. I can write a letter of separation for my brother. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other. As for the money, you don't need to repay it.
You can leave right now. How about that?
No way, she replied without hesitation. Of course not. In this era, a woman who is dismissed could only return to her family, unable to live independently. Her family, however, was full of greedy and cruel people who might sell her again and again. Besides, this was ancient times. Without travel papers, she couldn't go anywhere. Even if she escaped, without a trustworthy man by her side, she could easily be captured and sold. The only other option would be to hide deep in the mountains, but she wanted to live a decent life, not become a hermit. Shen Chou gave a cold laugh, as if he had expected her answer. Yue just felt exhausted. Forget it. Believe what you want, she said, turning away. Ignoring his mocking expression, she walked off. The bread and sausage she had eaten earlier were long digested. She went straight to the kitchen to cook. Only with a full stomach and a strong body could she stand her ground against that frail young man. As soon as she stepped into the kitchen, she felt troubled by the mess inside. How could one person be so untidy? She took a deep breath and searched through her storage space for a long time before finally finding a bottle of grease cleaner. Looking at the label, she couldn't help but smile. It was the same brand her friend Xiaoying used. It seemed this cleaner was useful not only in the living world, but also in the afterlife. Yue rolled up her sleeves, tied her hair, covered her face with a relatively clean cloth, and put on rubber gloves. She sprayed the cleaner in every corner of the kitchen. By the time she finished spraying the last spot, the first area was already ready to be wiped. It took her 3 whole bottles of cleaner to make the kitchen spotless. When she finally stood up and looked at the shining room, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. The cleaner worked well, but the smell was really strong. She rinsed everything twice with clean water. By then, she was so hungry that her vision blurred. She quickly set a pot on the stove, boiled water, and added 2 large scoops of rice. Fortunately, she had lived in the village before, and with the original owner's memories, cooking was no problem for her. Half an hour later, the rice was ready. She eagerly scooped the white rice into a bowl, took out some sausage and pickled vegetables from her storage space, and began eating right there in the kitchen. It wasn't that she was stingy or unwilling to share with Shen Chou, but the fine rice clearly didn't belong here and would be hard to explain. If necessary, she could make him some rice soup later and say it was from Shenhua. He wouldn't doubt it. After all, Shenhua often sent things or helped tidy up the house, so Yue could take better care of him. Every month, Shenhua even cooked for Shen Chou once, making sure he ate it before leaving, just to prevent Yue from taking any. Shen Chou, still weak from his injuries and the chill from earlier, felt dizzy and drained of strength. Hearing the clattering sounds outside, he felt a wave of sadness. He thought that cruel woman must be planning to sell everything in the house before she would finally stop. With that thought, he drifted into sleep. In his dream, he seemed to return to the night before, when that same woman had struck him with a stone to take his last bit of medicine money. Once she got the money, she ran away. The woman from his dream never returned. He lay on the ground in despair, quietly feeling his life slip away. It wasn't until the next morning that his younger sister, Shenhua, heard the news and brought a doctor to help him. But from that day on, his right hand could no longer hold a brush. Shen Chou, dinner's ready. Yue held a bowl of hot rice soup in one hand and patted his face with the other. The heat from his skin made her gasp. Oh no! Seriously, brother? You've got a fever again? With such a weak body, you still want to give me trouble? Yue was about to take out some medicine from her storage space but stopped, lost in thought. Maybe I should just let this sickly guy pass away. It's not like I'd be blamed. He wouldn't have died because of me anyway. Yes, that might be easier, she muttered, turning to leave. But a thin, bony hand grabbed her sleeve tightly. His weak voice came through, "Help me. Otherwise, Father Shen won't let you go." Father Shen was Shen Chou's father. Strangely, Father Shen never liked his eldest son. Beating and scolding him was common. Even though he knew Shen Chou was gifted in his studies, he insisted that Shen Chou, the lazy younger son, be the one to attend school. When he learned about the original owner's situation, he bought her to bring good fortune to Shen Chou, but instead married her to Shen Chou. He even allowed Shen Chou to run away, as if he wanted to stir up resentment on purpose. Every month, when he returned and saw the original owner mistreating Shen Chou, he only warned her not to go too far. Once, when she nearly starved Shen Chou to death, Father Shen rushed back overnight, beat her severely, and then anxiously took Shen Chou to the county for treatment. He always claimed to be poor, spending his days drinking and gambling, yet he somehow managed to pay for Shen Chou's schooling and even set up another household in the county. But when it came to his eldest son, he refused to spend a single coin, even taking money from him and denying him medical care. It was truly strange. In the end, Yuryue couldn't bring herself to let him die. She helped him sit up, gave him anti-inflammatory and fever medicine, and made him drink a full bowl of spring water before laying him back on the bed. But when her eyes fell on the dirty bedding, she felt completely defeated. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and quickly tore off all the visible fabric, placing it in a basket in the corner. Then she took the inner layers outside to dry in the sun. She struggled to lift the basket onto her back, locked the gate from the outside, and walked toward the big river where the villagers often did their laundry. The river was so clear that she could see the fish and the colorful stones at the bottom. Children were playing in the shallow water, and a few brave ones went deeper, trying to catch fish and clams. Suddenly, a chubby little boy in the middle of the river began to struggle wildly. The nearby children and adults immediately shouted for help. Yuryue turned her head toward the sound and saw that some adults had already jumped in to rescue the child. She didn't pay much attention and lowered her head, ready to wash clothes with a heavy heart. She kept complaining to herself, thinking that once she expanded her storage space, she would definitely install a washing machine inside. She remembered seeing a video about a foot-powered washing machine that didn't need electricity, just human effort to make it spin. She wondered if she could make one in this world. If she really managed to build it, she thought, she would make that sickly man do the laundry every day, so he could use his energy for something useful instead of always trying to make her life difficult. She was about to keep walking when the crying behind her grew louder. Feeling annoyed, she turned around and saw the rescued chubby boy lying motionless, his belly swollen. A woman knelt beside him, holding him tightly and crying, "Little Shumiao, don't scare your mother. What will I do if you leave me? Shumiao, open your eyes and look at me.
Please."
Her cries were so heartbreaking that even the women nearby began to wipe their tears. Some others, however, held their own children close, whispering with relief, "Thank goodness it wasn't my child." One woman said, "Sister-in-law, I told you before, Shumiao is spoiled by you and your mother. He doesn't know his limits. How could he dare to go into deep water to catch fish? And look at him, so heavy that he sinks like a stone. My boy, Shu Zhen, is light and floats right up." Another added, "Sister-in-law, stop crying. You'd better go home and prepare coffin." Shumiao's mother, Chiohong, seemed not to hear their cruel words. She just held her child tightly, her eyes empty, tears silently falling. Yuryue never thought of herself as a kind person and didn't want to get involved. But seeing Chiohong's hopeless, grief-stricken face suddenly reminded her of her own mother. Helpless, she stepped forward, crouched down, and said to Chiohong, "Instead of just waiting here, why don't you let me try?" Hearing this, Chiohong looked as if she had found her last hope. She quickly handed the child over. "Please, save my child. If you can bring my child back, I'll do anything to repay you." Yuryue pressed her lips together and shook her head. "I can only try. I might not be able to save the child. If I fail, please don't blame me." Chiohong shook her head quickly. She could feel the child in her arms growing colder. Even if there was only a tiny bit of hope, she wanted this kind and clear-eyed girl to try. As soon as Yuryue took the child, the sharp-tongued woman nearby sneered, "Sister-in-law, you're really desperate. How could you hand the child to that shameless girl who only knows how to flirt with men? If something happens to the child, you'll regret it, gal lady. Shut your mouth and get out." Chiohong's eyes turned red as she glared at her. The woman stepped back in fear. "Why are you so fierce? I'm just thinking for your sake. What else can you Ryue do besides flirt with men?" Only then did the crowd realize that the clean, bright-eyed the ground was actually the so-called crazy one from the Shin family. They began to whisper anxiously, "Chiohong, take your child back. That Yuryue is a lunatic. Look, she's pressing on the child's chest and even putting her mouth on his. What is she doing? This crazy girl is disgusting." She can't even leave a child alone. Yu Ryue ignored their cruel words and focused completely on performing chest compressions and rescue breathing. Chiu Hong hesitated for a moment, then her eyes grew firm again. Stop talking. Ryue is trying to save my child. Seeing that the child's mother didn't object, the others fell silent. As time passed, sweat began to form on Yu Ryue's forehead, but the child still showed no response. Just when everyone was about to give up, and even Chiu Hong felt there was no hope left, a shout came from behind them. Make way. Dr. Shen is here. Move aside. As soon as Dr. Shen arrived, he saw a young girl leaning over the child. His face darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Stop that. Let go of the child." He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Yu Ryue's slender wrist, and pulled her back. At that moment, the boy who had turned pale finally coughed, spitting out water with each breath. When all the water was out, he clung to Chiu Hong in fear and began to cry loudly. "Mother, I almost couldn't see you again. Brother Shu Zhen is bad. He pushed me." Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected the young woman's method to actually work, nor that the boy's fall into the water had another cause. Chiu Hong hurriedly held the child in her arms and glared fiercely at Shu Zhen, who stood beside Gao Lady. "Shu Miao is still so young. You're his cousin. How could you do such a thing?" Shu Zhen had already been frightened by what had just happened. Now, being shouted at, he burst into tears. Gao Lady immediately stepped forward like an angry hen protecting her chick, shielding the boy and shouting at Chiu Hong, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you have proof? Don't make things up." Chiu Hong, holding her child, stood up and slapped Gao Lady twice across the face. Gao Lady was stunned for a moment, then screamed and rushed forward as if ready to fight. In the end, the old matriarch stepped in, pulling the two women apart. She then knelt before Yu Ryue and repeatedly thanked her. "Ryue, thank you for saving Shu Miao. I owe you a great debt. I'll do anything to repay your kindness." Chiu Hong also came to her senses, quickly kneeling with her husband and child, bowing again and again to Yu Ryue. Yu Ryue gently freed her hand and hurried to help them up. Dr. Shin checked the boy's pulse and found that he was only frightened, not seriously hurt. He looked at Yu Ryue with a complicated expression.
"You
really saved him?" Yu Ryue was exhausted and didn't want to waste any more time. She simply nodded and turned to wash the clothes. Shen Yuyen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He bowed respectfully and apologized, then carefully asked, "May I ask what method you just used? Could you teach me? I'm willing to pay for the lesson." Yu Ryue had the memories of the body's original owner, so she naturally knew that many children had lost their lives because of this river. She also knew that the Shin family, father and son, were kind-hearted people who treated the poor without asking for payment. So she nodded and agreed. "I can teach you the method, and I don't need your money. But you have to do me a favor." Shen Yuyen was slightly surprised. He had heard a little about Yu Ryue's reputation. Such a good opportunity, and she didn't want money? Could it be that she wanted something else? It wasn't strange for him to think that way. Yu Ryue's name had long been infamous. Yu Ryue didn't know what he was thinking. In front of everyone, she directly taught him the principles and steps of artificial respiration and chest compressions. Shen Yuyen suddenly understood. "I never thought there could be such a way to save people. It's truly amazing. But I wonder, what favor does second sister-in-law want from me?" Yu Ryue placed her basket beside an old woman known in the village for her kindness and asked her to watch it. Then she led Shen Yuyen toward her home. Along the way, Shen Yuyen felt uneasy. He didn't want to end up giving away his whole life just because of this life-saving method. It wasn't until he saw Shen Chou lying unconscious on the bed that he realized he had been overthinking. "Please take a look at him. Don't worry, I'll pay the consultation fee, but I might need a few days to gather the money." Shen Yuyen stepped forward and was shocked. Second sister-in-law. What happened to brother Shin Chao's arm? And his head, there's a wound. Oh no, he's running a fever too. And his clothes, why are they all wet?
He's always been weak.
If he catches another illness, I'm afraid he won't make it. Yuryue pursed her lips without guilt. What else could have happened? He fell on his own. Shen Yuyen frowned. And the water on him? Was that from the fall too? Yuryue secretly rubbed her aching chest and gritted her teeth. What else do you think? Just treat him already. I'll pay you later. If she weren't afraid that Shen Chou's death would bring her trouble, she really wouldn't have bothered treating that troublesome man. Shen Yuyen smiled and waved his hand. The life-saving method you taught me is worth more than gold. Let's call it even for the medicine.
Good thing I came in time.
If we had waited another day, his arm might never have healed properly. After Shen Yuyen finished speaking, he took some medicine from his medical kit and handed it to Yuryue to prepare. When it was ready, they helped Shen Chou drink it together. Then Shen Yuyen got busy again, carefully setting Shen Chou's broken arm back in place and treating the rest of his wounds. He even thoughtfully changed Shen Chou into clean, dry clothes, sweating all over from exhaustion. Yuryue looked at Shen Yuyen's sweat-soaked clothes and couldn't help but admire him. What a kind person he was. When everything was done, Yuryue clapped her hands and suddenly remembered her own dirty clothes. She hurried back to the river, only to find that the basket where she had left them was gone. Just as she was about to ask, a kind old woman smiled and said, "Ryue, you're here. The other women already took your clothes downstream to wash." The old woman added with a laugh, "Not to scold you, but your clothes were really dirty." As soon as they touched the water, the river turned black. They had to go farther down to clean them. Yuryue could easily imagine the scene and felt her face grow warm with embarrassment. When she reached the lower part of the river, she saw that everyone from the Chou family, except for Gao Lady, had joined in, from the elderly to the children. The clothes that had troubled her so much were already washed clean, and they had even used precious soap, something rare in the village. When Xiao Hong saw her coming, she tried to kneel in thanks, but Yuryue quickly helped her up. "Sister-in-law, please don't. It was nothing. I should be the one thanking you and the others for helping me so much." The Chou family lived next to the Shen family and knew a bit about Yuryue. They had rarely interacted with her before and even felt some dislike. But now, seeing her so polite and humble, they felt ashamed of their earlier attitude and didn't know what to say. Xu Dachao carried the clean clothes back for her and even hung them up to dry, leaving Yuryue unsure of what to do with her hands. Before leaving, the old woman from the Chou family held Yuryue's hand and said warmly, "If you ever need help, just call us. Don't be shy." The tall, strong Xu Dachao, nearly 1.8 meters tall, had tears in his eyes as he said, "Ryue, from now on, you're like my own sister. If anyone dares to bully you, I won't let them off." Yuryue blushed at their kindness and only managed to send them off after much persuasion. After all, she hadn't planned to help them at first. Back in her old world, she had met many ungrateful people at work. Now, being treated with such warmth in this unfamiliar place made her feel both touched and a little uneasy. She looked at the clothes and bedding swaying in the wind in the yard and suddenly felt that this place wasn't so bad after all. A sharp pain hit her stomach, and she quickly ran into the shabby thatched hut. But soon after coming out, the pain returned, and she rushed back inside again. After 5 trips in a row, she felt completely exhausted, her legs weak and trembling. Her stomach was now empty, as if she could eat a whole cow. She hurried into the kitchen and finished the rice porridge that had been saved for Shen Chou, finally regaining a bit of strength. After resting for a while, she carried her empty basket down to the river, where they had just washed clothes. The water was clear, and she could see fish swimming below. She quickly took off her shoes and socks, stepped into the water with her basket, and tried to catch some fish. But the fish seemed to be teasing her, swimming around her legs and bumping into them. Twice she tried to catch them but failed, and the third time she slipped and fell into the water with a splash. Frustrated, she shouted, "Ah, this is so annoying. I don't believe I can't catch you." As if mocking her, the fish flicked their tails and splashed the water. She sat on the riverbank, holding her wet clothes, thinking about a short video she had seen before. Fish seemed to like bread as much as fish food. She took out a piece of bread from her storage space, broke it into small pieces, and tossed them into the water. After a moment, several small fish darted over to eat the crumbs. Excited, she stood up, placed her basket at the bottom of the river, and scattered more bread on top. When the fish swam over to eat, she quickly lifted the basket and caught 3 small fish, each about the length of her hand. Overjoyed, she tapped the fish lightly on their heads, feeling proud of herself. She tried again and again, catching a total of 15 fish of different sizes. Just as she was about to leave, something green and slowly moving in the water caught her eye. She reached down and scooped it up, discovering it was a pointed snail covered in moss, something she had eaten before. However, there is another kind that looks very similar called the oncomelania snail. It is easily infected by schistosome parasites and becomes a carrier, which can then infect humans. This kind of infection is difficult to treat even today, let alone in ancient times, so it must be carefully identified. 6. Short-grooved snail, called sharp snail in my hometown, and it's edible. She caught the snails while washing off the moss on them, carefully checking each one. After filling half a basket, she was already sweating all over. She casually picked some grass to cover the basket and then walked back toward the village. Because she had attacked someone with a knife the night before and laughed strangely that morning, everyone thought she had lost her mind. No one dared to approach or talk to her. From a distance, people could only see the grass covering the basket. When she passed by the village chief's house, she took out the biggest grass carp and gave it to him as thanks. Then, when she got home, she took out another fish and gave it to Chiu Hong, who was just about to cook. Sister-in-law, here's something extra for dinner. Hearing this, several of the older women came out. When they saw the fish in Yueyue's hand, they quickly tried to refuse. Yueyue, be good and take the fish back. Look at how thin you are. You should keep it and eat more yourself. Just then, Gal Lady, who had just been scolded inside, perked up when she heard there was fish. She rushed out, grabbed the fish, and said, "Mother, Yueyue really means to thank us, so let's just accept it. Look at all the clothes she washed in her yard. It used up a whole piece of soap from us. That stuff is expensive. We hardly ever use it ourselves." The old woman glared angrily at her second daughter-in-law, then went into the main room and brought out something she had already prepared. Yueyue saw a small basket with 5 eggs, a large bowl of coarse flour, and a small piece of meat. "Yueyue, we don't have much at home to repay you for saving us. Please take these as a small token of our gratitude. I hope you don't mind." Gal Lady's eyes lit up when she saw the eggs and meat, and she almost drooled. She's probably never eaten eggs or meat in her life. Why would she mind? The old woman raised her hand angrily to hit her, but Yueyue quickly stopped her. "My second sister-in-law is right. I've really never eaten eggs or meat in my whole life. Those things are just too precious. You should take them back." Yueyue wasn't pretending. This place was extremely poor. Most families could only afford 1 meal a day, and everyone was thin and hungry. Even during holidays, they couldn't eat meat. She didn't want this small matter to cause trouble in the Shu family. When the old Mrs. Shu and Chiu Hong heard that she didn't want the food, they thought she was upset by what Gal Lady had said. They quickly knelt down again, and Yueyue, feeling embarrassed, finally accepted it. When she got home, she first went inside to check on the unconscious Shen Chou. Seeing that he no longer had a fever, she gave him some spring water to drink before going out to cook. She found a basin and put the snails in it to let them spit out sand. Then she prepared the rest of the fish. She placed a fish on the chopping board, gently tapped its head with the back of a knife, cleaned out the insides, and carefully scraped away the dark membrane in the belly. Since she had no oil, she simply boiled the fish in water. When the smell of fish filled the air, she quickly went to the garden, picked some wild onions, tore them into pieces, and added them to the pot. Then she poured in a big bowl of spring water, and a delicious aroma spread out at once. A sudden sound of someone swallowing made Yueyue look around. Her eyes finally landed on a chubby little boy standing behind her. "What are you doing here?" Little Shumiao wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and tugged at his clothes shyly. I wanted to thank you in person, Andy. But what you're cooking smells so good that I couldn't help it." Yueyue knew that plain boiled fish shouldn't smell that good, The credit went to the spring water. That water wasn't just sweet to drink. It also seemed to cleanse the body. Even when used for cooking, it made the food irresistible. She smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Then wait here. When it's ready, I'll give you a bowl to take home. Little Shumiao quickly waved his hands. Mother and Grandma said you're my lifesaver. I can't take your food.
But
He hesitated, twisting his fingers and blushing. Second aunt said that when you saved me, you gave me a kiss. Father says only future couples can do that, not even with mother or grandma. So if you kiss me, that means you'll be my future wife. Auntie, don't worry. Shumiao will take care of you. The little boy's innocent words made Ryue laugh out loud. He was just too adorable, and she couldn't resist gently pinching his chubby cheeks. Just as she was about to explain, a mocking voice came from the doorway.
Ha!
Ryue, you really have no shame. You even try to charm little kids now. How disgusting. Ryue turned toward the voice. At the door stood a young girl in a light purple dress, holding a bunch of vegetables, her face full of scorn. Shumiao immediately stepped in front of Ryue like an angry little leopard, his eyes red as he shouted, "Don't you talk about her like that. She saved my life." The girl sneered. Saved your life? She's just a woman who likes to flirt around. Whoever marries her will regret it. Shumiao wanted to argue back, but he didn't know what to say. Ryue sighed helplessly. The girl glaring at her was Shen Chou, the village head's youngest daughter. She had a twin brother, Shen Chou, one of the few well-educated young men in the nearby villages. He was polite, talented, and came from a wealthy family. The original Ryue had once set her sights on him, trying to ruin his reputation so she could get close to him and leave the Shin family. But Shen Chou studied in town most of the time, so she rarely had a chance to approach him. The one time she almost succeeded, Shen Chou found out and stopped her plan immediately. That was why Shen Chou disliked her so much. Ryue didn't argue back this time, which surprised Shen Chou. What's wrong? You're usually so quick with your words. Every time you see me, you start an argument. Why so quiet today? Or is it true what people say that you've gone crazy? Ryue kept her head down and continued working. She added some pork skin to the fish stew. It would make it taste even better. She carefully trimmed the skin from the pork, sliced it into thin strips, and dropped them into the pot. The rich aroma quickly filled the room, making even the picky Shen Chou swallow hard. Still, she didn't forget why she came. She stepped forward and slammed the vegetables onto the table. Don't think that just because you gave my family a fish and helped my father, I'll let you get close to my brother. My brother is a true gentleman. He would never marry another man's wife, so you'd better give up on that idea. This is some food my mother asked me to bring you. But once you take it, don't even think about getting close to my brother. Shen Chou spoke sharply, ready for an argument with Ryue. But all she got in return was a calm, "Thank you." Ryue? Did you take the wrong medicine? You're actually thanking me? Ryue looked at the stunned Shen Chou and said, "Seriously, I was wrong before. Don't worry, I won't go near your brother again. The fish was just to thank the village chief for saving me yesterday, not for any other reason. As for these vegetables, please thank your mother for me." Shen Chou's mouth, already open in surprise, dropped even wider. What on earth? Was this really the same Ryue who used to act gentle but was secretly full of schemes? When did she change? Did she actually lose her mind? Or were her own words just too harsh? Ryue ignored Shen Chou's confused expression. She went back inside, took out a small piece of coarse salt from her bundle, carefully broke off a bit, and put it into the pot. Then she scooped out a bowl of bran flour, cracked 2 eggs into it, chopped a handful of greens, mixed everything together, rolled it into flat cakes, and steamed them on a bamboo rack. Bran flour, crushed rice husks, usually used as animal feed. When everything was done, Shen Chou was still standing there. Ryue looked at her curiously. "Do you still need something?" Shen Chou froze. This woman used to flatter her all the time just to get close to her brother, and now she was looking at her so calmly? Was she really crazy? Feeling awkward, Shen Chou lifted her chin proudly and pointed at the fish in the pot. I just wanted to ask how you cooked that fish. Yuriyue smiled and explained the recipe to her. Her gentle tone made Shen Chou's face turn red. Yuriyue. Yuriyue looked at her puzzled, thinking maybe her kindness had finally made Shen Chou forget the past and was about to praise her. Are you really crazy? Yuriyue sighed and couldn't help snapping back. You're the crazy one. Your whole family's crazy. But instead of getting angry, the proud little daughter of the village chief let out a long breath of relief. That's more like it. I told you you're not crazy. Yuriyue's expression became hard to describe, and she decided not to bother with the proud little girl anymore. After about half an hour, the fish soup in the pot was finally ready. She quickly lifted the lid. The rich aroma filled the air, and the creamy white soup made her mouth water. She sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, then filled a big bowl and handed it to the little girl beside her, whose mouth was already watering. Put a cloth under it, so you don't burn your hands. The smell was so tempting that the little girl forgot to refuse. She quickly took the bowl with the cloth and carefully carried the steaming soup home. Yuriyue hadn't filled the bowl completely, afraid it might spill and burn the child. Still, to be safe, she called out toward the next house, sister-in-law. Come help the child. When she heard a voice of thanks from next door, she filled another bowl and handed it to Shen Chou, who looked awkward and hesitant. Here, take it home and have it with your meal. Shen Chou stepped back in alarm.
No, I don't want it.
Don't even think about my brother, she said, though her eyes stayed fixed on the soup. Yuriyue smiled helplessly. I just want to thank Uncle Shen, and I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Shen Chou stared at the fragrant soup, nodding and shaking her head at the same time.
No.
I can't betray my brother. Yuriyue smiled and pushed the bowl a little closer. Don't worry, I'm not after your brother. I just want you to come with me to the mountain nearby to pick some wild vegetables. You know I'm from Hudong village. I've never been to the mountain west of Heshi village, so I don't know the way. I was hoping you could come with me. When Shen Chou realized it wasn't about her brother, she let out a sigh of relief, quickly took the soup, and said cheerfully, You've found the right person. I know a spot full of wild vegetables. I'll take you there tomorrow. After saying that, she left happily. Yuriyue looked at her hasty figure and called out, Walk slowly. Don't burn your hands. After sending the two away, she carried the food inside. Shen Chou was already awake. He sat quietly on the bed, looking at his bandaged arm and the steaming fish soup on the table, feeling as if he were in a dream. Could it be that she really wanted to live a peaceful life now? After Yuriyue quickly finished a bowl of hot soup and took a bite of the soft fish, she felt alive again. The rice bran was rough on her throat, but it was still better than nothing. When she finished eating, Shen Chou was still sitting there, motionless, his eyes fixed on her as if he wanted to see through her soul. Yuriyue looked up and met his deep gaze. Then she noticed his arm hanging in a sling and immediately understood.
Oh.
I forgot your right arm isn't working well. Wait a moment, I'll wash my hands first. Yuriyue quickly washed her hands, then came back, took another flatbread and carefully picked out most of the fish from the soup. She placed the fish on the bread, added 2 pieces of green vegetables, rolled it up, and handed it to Shen Chou. Here, eat it while it's warm. It won't taste as good when it's cold. Shen Chou looked at the fish roll in front of him, pressed his lips together, and took it with his left hand. As Yuriyue turned to go collect the laundry, a quiet thank you came from behind. Though soft, it made her smile. When she came back, Shen Chou had already finished eating. Yuriyue picked up the warm fish soup and held it near his mouth. The best part is in the soup. Drink it, rest a bit, and then take your medicine. Shen Chou silently took the bowl and drank it all in one go. That night, feeling full and smelling the faint fragrance on the blanket, he thought the dream was too good to be real. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten enough or slept on a proper bed. Before, he had always been locked in the woodshed at night because of his weak health. Could it be that he was so sick he was imagining this comfort? The next morning, when sunlight touched his face, He knew the dream was over. I left your meal in the pot and warmed your medicine. Remember to eat first, then take it. Jiao Jiao and I are going up the mountain to pick some wild vegetables. We'll be back by noon. Leave the dishes in the pot. I'll wash them when I return. The girl's voice was bright and cheerful, full of excitement about the trip. Shen Chou looked at the roof that still led in the wind, slowly pushed himself up, and walked toward the kitchen. The kitchen was clean and tidy, completely different from the dirty mess it had been before. He slowly walked to the stove, already prepared for disappointment. When he lifted the lid, the steam and the aroma of fish soup instantly hit his face, making his eyes water. That's enough. He didn't want to care about what the woman was planning or whether she was truly sorry. As long as she let him live a few more days before he died, he would be content. Even if she sold the house or hurt him in the end, he would have no regrets. Since he could remember, no one had ever truly treated him like a person. Yuriyue didn't know that Shen Chou had already figured things out. Right now, she just wanted to focus on making money. But the mountain path was very long. They had already walked for half an hour and still hadn't reached the top. She was exhausted and out of breath, so she asked, Jiao Jiao, how much longer do we have to walk? Shen Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes and even regretted bringing her along. Can't handle this little walk? Think you're some rich young lady? If you're tired, go back early. Don't slow me down on the mountain. Yuriyue was speechless about the morning's sneaky act of someone slipping her an egg, and now Jiao Jiao's sarcastic attitude. She suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. Seeing her silent, Shen Jiao Jiao felt a bit guilty. She awkwardly handed her sleeve and said proudly, If you're really tired, just hold on to my clothes. But remember, don't pull too hard or you'll tear my clothes, and you'll have to pay for it. Yuriyue didn't want to pull her clothes, but she was too tired and had no choice but to be dragged forward by Shen Jiao Jiao. After another half an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. She looked at the lush mountain ahead and felt like she was the farthest among all the women who traveled through time. But the exhaustion on the way was quickly replaced by the joy of harvest. She looked at the wild vegetables, dandelions, shepherd's purse, and snake gourd, and felt everything was worth it.
Wow.
There are even small-leafed parsley inside the mountain. This is the best for dumplings. Ruyue, come quickly. There's monkey grass and old fern here. They're a bit old, but cooking them longer will make them taste great. Hearing the voice, Yuriyue hurried over. She looked at the two very similar wild vegetables in front of her and felt very happy. Luckily, she was from the village. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to tell the difference between old fern and monkey grass. Jiao Jiao, you're amazing. You found all this. Shen Jiao Jiao proudly snorted. Of course I am amazing. I've explored all the mountains within a few miles. I know where the vegetables and mushrooms are. And only I know this place. Look, we haven't met anyone else on the way, right? Yuriyue, if you promise not to flirt with my brother anymore, I will bring you here every day. Yuriyue looked at her growing basket and quickly nodded. Okay. Not just your brother. Even if it's your family, I'll take a different path next time. Shen Jiao Jiao watched Yuriyue staring at the pile of wild vegetables with her eyes about to pop out, and suddenly felt she might have misunderstood her before. She thought her proud and gentle brother might be more attractive than these wild vegetables in Yuriyue's eyes. Just as she was lost in thought, all the wild vegetables nearby were picked. Yuriyue looked a bit confused. Jiao Jiao? Why aren't you moving? Are there still some? Let's go find more to dry for winter. Seeing Yuriyue's half-full basket of wild vegetables, Shen Jiao Jiao looked at her own half-full basket and suddenly felt a bit upset. She had planned to gather the vegetables quietly herself, but most of them had been taken by Yuriyue. She pouted unhappily. They're gone. They're all gone. How big is your and Shen Chou's appetite? Aren't those vegetables enough for both of you? Yuriyue didn't catch her meaning and wasn't disappointed about the missing vegetables. She continued searching. The two split up to look for more, agreeing to call out to each other after a while and not to go too far. But Yuriyue's luck wasn't good. After a long search, she couldn't find any edible wild vegetables, and her stomach started to rumble.
Ah!
There's really nothing to fill my stomach. If only I had some meat to eat. She looked around carefully, making sure no one was nearby, then quickly slipped into her space. She struggled to fill a small bowl with spiritual spring water, gently dabbed a few drops on the grass nearby, and placed the rest in the center. She thought that this spiritual spring water could strengthen her body, make her dishes fragrant and tempting, and maybe even attract some wild pheasants or rabbits. Since she was planning to rest for a while, she sat there waiting and waiting. But even after Shen Chou called her to go home, she didn't see any wild pheasants or rabbits. Disappointed, she retracted the spiritual spring water back into her space, thinking her ideas were too naive. Just as she was about to leave with her basket on her back, the nearby bushes suddenly started shaking violently. Then, with a loud splash, a gray-furred wild rabbit suddenly jumped out. Yue quickly put the basket on the ground, leapt forward, and held the rabbit tightly against her chest. She reached out and grabbed its ears to lift it up. The rabbit struggled fiercely, and several times it scratched her chest, which was already hurt by Shen Chou, making her gasp in pain. Angrily, she slapped the rabbit twice and casually picked 2 pieces of grass. She tied its legs and ears tightly and called out to Shen Chou. Jiao, come here. I found something good here. Hurry up, hurry up. Shen Chou muttered about the trouble, but a smile appeared on her face. She thought to herself that Yue wasn't so heartless. She called her when she found wild vegetables. But as soon as she went over, she was hit by a rabbit and a chicken thrown her way. Jiao, quickly catch it. I'll go after the other one. During the time Shen Chou was coming over, Yue caught 2 more wild chickens. If the rabbit in her arms hadn't been so noisy, she would have caught the other rabbit too. Shen Chou was surprised, opening her mouth wide. She had thought they were just some wild vegetables, but now she saw wild chickens and rabbits. Their luck was really good. What surprised her even more was that Yue, this tiny girl, suddenly grabbed the wild rabbit that was kicking her face and slapped it hard several times, making the rabbit dizzy. Just as Yue got up from the ground, took a deep breath and relaxed, she suddenly heard a hissing sound at her feet. Yue, snake. Quickly get away. Yue looked down and saw a flower pot snake flicking its tongue and rushing toward her. She was most afraid of snakes. These soft-bodied animals made her skin crawl just to look at them. Seeing Yue staring blankly, Shen Chou quickly grabbed a stick and threw it at the snake. She kept muttering, "Go away. Move aside. We've entered a dangerous place. Don't be angry. We're leaving right now." The flower pot snake was hit squarely and froze for a moment. Yue took this chance to run away quickly. But the snake didn't seem to give up. It kept chasing Yue. At first, there was only one, but soon 4 snakes gathered, staring intently at Yueyue's hand, which had just touched the spring water. Yue realized that these snakes were relentless and would not give up. She quickly threw the rabbit to Shen Chou and then broke off a thick branch from a nearby tree. She fiercely swung it at the approaching snakes. Although Yue didn't know martial arts, as the saying goes, a stick can kill a master, she swung wildly and surprisingly managed to kill 3 snakes. The remaining one was thicker, longer, and more difficult to handle. She held the stick tightly and stared at the large, colorful snake. When it suddenly lunged at her, Yue raised the stick and struck down with all her strength. Unexpectedly, the stick got caught in the branches of a big tree behind her and couldn't be pulled down. Yue immediately threw away the stick and decided to catch the snake with her bare hands, planning to bite it if necessary. It looked harmless, so she thought it should be non-toxic. As Shen Chou just caught the wild rabbit, she saw this scene and screamed in fear. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air and pierced the snake's belly, pinning it to a nearby tree and knocking down several bright red fruits. A tall figure dressed in dark blue, Shen Yuyan, holding a bow and arrow, hurried over anxiously. "Ryu, are you okay? Did you get bitten anywhere?" Shen Chou ran to support the weak Ryu, carefully examining her. Seeing she was fine, she finally let out a big breath. Shen Yuyan first checked if the snakes were truly dead, then approached the 2 girls. "Are you both all right? Your courage is too much. Two young girls daring to come here. Shen Jiao looked at her cousin with a playful tongue and said sweetly, "Cousin, please don't tell my parents. Otherwise, they might break my legs." Shen Yuyan gently tapped Shen Jiao's forehead and scolded, "You. Such mischief. Did you bring your second sister here? If anything happens to her, I'll regret it forever." Shen Jiao also felt scared. Yu Riyue knew Shen Yuyan was worried about her, since the village chief's family wouldn't want trouble with Shen Laocai's family. Today, she had been reckless. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, "It's not Jiao's fault. I threatened her to bring me here. If I really got hurt, it would be my own fault, not Jiao's. Thank you, Dr. Shen, for saving me. I didn't expect that not only are you skilled in medicine, but you're also good at martial arts." Shen Yuyan smiled faintly and said, "It's just some small skills I learned from years of gathering herbs in the mountains." Yu Riyue happily pointed at the 3 wild mustard snakes she had just killed and said, "I heard snake bile is also a medicinal ingredient. These 3 snakes are my way of thanking you for your earlier arrow." Shen Yuyan wanted to refuse, but Yu Riyue's attention was caught by the fruits on the ground. "Huh? Isn't this wild hawthorn? And the one next to it is sour jujube." Shen Jiao nodded. "Both are very sour. I heard that wealthy families in town coat the red sour fruit with sugar syrup, then stick a bamboo skewer through it, making it look like a candied fruit. They sell for quite a lot, several coins each. People crush these fruits into paste, add some sugar, and make pastries, which are even more expensive." As Shen Jiao spoke, her mouth couldn't help but water. "My brother brought me a bunch last time. They're really delicious." Yu Riyue's eyes lit up even more. She was worried about how to earn her first bit of money. Now, here was a perfect opportunity, she suggested. "Since that's the case, let's pick some to take home and eat. It can also serve as a little treat." Shen Jiao hadn't eaten hawthorn in a long time and was already drooling at the thought. With the help of her cousins, Yu Riyue the wild chicken and rabbit and put them into a basket. Then she started picking hawthorn and jujube until she could hardly carry any more, then stopped. Fearing they might encounter trouble on the way, Shen Yuyan accompanied them down the mountain to ensure their safety. On the way, they met Shen Hua. She shot her a warning look and said nothing, then took a handful of wild vegetables from her basket and handed them to Yu Riyue before leaving. The basket was heavy. When they got home, she felt like her waist was about to break. She lay on the Kong, heated bed, to rest for a while, then hurried to the east room. Shen Chou was either asleep or fainted. He kept his eyes tightly closed and couldn't be awakened no matter how she called. Yu Riyue took some anti-inflammatory medicine and spiritual spring water from her space, then carefully fed the medicine to him again. She also carefully changed his bandages before going out to prepare dinner. She just opened her basket and found that among the wild vegetables Shen Hua had given her, there were a few bird eggs. These are rare and valuable. She quickly placed them in a small bowl on the shelf. Then she caught the chickens and rabbits, cut up the 2 wild chickens, and decided to keep the remaining 2 rabbits, which were a male and a female. She thought for a moment and decided to raise them. The chicken coop left by Shen's mother was still there, though a bit old, but still usable. Just as she was about to put the rabbits inside and wash the hawthorn and sour jujubes, she heard knocking at the door of the yard. "Auntie, it's me, Shu Miao." "Auntie, are you back? Didn't we agree to go fishing tonight?" Yu Riyue suddenly remembered that this little Shu Miao had been thinking about the fish soup she drank yesterday. Early this morning, before dawn, he came over shyly to ask if he could go fishing with her. The child was chubby and adorable. Plus, considering how Shu Miao defended her last night, she couldn't refuse. She immediately took her basket, locked the yard door, and went to the riverbank with Shu Miao. They had just caught 3 fish when Shen Jiao hurried over. "Riyue, you should go home and check. Your relatives from your maternal family have arrived. There are so many of them, they even broke the lock on your door and are trying to steal your chickens and rabbits." Hearing this, Yu Riyue immediately handed her basket to Shen Jiao and ran quickly toward her house. Before reaching the door, she heard sharp, harsh shouting and scolding. "Who are you, little brat, daring to tell me what to do? I am Yu Riyue's real grandmother. Even if that worthless person comes back, she will hand over everything with both hands. You bunch of scabby, pus-filled, rotten-to-the-core trash. How dare you stop me? Whether I want to look through things or smash things, that's my business. What does it have to do with you? After saying this, she went straight into the west room, put on her shoes, and climbed onto the kong, a traditional bed. She dumped all the newly washed belongings of Yu Ryue from the cabinet onto the ground. Old Yu, annoyed that his wife was taking so long, directly lifted an old wooden box from the kong and, in front of everyone, dumped everything inside onto the ground. He then kicked and sorted through the items with a look of disgust. Why is this little brat so useless? Not even her secret savings and not even anything valuable. You're a waste of money. I think we shouldn't have sent that little troublemaker to bring good luck. We should have just ended her life. Only then would her marriage to the spirit world be worth something. Old Four's wife, Liang Shulan, heard this and quietly argued, Ryue is still our own daughter. How can we just kill her? As soon as she finished speaking, the old lady inside the house rushed out and slapped Liang Shulan and Old Four hard. Shut up. Isn't what your third brother said right? I think not only should we end that troublemaker's life, but we should also get rid of you two useless old folks. That way, we can save on food. Old Four and Liang Shulan didn't dare speak up after being slapped. They just covered their faces and stood silently. Old Three looked at the helpless Old Four with a sneer and then led his two children into the kitchen. He immediately saw the bread and fish soup on the shelf. Honey, come quickly. That troublemaker actually ate meat behind our backs. When Old Three's wife heard about the meat, she rushed into the kitchen and took a sip of the fish soup. That troublemaker is hiding something. With her look, she still wants to eat meat. Big brother, second brother. Finish all these things, take the fish and snails from the water and smash all the dishes inside for my mother. Let's see if she dares to hide things again. Inside the kitchen, the two young boys were gobbling down the fish soup. One of them grabbed a bowl and started smashing dishes in the kitchen. People outside knew what kind of people the Yu family was. They also knew that Ryue was famous for always listening to her family. Even if she was sold, she would still try to get money from her older uncle to support her family. No one dared to stop them, but everyone was very angry. These heartless animals. That's all money. Shu Posey remembered the girl who had saved someone yesterday without expecting anything in return. Ignoring others' protests, she rushed in again and softly advised, Grandma Ryue, let's talk nicely. Ryue will be back soon. You're smashing doors and stealing things. How will she stand firm in her husband's family in the future? Other villagers, unable to watch anymore, also advised one after another. Grandma Ryue is still the daughter-in-law of the Shen family. If old man Shen finds out, he might beat that girl again. Yes. All these things she earned with her life on the mountain. If you take them all away, how can Ryue survive? My wife spat loudly, and a big yellow phlegm landed in front of the two people, making everyone step back in disgust. Unbelievable. A little troublemaker who causes trouble and has no shame eating meat? She found good things on the mountain, but doesn't want to show respect to her elders, and she dares to hide them. If old man Shen doesn't beat her to death, I will. And I heard that your Shen family teamed up to bully my family member, causing such a timid child to even draw a knife. Now you're pretending to be good people? Let me tell you, today I came here just to get justice. If I don't get justice, I won't leave this place. She sat on the ground very stubbornly, still feeling unsatisfied with her scolding. She stretched her neck and shouted toward the east room. Shen Chou, you rotten sick person. Don't lie there pretending to be dead. Get up and come out. Yu Ryue pushed through the crowd, eyes wide with anger. The bedding and clothes she had washed carefully were thrown outside, with footprints on them. The food she had left for the night was all ruined by the malicious third uncle's family. Even the few dishes in the house were smashed to pieces. Her parents, with 2 slap marks on their faces, stood helplessly nearby, not daring to say a word. Her anger grew hotter and hotter. What are you trying to do? Seeing Yu Ryue, Grandma Yu quickly stood up and rushed over, raising her hand to hit her. You shameless troublemaker. How dare you ask me what I want? You went up the mountain to get so many good things, chickens and rabbits. Why not bring them home to show respect to your elders? And you want to hide them? I've spoiled you for nothing. Old fourth you good for nothing. Look at this ungrateful wolf you raised. She should be strangled right now. Ryua took a quick step forward, grabbing Grandma Yu's neck tightly. She clenched her teeth and said fiercely, "Old witch, you want to strangle me? I want to strangle you too. If you keep forcing me like this, none of you will live. All of you die for me." This sudden outburst shocked everyone, who all stared with their mouths open. After all, in ancient times when filial piety was everything, such words were shocking. Grandma Yu was even more overwhelmed, her eyes rolling back as she couldn't speak. Old Man Yu angrily pounded his thigh and shouted, "Rebel! Rebellious! Third and fourth, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and separate them. Beat that little troublemaker to death." Old Man Yu immediately dropped the chicken he was holding and rushed forward with a stick. "Little brat, let go of my mother. I'll beat you to death." Ryua watched Old Man Yu with a fierce look as he swung the stick down hard. She quickly ducked and secretly pushed her mother forward. A dull thud sounded as the stick hit her mother's head, and she collapsed onto the ground. Pretending to be frightened, Ryua pointed at Old Man Yu. "He's killing. Old Man Yu has killed his own mother. Hurry and report to the officials." Old Man Yu has killed his mother. Her push was very sneaky. The villagers watching from behind only saw Ryua dodge, and the stick hit her mother's head.
Wow.
How dare Old Man Yu do this? He even hit his own mother. Hearing the whispers, Old Man Yu's anger boiled over. His eyes turned red as he pointed the stick at Ryua and shouted, "You little brat, what are you hiding for? You're the one who caused your grandma's death. I will make you pay." Ryua ran away quickly. She wasn't someone who would just stand and take a beating. "Third uncle, if you killed her, go to the officials and confess to get a lighter punishment." Old Man Yu spat fiercely. "You little brat, stop right there. I'll make sure I teach you a lesson." Still hiding behind her grandpa, "Dad, move aside. I will beat this worthless girl to death today and make her pay for her mother." Old Man Yu looked at the stick swinging in front of him and his slippery granddaughter behind him. Furious, he cursed loudly, "You lousy. Are you dead? Come help your third brother. We're going to kill this unfilial girl today." Lousy was so scared he could barely stand. He weakly advised, "Ryua, just stop now. Your third uncle won't kill you with a few hits. Don't upset Grandpa anymore. Ryua, I know you're obedient. Just stop and take the beating." Hearing Lousy's weak words, Ryua got angry. "Why don't you just be honest and take the beating?" Lousy was even more wronged by his daughter's shout. Dad always takes his beatings honestly. Can't you learn from Dad?" Ryua was so angry she couldn't help but laugh. "Learn from you? Learn your useless way. Your daughter is almost beaten to death, and you're just standing by?" Old fourth, you felt even more wronged. "Dad is just a bit weak. There's nothing I can do." Ryua almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She didn't want to bother with this helpless father. She dodged and muttered, "Third uncle, are you getting old? Can't do anything anymore? No wonder third aunt goes out looking for men. I heard from the old bachelors in Hedong village that she often flirts with them. They say she has no strength left, and even my two cousins don't know who their father is. You're still foolish enough to help someone raise a child?" Hai Yen, the wife of old third Yu, who had been eating non-stop, didn't expect trouble to come to her. She quickly stopped what she was doing and cursed loudly, "You little brat! How dare you smear dirt on me? I'll make sure I deal with you." Ryua sneered, "Third aunt, those old bachelors said that you have a black mole on the inside of your thigh and a small red mark on your back. When you and those old men are close, they like to kiss that red mark on your back." Old third Yu, who didn't believe at first, suddenly turned dark. He grabbed a stick and swung it at his wife, shouting, "You wicked woman! How dare you cheat on me outside? Watch me beat you to death." Hai Yen, just about to roll up her sleeves to fight, was suddenly hit hard from behind. She immediately shouted in protest, "Third brother, this little brat is lying. I would never go find those old men."
Oh.
Old third Yu, stop hitting. Don't you trust me? If you hit me again, I'll be angry. Old Third Yu was so furious he almost fainted. He felt like a green field was growing on his head. Wicked woman. I knew you were unfaithful. I didn't expect you to flirt with so many men outside. Those two things on your body, who else has seen them besides me? And you still dare to say you're innocent? Just wait. I'll beat you to death. Old Third Yu was really furious, hitting Hai Yan hard with each strike, even hitting her twice on the head, as if he wanted to beat her to death. The two boys, who had been stuffing their mouths with cakes, saw their parents fighting and immediately stepped in to stop them. Dad. Stop hitting. Someone might get hurt. Old Man Yu's hands just stopped moving, and Yuryue immediately started stirring trouble. Third uncle. I heard that when third aunt was pregnant with second cousin, she was 8 months along and still gave birth. She was also chubby. Why is second cousin so amazing? Not only was he born 2 months early, even breaking the old saying that some babies are born alive or not. Old Man Yu's face turned red and purple visibly. He always had a bad temper, and now his head looked like it was about to explode. Even when looking at his beloved second son, his eyes were full of doubt. It seemed like he didn't look like himself. All the men in the Yu family were tall, but his second son was still short, even after eating good food. Yuerzhu looked at his father's suspicious gaze and felt that his biscuit didn't taste good anymore. Dad. Don't believe that little brat. Look, I look just like you. Old Man Yu grew more suspicious and suddenly hit Yuerzhu. He howled loudly. Mom. Grandpa and Grandma, help me. It was okay if Gao Yan got hit, but he couldn't let his precious son be hurt. She quickly crawled up from the ground and started fighting with Old Man Yu, shouting, You old beast. How dare you hit my son? I'll make you regret it. Things got chaotic. Old Man Yu was so angry, he fainted from the rage. Yuryue hurried forward, knelt down, and gently patted Old Man Yu's chest repeatedly. Grandpa. Why are you so dead? Open your eyes and look at your granddaughter. Grandpa. Even if third uncle beats grandma to death, don't be sad. My dad is here with you. Yuryue's voice was full of sadness, trembling as she cried. Meanwhile, her hand quietly felt around Old Man Yu's usual place where he kept money. She finally found 2 hard silver pieces and over 20 copper coins, which she quickly put into her space. After confirming there was no more money on him, she ran to Grandma Yu and started crying again. Unexpectedly, this grandma had a whole silver ingot and 30 copper coins. It was heavy, together about 13 taels. It didn't look like someone so poor they had to sell their granddaughter to survive, and who would normally carry so much silver when causing trouble. Could it be that she was very rich? Afraid the silver would grow hair and run away? Look, it's bleeding. Yuryue casually pulled the silver hairpin from her grandmother's hair before turning toward the sound. Yu Laosan's face and neck were covered with bloody scratches, while Gao Yan's head and nose were bleeding nonstop. Pretending to stop the fight, Yuryue also took the silver hairpin from Gao Yan's hair. Just as she placed the hairpin into her hidden space, the village chief hurried back, a still resting on his shoulder, clearly called from the fields in a rush. He pushed through the crowd, took one look at the scene before him, and almost fainted. Yuryue quickly ran to support him and whispered, Uncle Village Chief. While I was away, they came and started smashing things. My grandmother even tried to harm me. During the struggle, my third uncle accidentally hurt her badly. Instead of feeling sorry, he turned on his wife and son, and my grandfather was so angry, he collapsed. It's better if you don't get involved. Please send someone to report this to the authorities. Village Chief Shen looked at the 2 people lying motionless on the ground, then at the couple still fighting nearby. Realizing he couldn't handle it, he immediately told the villagers to call for officials. If someone really lost their life, he wouldn't be able to settle it. Before the officers arrived, Shun Yuyen rushed over with his medicine box. After giving a few quick treatments, both the old lady and the old man regained consciousness. Yuryue sighed in disappointment. Still alive. What bad luck. She thought she had spoken softly, but Shun Yuyen heard her clearly. He was completely stunned. Everyone in Heshi and Hadong villages knew that Yuryue used to obey her family no matter what. Even when they scolded or mistreated her, she would still secretly give them money. What had happened to make her change so much? The old lady touched the painful spot on the back of her head and felt her hand covered in blood.
Ah, blood.
Yuryue, you ungrateful girl. I'll make you pay for this. She struggled to stand, feeling dizzy and almost falling again. Yuryue kindly said, "Grandmother, please be careful. I know you're upset because of what third uncle did, but shouting at me won't help. I'm small and weak. I can't take revenge for you." The old lady gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could tear her apart on the spot. The village chief saw the angry look in Grandma Yu's eyes and was worried that Yuryue might get hurt. He quickly said, "Annie, don't be angry. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. I have already reported. Forget your reports, second brother Shen. Don't show off your village chief's power in front of me." She remembered her purpose for coming today and, ignoring her headache, pointed at the village chief's nose and started to scold him. "I'm here today just to get an explanation from your Shen family. My sweet granddaughter, how long has she been married into your Shen family? She's gone crazy. Look at her. Just now, she almost choked me to death. Clearly, she's not in her right mind. It's all your fault. Today, either give me 50 taels of silver or have that cursed sickly person write a divorce letter for my granddaughter on behalf of his greedy, long-ill brother. From now on, whether my granddaughter lives or dies has nothing to do with your Shen family." The villagers present were stunned by Grandma Yu's bold demand. That was 50 taels of silver. To know, the Shen family only spent about 1 or 2 taels to buy Yuryue. She really dares to say that. Village chief, Shen looked troubled. "Auntie, you sold Ryue to the Shen family for 1 or 2 taels to be your daughter-in-law for good luck. It's clearly written in black and white. How can you go back on your word?" Grandma Yu spat fiercely at him. "I, old mother, am going back on my word. What can you do to me? Today, either give me the money or the person, or I won't leave." At this moment, Shen Chou, who had been listening inside, supported himself against the wall and came out. He looked coldly at Yuryue and asked, "Sister-in-law, what are your thoughts?" He had actually woken up when Yuryue returned from the mountain, but had been pretending to sleep, trying to see what she wanted to do. But he didn't expect that Yuryue, while he was unconscious, carefully fed him medicine and changed his dressing. Although her methods were rougher, Shen Chou was already surprised. He felt she might be hiding something. Soon after she left, someone came to cause trouble, making Shen Chou suspicious. Could this be Yuryue's plan? Intentionally causing a scene to force him to write a divorce letter? But he quickly dismissed this idea. Now, he wanted to give Yuryue another chance, a chance to make her own choice and escape from the muddy waters of a Shen family. "Sister-in-law, I only ask you once. Do you want to leave the Shen family and go back with them?" Shen Chou straightened his back and desperately controlled his trembling hands, trying to look less helpless. He asked seriously. Yuryue looked at the man standing coldly at the door. For some reason, she could clearly feel Shen Chou was trembling. It seemed he wanted her to leave, but also seemed to be saying that if she nodded, he would rush forward and break everything again. Yuryue stared into his deep eyes and firmly said, "I will not go. Only a fool would go back and be a servant." Shen Chou closed his eyes, hiding the sarcasm in them. He felt he was too cheap. Just because of this evil, fake woman's meal and this choice, he wanted to forget the pain he had suffered before. Even as he asked that question, he was afraid of being abandoned again. He thought how stupid he was. Village Chief Shen and everyone present didn't expect Yuryue to make this choice. After all, everyone had seen her previous obedience as foolishness. Old Lady Yu was so angry she forgot her dizziness and started scolding loudly. "Heartless, wicked woman. How did I raise such an ingrate? Not coming back with me?
Fine.
Give me 50 taels of silver, or I'll crash and die right at your Shen family door." Old Man Yu was also so angry, he pounded his thigh.
"Fourth Yu.
Look at the good daughter you raised. Today I tell you, your 4 families, either come up with 50 taels of silver or take this little brat back. Otherwise, you two don't need to go back today. Fourth Yu looked worried and blushed. Ryue, just listen to your grandparents. We are family. When have your grandparents ever harmed you? Liang Shulan also whispered. Ryue, be obedient. This Shen family isn't a place for a good person. Come back with us. Your grandma has already found someone for you. As soon as you go back, you'll live a life of comfort and plenty. Ryue looked at her helpless parents who kept persuading her. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How much did they sell me for this time? 50 taels. What kind of family would pay 50 taels to buy me, a second-hand good that just got married? Either they have mental problems or they're too old. Liang Shulan gently patted her shoulder and scolded. What are you saying, child? Could it be that I and your father can still harm you? Besides, which family's daughter doesn't receive some bride price when she gets married? If they don't take bride price, then they truly have raised you in vain. Yueru, you wouldn't want to make your parents sad, would you? Ryue looked at Liang Shulan with tears in her eyes, pretending to care for her, but she only felt disgusted. She harshly shook off the hand that was patting her shoulder and said bitterly, since you all treated me like a commodity, selling me to the Shen family for a few silver coins, we've had no relationship. Don't threaten me with family ties or morals. I don't have those anymore. I am now a wife of the Shen family. Shen Chou hasn't died yet, so don't think about using me again or selling me off. Old Mrs. Yu didn't expect her usually easy-to-manipulate granddaughter to say she was no longer connected to them. Did she really think that if she said she didn't care, she wouldn't care? She didn't care whether Ryue was truly crazy or pretending. Today, she had to bring that little troublemaker back. The gamblers were still waiting at home. The entire Yu family's belongings, along with the 2 girls from the second family and this troublesome girl, could be sold. Not only would it cover the debts owed by the 5th son in town, but the family could also reduce the mouths to feed, and they might even make some extra money if they negotiated well. Thinking of this, she immediately reached out to grab her. Heartless little troublemaker, whether you want to leave or not, you're leaving today. 3rd brother, 4th brother, Dezhu and Erzhu. Hurry up and work together to catch this troublemaker and bring her back. Village Chief Shen saw this and immediately stepped forward to stop them, but he was quickly grabbed by old Mrs. Yu, making him unable to move. The Tree family members and Shen Jiao also rushed forward to help, but the Yu family members, being reckless, ignored everything and started fighting. Ryue quickly moved aside. Suddenly, a faint sound of breaking air was heard, and in the next second, a very thin person pushed her aside, groaning from being hit. Move aside. The officials are coming. After old man Yu was restrained, Ryue quickly turned to look at Shen Chou behind her, her voice trembling with tears. Shen Chou? Brother? Are you okay? Where did they hit you? Dr. Shen? Please come help my brother. Ryue looked very worried and didn't notice Shen Chou's suddenly dark and murderous gaze. When she heard the officer's question, she handed Shen Chou to Shen Jiao and Shen Yuyen, then secretly pinched her thigh hard. With a practiced kneel, she went straight to the leading officer, crying loudly but clearly explaining everything that had happened. She also had the village chief and villagers testify, and the officer had just witnessed the scene. The Yu family members, who were about to break into the house and hurt people, were being taken away. Old Lady Yu was used to throwing tantrums and truly believed she was right. She angrily shouted, I went to my granddaughter's house. What's so wrong about breaking into someone's home? Forget those things. Even if I burn this house, it's just burning our own stuff. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. And it was that heartless, sickly brat who came in and got beaten. You corrupt officials are just trying to smear us. Are you taking bribes? Because this was a family dispute, the officers initially wanted to take the people back, give a quick lesson, and then let them go. But hearing this, they immediately got angry. Old woman, which I saw me taking bribes. Accusing a government officer of corruption is a crime. Today, I will take you back to ask who paid you, how much. If you can't explain clearly, don't bother coming back. Old Lady Yu was pulled away, and Ryue cried and added fuel to the fire. Sniff, sniff. Grandma, since you sold me to Shun Jia Chongxi for a silver coin, I am part of the Shen family now. I am Shun's maid. This is Shun's house, And everything here was bought with Shen's money. You broke into my master's house, beat and smashed things, and even tried to steal from us. Aren't you trying to force me to death?" At this moment, Shen Chou's eyes were like a dark, deadly snake, staring fiercely at Yuryue. He remembered that just a second ago, he was dealing with a traitor in a dark room. How did he suddenly appear here? The crying woman, who had clearly been silenced and mutilated, tongue pulled out and limbs cut off, was hiding in his dark room. How could she appear before him completely unharmed? Could it all be just a dream? He looked around at everyone present, suddenly recalling which scene this was. This scoundrel ran away with someone, committed adultery by the river, was caught in the act, and the village chief, out of kindness, spared her life. Yet, she not only showed no gratitude but also continued to abuse him and staged the scene with her family to force him to write a separation letter. However, in his memory, there was no sign of officials coming. Where did the mistake happen? Shen Chou couldn't figure it out, so he decided to observe quietly. The village chief and villagers were heartbroken over Yuryue's crying. Several kind elders offered to testify at the government office. The village chief even told Yuryue to stay at home and wait. He, as a representative, went to the town with the officials. Yuryue was very touched. After she handed over the soaked handkerchief and sent everyone away, she finally stopped crying. She hurried over to Shen Chou, worried, and asked, "Little Dr. Shen, how is my brother?" Shen Yen frowned, pinched his hand, and placed it again on Shen Chou's wrist, looking very confused. Yuryue was anxious. "Why are you frowning? What happened to my brother?"
Tell me.
"Did he get hurt inside? Does he need some rare medicine?" "Don't worry, as long as it can cure my brother, I'll use any expensive medicine." Shen Chou sneered inwardly, thinking this wicked woman was getting better at acting. She said she would use any costly medicine? How ridiculous. Shen Jiao, also worried, pushed Shen Yen, who looked constipated, and said, "Cousin, say something. You're making me nervous." Shen Yen sighed helplessly. "What are you two so anxious about? Brother Shen Chou is fine, just has some strange pulse. Yesterday, he was seriously injured internally and would have died if not treated in time. But today, his internal injuries are mostly healed, and his arm is also showing signs of recovery. Just one day, and there's such a big change? Arm? What arm?" Shen Chou looked at his clearly bandaged right arm with a complicated expression. His right arm had been broken by Yuryue, that wicked woman. Even now, whenever it rains on a cloudy day, his right arm aches faintly. Yuryue smiled confidently and complimented, "This must be because Dr. Xiao Shun is very skilled, so my brother is recovering quickly." Shen Yen checked his pulse again, full of questions, and asked Yuryue what Shen Chou had eaten these past 2 days. Knowing he only drank some fish soup, she felt even more puzzled but finally decided it was because Shen Chou's recovery ability was quite strong. Outside, the people from the Shu family and kind villagers helped clean the yard. Soon it was dark. Yuryue was crying and running around, exhausted and sore all over. After she gratefully saw the visitors off, she was about to rest in the west room when she saw Shen Chou sitting on the bed in the east room, his hair messy, looking around like a little beggar. She didn't want to bother him at first, but thinking about how Shen Chou, who was sick, had stepped forward, she felt a bit touched. So she went outside to boil some hot water. "Big brother." Inside, Shen Chou was curious, looking at the clean and tidy room, feeling that this dream was quite ridiculous. Seeing no sound from inside, Yuryue hurried in, reached out, and pulled the dazed Shen Chou out. When Shen Chou's sleeve touched Yuryue's hand, he reflexively tried to grab her to choke her. "Big brother. Thank you for blocking that for me. If it weren't for that mean old man's cruelty, I might really have lost my life. Today, I've completely offended the Yu family. Now you should believe me, right? So from now on, we should live peacefully, work hard to earn money, and enjoy life." Shen Chou withdrew his hand again, his eyes dark and confused. Yuryue knew Shen Chou was usually quiet, so she didn't press for an answer. She took him to the water basin, patted his back, and signaled him to bend over. Then she gently poured warm water and carefully helped him wash his hair, being very cautious to avoid the wound on his head. Shen Chou felt the warm water flowing down his face. His hands, which had caused him to be permanently disabled, surprisingly moved gently as they helped him wash his hair. After washing his hair, she changed the water again, took a clean towel, and handed it to him. Shen Chou looked at the towel in confusion, feeling uneasy and irritated about things slipping out of control. All he wanted now was to press that slender, thin hand on the ground and smash the bones one by one. Yu Ryue saw that Shen Chou didn't react and thought he was injured and couldn't lift his hand. She gently pressed a warm cloth to his face. Shen Chou thought this little troublemaker wanted to suffocate him on purpose. His blood was boiling with excitement. He had already planned how to pin her down and peel away her false exterior. Just as he was about to move, Yu Ryue carefully wiped the dirt off his face with the cloth. Since he was injured, Shen Chou had mostly been lying on the bed. His dried blood hadn't been cleaned yet. Luckily, no one noticed today, or there would have been chaos. After 5 wipes, the dried dirt was gone, revealing his true face. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose, well-defined features, and smooth, pale skin, like a delicate, sickly beauty. Shen Chou hated when people stared too long at his handsome face. It reminded him of the time he was framed by this troublemaker and spent disgusting days in prison. If he had met that person later, he might have gone even more crazy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel the urge to kill again. He wanted to gouge out those bright eyes. But instead, the person behind him gently helped him wring out his hair with a new cloth. Yu Ryue was surprised to realize her big brother was quite tall. She stood on tiptoe, her arms aching. She gently tugged at Shen Chou's sleeve and said, "Big brother, can't you just squat down a little? Your hand is hurt, but your leg isn't." "I can't reach you," Shen Chou sneered inwardly. This wicked little troublemaker dared to tell him to squat. He almost couldn't hold back his desire to tear off her fake smile and, while she was bent down, strangle her from behind with the cloth. The thought made his blood boil. But after drying her hair, the scene he imagined didn't happen. "All right, big brother, let's go inside. I need to start cooking dinner. Tonight, I'll make chicken stew just for you. It will be so fragrant you'll forget everything." Shen Chou sneered again. Fragrant stew? Was she trying to drug him and take advantage? Sure enough, this wicked woman still craved his body. Fortunately, the iron pot was not broken, and there were a few wooden bowls in the corner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to eat later. Yu Ryue muttered in the kitchen, unaware that the people inside had started imagining things again. He is the Minister of Justice, a feared figure known as the living king of. Even if he had bowls, he would never eat her food. After an hour, he finally couldn't resist biting into the chicken leg that Yu Ryue had handed to him. Yu Ryue looked at Shen Chou with bright, eager eyes. "How is it? Is it tasty?" Shen Chou looked into her hopeful, clear eyes and began to chew uncontrollably. After swallowing, he truly regretted it. But based on his many years of experience with poison and medicine, he believed the chicken was not poisoned. Just when Yu Ryue thought he wouldn't respond, Shen Chou looked serious and said 2 words. "It's okay." Yu Ryue secretly rolled her eyes, thinking this person was really good at pretending. If it weren't for the fact that this afternoon's little patient had helped her save face, she might have snapped at him. The aroma of her stew spread far and wide. The neighbors, especially the second son of the Chou family, could smell it clearly. Seeing the wild vegetable porridge on his table, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The roots in his arms kept crying and begging for meat.
Mom.
"I want to eat meat. I don't want this broken porridge. I saw chicken next door. I want to eat it. Bring it to me now." Gal Lady tried to coax for a while, but when her parents-in-law showed no reaction, she started to get sarcastic.
"Humph.
That ungrateful wolf. We helped her so much, and all she does is secretly close the door to eat meat. She doesn't even think of bringing some to her parents." Old Mrs. Chou slammed her bowl and chopsticks down and glared at her second son. "Second son, if your wife doesn't get some discipline, we'll split the family." I can't stand seeing you all ignore me. Hearing about splitting the family, Shu air slapped Gao Lady hard. She cried and made a fuss, even threatening to die. After dinner, Yu Ryue rebandaged Shen Chou's wound and then went back to her room to rest. She didn't know that Shen Chou's curious gaze had never left her from start to finish. The pain in his body made Shen Chou realize this was not a dream but a real return to the past. However, his younger sister seemed possessed by some strange spirit. She was completely different from the cruel woman in his memory. Before he could think further, he suddenly felt dizzy, and he was back in a dark room. He looked at the traitor in front of him, who was faint from having a layer of skin painfully torn off. He casually poured hot chili water on her. He heard her familiar screams, but the excitement he once felt was gone. Instead, he felt strangely sad. It seemed like it was all just a dream. Yu Ryue didn't know what was happening in the East Room. She had already opened the trading panel, ready to buy some items. After yesterday's lesson, she was smarter this time. She directly entered, buy 500 cubic meters of space, 10 minutes of cross-border call, 1,000 gene of white sugar. Transaction successful. Cross-border call will start in 3 seconds. Please prepare. Sure enough, if she didn't specify the amount, the platform would default to 10 cubic meters of space, wasting her purchase opportunity. Countdown finished. Cross-border call begins. Yu Ryue immediately became alert. She tentatively called out, "Dad, Mom? Can you hear me?" The couple, who looked very worried, were questioning whether they had been dreaming last night. Otherwise, why had they spent so much money, but their daughter still hadn't contacted them? Suddenly, they heard her familiar voice calling. They immediately looked up and around, anxiously replying, "Sweetheart, is that you? Dad and Mom can hear you. Did the money we sent reach you?" Hearing their familiar voices, tears flowed uncontrollably down Yu Ryue's face. She choked. "I received the money you sent. We now have 10 minutes of talk time. The inflation in the underworld is very serious. 1 minute of talk costs 10 billion. It's really unfair. Also, I bought 500 cubic meters of space, filled with the funeral items you burned for me." Hearing this, the couple was delighted. The money they burned actually worked. Not only could they talk to her, but she also had a portable space. They were overjoyed. "Really? That's great. Now you don't have to worry so much about your life over there." Yu Ryue quickly explained the dynasty and environment she was in. Only then did Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan realize that their precious daughter was not in the underworld but had traveled to ancient times. They immediately thought about burning more items that didn't exist in ancient times. Yu Ryue also asked about compensation for work injuries and insurance claims. The countdown sound rang again in her mind. "Mom and Dad, the time is almost up. Once the compensation arrives, burn more paper money for me. I'll call you again tomorrow." 10 minutes passed very quickly. The couple still had many things to say, but they felt happy knowing they could talk to their daughter every day if they burned enough money. Their sadness turned into happiness, and they split up to buy paper and burn paper. After the call ended, Yu Ryue immediately entered her space. She thought this time the space would be very empty, but she was stunned when she saw the 3-story mansion with a traditional Chinese style in front of her. "Wow, this is so luxurious." She was very excited and pushed open the door to go inside. She saw a large garage next to the house. "Oh my God! Our paper houses this fancy now." She quickly ran to the garage and found a black car, an electric tricycle, a motorcycle, and a bicycle. There were even bottles of gasoline and diesel nearby, very thoughtfully placed. Inside the house, as she pushed open the door, she saw winding stairs and a sofa with a coffee table full of toys, phones, and computers. She had worked so hard in the big city for many years, and she never even bought a bathroom. Yet now, after dying, she was enjoying such comfort. She thought, "I should have known the underworld treats you so well. I should have died earlier and even gone in groups bringing my family along. The sooner you die, the sooner you enjoy." She climbed from the bottom to the 3rd floor. Not only was everything well stocked, but there was even electricity. Summer no longer had to worry about turning on the air conditioner carefully. After touring her big mansion, Yue went outside to see what her parents had buried with her. She was shocked when she saw the burial items. They had evolved so much. She even felt she was falling behind the times. The set of toiletries, skincare products, and even a mahjong machine, billiard table, and treadmill. What was going on? In the corner, something shiny was dazzling her eyes. What could it be? It turned out to be a gold bar. It's really a gold bar. Yue looked up and shouted, "Ha ha ha, I finally became rich. No more hawthorn cakes? Just go somewhere I don't know, buy some guards for the house, and keep a few handsome young men." That's the peak of life. She excitedly picked up a gold bar and stepped out of the space. But suddenly, her smile disappeared. This isn't a gold bar. Isn't this the iron piece I hit someone with earlier? She hesitated, holding the shiny iron piece, and went back into the space. When she entered, the iron turned into a gold bar. When she stepped out, the gold bar turned back into iron. Yue pursed her lips, feeling a little pain in her heart. Being rich isn't so easy. Her mood swung wildly today. After leaving the space, she was so confused that she fell asleep holding the iron piece. The next day, it was Shen Chou's knocking that woke her up. Yawning, she went to open the door and saw Shen Chou's angry face. "You sleep so well. Your family is so mean and nasty. It's going to make me mad. They came yesterday to try to take you back, to sell you to the gambling house to pay off your uncle's debt. And they said my dad and the officials colluded to steal their money and silver hairpins. I've never seen such shameless people. Didn't you hear how dirty they cursed? Your parents are even more speechless. They stood in the hall crying, saying you're unfilial, a white-eyed wolf." Yue didn't expect those people to be scheming like this. No wonder they carried so much money. Turns out they were trying to pay off gambling debts. That wicked grandma and grandpa really spoiled her uncle. That's 13 taels of silver. How much money do you think they sold their daughters for? Now, everything was hers. Thinking about it made her a little happy. Shen Chou was even angrier at her indifferent attitude. "You still dare to laugh. I'm here to tell you that if you keep being fooled like before and go back to the Yu family to work like a beast, I won't talk to you anymore." Yue quickly nodded. "Don't worry. Since we've torn apart our relationship, I won't go back. You woke up so early. Have you had breakfast?" Shen Chou glared at her unhappily. "The sun is already high. Who hasn't had breakfast? Have you not eaten yet?" Yue nodded again, looking pitiful as she rubbed her stomach. "That's right. I was too tired yesterday, so I woke up late." Shen Chou looked at the girl's red eyes and thought about her family's troubles. She felt sorry for her, especially since she was a year younger than herself. Thinking of this, she took a paper-wrapped bun from her pocket and carefully opened it, revealing half a white steamed bun. "This is what my dad bought for me yesterday on his way home. I don't like it much, so I'm giving you the other half." Seeing Shen Chou's reluctant expression, Yue genuinely thought her stubborn personality was very cute. She couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her soft cheek. Shen Chou quickly stepped back, looking at her cautiously. "Why are you touching me? Are you mistaking me for my brother?" "Yue, be more careful. Even though I look very similar to my brother, we are two different people. If you do this again, I'll leave." Yue was speechless. After she ate the half bun, she felt much more energized. She called Shen Chou into the kitchen and handed her a bowl of water. Shen Chou, feeling tired, took a big sip. The sweet taste made her eyes light up. She quickly put down the bowl, looking at Yue with some suspicion. "What are you trying to do? I tell you, I won't let you get close to my brother, not even to give him sweet water." In the village, many people had never tasted sweet water in their lives. Even in her family, they only served it during festivals when guests visited. The children at home could only have a sip, and the flavor was very mild. But the sip she just took was even sweeter than the legendary candied hawthorn. Yue smiled helplessly. "Don't worry. I won't get close to your brother, but I do want your help." When Shen Chou heard she needed to help, she immediately took 2 more sips and then patted her chest confidently. Since you're so kind and even gave me sweet water despite being poor, just tell me. As long as it doesn't involve bothering my brother. This metaphor made Ryue feel relaxed. She took out the hawthorn from the corner. Wash these hawthorns, then seed them like I do. Place the hawthorn seeds in the nearby basin. Start working. Shen Chou immediately relaxed and said, I thought it was something important. Turns out it's just washing things. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Ryue poured another bowl of sugar water. Work hard. You can't miss out on the sugar water. She then took out some sour jujubes to start cleaning. The noise here quickly attracted the neighbors from the Chou family. Granny Chou didn't say a word. She gently pushed with her hips, nudging Ryue aside, and successfully took her place next to Chiu Hong. When Shenhua heard about yesterday's incident, she saw a group of people gathered in the kitchen, watching Ryue make hawthorn jelly. Ryue? What are you doing? Ryue didn't hide anything. Making hawthorn jelly and sour jujube jelly. Hearing it was food, the Chou family members left quickly, afraid that staying longer might lead to them asking for some food. Ryue didn't stop them. She still needed to add a lot of sugar later. Sugar was very expensive at this time, even more than salt, and hard to buy. If they saw her adding sugar, she couldn't explain where it came from. In the end, even Shenhua and Shen Chou were chased out to peel the sour jujubes. Once everyone left, she immediately added the measured sugar into the pot. The ratio of hawthorn to sugar was kept at 2:1 to ensure the jelly would set properly. After stirring the sugar evenly, she kept smashing the large pieces of hawthorn with a spatula until it turned into a smooth paste. Then she added a bowl of spring water and kept stirring. To prevent it from burning, she kept stirring until the hawthorn paste stuck to the spatula without falling off. Only then did she pour it into a clean wooden basin to cool and set. The sweet aroma from the kitchen made Shen Chou look up repeatedly. When she finished peeling the last sour jujube, she hurriedly ran to the kitchen with her basin.
Wow.
Ryue, you're amazing. You actually made hawthorn jelly? It smells so good. Ryue smiled as she brought the sour jujubes over and poured them into the pot, continuing her work. How about it? Interested in going to town with me tomorrow to buy more? Don't worry, I won't ask for free. I'll pay you. Shen Chou looked at the fragrant hawthorn jelly and swallowed hard. No need to pay. Just leave me a piece to eat, that's all. Just as Ryue was about to tease her for being useless, Shenhua's annoyed voice sounded at the door. Humph. You think you can sell things with your limited skills? Do you really believe the people in town are as naive as you? I warn you, stay at home and take care of my older brother. Don't cause trouble in town. Otherwise, when my father returns, you won't escape. Shenhua finished her harsh words and turned to leave, leaving Ryue and Shen Chou staring at each other in surprise. Ryue, your little sister-in-law's words are rough but true. Do you really think this stuff can be sold? From the smell, I guess you added a lot of sugar. If it really can't be sold, Ryue remained calm and smiled confidently. Don't worry, it will sell. Even if I end up with some leftovers, I can just eat them as snacks. Oh, and go pick some lotus leaves for me. The sour jujube cake needs to cook a bit longer. Don't stay in the kitchen too long. It's too hot. Shen Chou wiped the sweat from her face and quickly went out to pick lotus leaves. But as soon as she reached the door, she saw Gao Lady leaning against the doorframe with a disdainful look, sneering. Jiao. Not to offend Annie, but you spend every day with that little who only flirts with men. Your reputation will be ruined. Even if you're the village chief's daughter, no one will want to marry you in the future. Besides, that little brat is the best at fooling people. If her stuff could really be sold, I'd tear my hair out. She's just greedy and wants you all to help her for free. Gao Lady's voice was loud, and passers-by stopped to ask what was happening. When they learned Ryue wanted to sell hawthorn cakes in town, they all sneered sarcastically. Just some cheap stuff made by a cheap girl. I wouldn't even eat it. Exactly. Even if you threw it on the ground, no dog would eat it. It might make them sick. Hearing these harsh and unpleasant words, Shen Chou's face turned red with anger. She was about to step forward to defend herself, but Ryue quickly stopped her. The gossipy women saw Ryue come out and weren't at all surprised. They just stood there, watching the show with smug expressions. Yuryua looked at everyone present and memorized their faces. Jiao Jiao, go do your thing. Let me deal with these barking dogs. The women didn't expect a young girl to scold them as barking dogs. They were so angry they cursed loudly. You little who only flirts with men, heartless and shameless, giving birth to children without a conscience. You. Hearing such harsh words, Shen Jiao's face turned red with tears welling up. She was about to speak to defend herself. The person beside him happily raised his hand and said, "Rebound, rebound, rebound?" Awakened by the noisy outside, Shen Chou hurried out to help. When he heard these light words, he almost laughed out loud. Finally, he turned on his toes and headed toward the kitchen. As he smelled the sweet aroma inside and saw the tidy kitchen, he remembered the memory of being beaten yesterday. It was a bit blurry, but it was a real experience. If all this was just a fake act by the woman, he hoped she could pretend a little longer. Outside the door, those loud-mouthed women were speechless after hearing these light words, their faces turning red. They cursed loudly, using many dirty words, including but not limited to insulting the whole family. Yuryua didn't care at all. Anyway, they were cursing the original owner's family. What did it have to do with her ghost, Yuryua? But I won't rebound on the whole family. Thank you for your blessing. Yuryua's indifferent attitude made those women very angry. In the end, only one person said, "Your broken thing definitely won't sell. Even a dog wouldn't want it," and left angrily. If she stayed any longer, they were afraid they couldn't help but make a move. If they really pushed this crazy person to the limit, no one would benefit. Shen Jiao looked at the frustrated figures walking away and admired her very much. After patting her shoulder happily, she cheerfully went to pick lotus leaves. After everyone left, Yuryua finally remembered the sour jujubes in the pot. She lifted her skirt hurriedly and ran to the kitchen. She saw Shen Chou standing tall and upright by the pot, with his slender, beautiful face illuminated by the sunlight outside. His distinct features made his skin look even fairer and more handsome. His long eyelashes looked even better than the ones in pictures. For reference, only Yuryua secretly cursed in her heart. Even if he was as thin as a skeleton, he still looked handsome. If he really gained some weight, the Shen family might have to be knocked down. Why are you standing there? Come and see if this is good enough. Yuryua snapped out of her thoughts and quickly stepped forward. She saw that the sour jujubes on the spatula weren't dripping, so she hurriedly took out a wooden basin and put the jujubes into it. After finishing everything, she realized Shen Chou hadn't left yet. She understood he was hungry. "Big brother, go back to your room first. I'll call you when the food is ready." Shen Chou nodded with a tight-lipped smile and turned to go inside. Just then, a street vendor arrived at the door. She quickly chased out to buy some oil. It was almost noon. She planned to stay at home with Shen Jiao for lunch. Looking at the chicken they prepared in the kitchen last night, she suddenly craved hot pot chicken. She quickly took the opportunity to buy a large bag of hot pot base, about 1,000 jin. While Shen Jiao hadn't come back yet, she hurried to heat the pot, add oil, and put in the chopped chicken. She carefully stir-fried it, then added sugar, wild scallions, and hot pot base, stirring everything evenly. The delicious aroma quickly spread again. Gao lady smelled the aroma and made sarcastic remarks until her husband slapped her, making her shut up. The clever little seedling had already run to the neighbor, helping Yuryua with chores, lighting the fire, passing water, and wiping sweat, hoping that later his wife would give him a piece of food. Yuryua asked the little seedling to watch the fire, while she washed the monkey legs and wild fern shoots she picked yesterday. When the time was right, she added them to cook. To prevent Shen Chou from eating too spicy food, she also made a big bowl of egg custard, steaming it together with millet cake balls on a cloth. Millet husk is made from grinding the outer shell of rice, which is very coarse and itchy. It gets all over the body and makes you itch, but farmers had heavy taxes, so they had little rice left after paying taxes. It was good enough to keep some millet husk. When Shen Jiao returned, holding a large bunch of lotus leaves, she was so tired She drank a big bowl of cold water. I'm exhausted. Yuryua, I tell you, those gossiping women spread the news about us going to town tomorrow to sell hawthorn cakes. Now everyone in the village wants to see us fail. But tomorrow, we will both work hard and sell everything. Yuryua smiled and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Don't worry, we will sell everything. I cooked chicken for lunch, so we can celebrate. Shen Chou smelled the spicy meat aroma and felt her mouth watering. But her upbringing told her that it was time to eat, and everyone's life was hard, so she shouldn't take advantage of others. Seeing her thoughts, Yuryua advised, this meal isn't free. After eating, you need to wash the lotus leaves, cut them into pieces, and dry them for tomorrow's use. Only then did Shen Chou agree to stay. After the meal was ready, she still asked the little seedling to carry it back as a thank you for their help. Soon, Chihong shyly brought 6 wild vegetable steamed buns, a small basket of wild vegetables, and a big bowl of salted vegetables as a gift. Yuryua accepted it without hesitation and served another plate of plain stir-fried greens. At the dining table, Shen Chou sat upright and very nervous, staring intently at the table as if she wanted to poke a hole through it. When Yuryua finally brought the last plate of greens, Shen Chou seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yuryua looked at Shen Chou, who was so nervous, and asked, Jiao, why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and eat. It's like you're at home. No need to be so formal. Shen Chou didn't move. Yuryua directly picked up a chicken drumstick and placed it in her bowl. Try this. It's called hot pot chicken, very tasty with a fragrant, spicy flavor. Shen Chou still didn't move. Until Shen Chou picked up his chopsticks and softly said, eat it. Only then did Shen Chou, as if she had been pardoned, pick up her chopsticks and start eating. Wow, it turns out that Shen Chou, who is fearless and brave, is actually afraid of her sickly big brother. That's quite funny. She looked at Shen Chou, who had a serious face, and felt a little scared. But when her gaze fell on his tightly wrapped right arm, she felt a bit sorry. Quickly, she placed some egg custard in front of him and also put many greens and a chicken drumstick into his bowl. Big brother, this hot pot chicken is a little spicy. You should eat less of it, or it won't help your wound heal. After finishing the chicken, you can eat the egg custard and greens. To avoid trouble with Shen Chou's injured hand, she tore the chicken drumstick into pieces and cut the egg custard into 2 crosses in the middle to help it cool down. She even thoughtfully poured a bowl of sweet syrup and placed it within easy reach on his left side. After finishing everything, she noticed Shen Chou and Shen Chou staring at her with wide eyes. Why are you both just staring? Hurry up and eat. No need to be so polite. As she spoke, she immediately picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. The taste was fragrant, tender, spicy, and numbing. So delicious, she couldn't stop. Seeing her enjoying her food so happily, with her eyes closed and looking very content, Shen Chou also forgot her fear and quickly took a bite of the chicken drumstick. Oh my, this is so delicious. Ryua, let's sell this tomorrow. It will definitely sell better than hawthorn cake. Ryua mentioned this and shared her plan with Shen Chou. The meal ended happily for everyone. After dinner, Yuryua changed Shen Chou's dressing and then went out to wash the lotus leaves, finishing only late at night. The next day, both of them woke up early. Shen Chou quietly took the scale her family bought a few years ago, planning to leave. But as she reached the door, she was stopped by her older brother Shen Qingyi and her sister-in-law Zhang Huiyun. Big brother, big sister-in-law, good morning. Shen Chou greeted them with a fake smile. Shen Chingyi snorted coldly. Jiao, how bold you are. If your sister-in-law hadn't happened to pass by the village entrance, I wouldn't have known you've been hanging out with Shen Yusher all day yesterday. No wonder you didn't come home for lunch. What? Are you really going to take the scale and go to town with Shen Yusher to cause trouble? Do you think running a business is that easy? She's just a young girl. What does she know? Zhang Huiyun also advised. That's right. Jiao, your brother was worried sick after he found out. Who is Shen Yu? And you? Staying with her will not only hurt your reputation but also influence you badly. Listen to your big brother. Put down the scale and go back home immediately. Jiao Jiao felt a bit guilty at first, but hearing her brother and sister-in-law say this, she immediately got angry. Big brother. Big sister-in-law. Shen Yu is very good. We misunderstood her. Shen Chou snatched the scale back and scolded, "There's no misunderstanding. You've been deceived." Zhang Huiyan nodded. Jiao Jiao. She mistreats our eldest brother, flirts with men, and disrespects elders. That's all true. You're about to get engaged soon. Stay away from her. Do you want to be a spinster for your whole life? Jiao Jiao refused to listen and tried to grab the scale back. Shen Chou, annoyed by his stubborn sister, was so angry he gasped heavily. He couldn't help but give a harsh warning. "I tell you, if you keep associating with those shady people, I won't take responsibility if something happens. When you become a spinster, don't expect me to support you." Jiao Jiao didn't expect her usually gentle big brother to say such harsh words. Tears suddenly welled up, and she turned around and ran away. Shen Chou wanted to chase after her, but Zhang Huiyan stopped him. "Husband, my little sister has been spoiled. She needs to think things over. Otherwise, can we really support her for a lifetime? It wouldn't sound good to others, right?" Shen Chou looked deeply at his wife, but in the end, he said nothing and turned to go inside. Zhang Huiyan finally relaxed when her goal was achieved. She thought to herself, she wouldn't keep raising this useless little sister-in-law forever. She needed to find someone to marry her far away so that her own precious son would be the most favored in the Shen family. By the ox cart, Yu Riyue saw Shen Jiao Jiao with red eyes and hurried over worried. "Jiao Jiao? What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Shen Jiao Jiao looked at Yu Riyue's gentle face and felt sad. She suddenly cried out, "Wah! I didn't finish the task you asked me to do. I didn't bring the scale. What should we do?" Amid her sobs, Yu Riyue understood what had happened. Her heart warmed and felt a little hot. This silly girl was so kind. "You silly girl. We've only known each other for a few days. Why are you arguing with my brother because of me?" Shen Jiao Jiao cried and said, "We've only known each other for a few days, but you're my sister. You're so good. You not only give me fish soup, sweet water, and chicken legs, but I won't let anyone say bad things about you." Wow, Yu Riyue finally understood why Shen Chou was worried. She really was a girl who could be easily tricked with food. All right. Don't cry. When we get to town, I'll treat you to wontons." Hearing about wontons, Shen Jiao Jiao immediately stopped crying. "Really? Wontons too? Really? Don't worry. There will be wontons and meat buns for you." Shen Jiao Jiao wiped her tears. "You're so poor you're bleeding, but you still try to cheer me up. Forget it. It's a good thing you care so much. It's a pity I didn't get the scale." Yu Riyue patted her head, but didn't say anything. On the way, everyone on the carriage stared hard at the basket Yu Riyue was holding, their eyes almost digging inside. But because Yu Riyue was known as a little crazy girl, no one dared to speak. When they arrived in town, Yu Riyue directly bought a scale and then headed to the busy area on the east side of Lu County. The two of them briefly learned the rules for setting up a stall. Then they paid 3 coins and found a decent spot. They laid a wooden board on the ground and neatly arranged the sliced hawthorn and sour jujube cakes on it. Only then did they start calling out, "Passers-by, don't miss out. Hawthorn and sour jujube cakes free to taste. If your stomach isn't feeling well and you can't eat, come try our hawthorn cake. If you can't sleep at night, buy some sour jujube cake. It's guaranteed to work and taste great. Free tasting. Buying won't make you lose money or be fooled." Yu Riyue's lively shouting quickly drew a large crowd around the small stall. An elderly woman with white hair asked uncertainly, "Young lady, did I hear you right? You said this little pastry can help with sleeplessness? You're not trying to fool us, are you?" Yu Riyue immediately smiled, picked up a small bamboo fork, and handed over a piece of jujube cake. "Grandma, if you don't believe me, you can ask at the pharmacy. These jujubes grow on the highest peak in the mountains. Not only are they known to help with sleeplessness, but the tree itself is said to be 1,000 years old, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Eating it can only be good for your health. Shen Chou hadn't expected Yu Ryue to be so good at persuading people. She knew those trees were just common wild ones found everywhere in the mountains. It was her first time seeing someone lie so confidently. Nervous, she gripped the corner of her clothes, ready to grab her companion and run if they were exposed. But as soon as the old woman put the jujube cake in her mouth, her cloudy eyes brightened. She closed her eyes to savor the taste. The cake was fragrant, soft, and sweet. As it slid down her throat, her long dull mind seemed to clear a little. Could this really be the magic of a 1,000-year-old tree that had absorbed the essence of day and night? Seeing her reaction, the others eagerly picked up bamboo forks to try for themselves. Whether it was jujube cake or hawthorn cake, both were perfectly sweet and sour, soft and smooth, melting easily in the mouth, so tender that even those without teeth could eat them. And perhaps it was just their imagination, but everyone felt refreshed after eating, as if they had truly absorbed some of that mountain energy. The first old woman wanted to try a piece of hawthorn cake too, but when she opened her eyes, the sample tray was already empty. The people around her all looked satisfied and pleased. She lived in the eastern part of the city. Though not wealthy, she was far from poor and could easily afford a few pieces of cake. "Little girl, how much are your cakes?"
she asked.
Yu Ryue had already done her research. In this era, sugar-making techniques were still underdeveloped, so sugar was even more expensive than salt, 160 coins per pound. With that money, one could buy 32 pounds of coarse rice or nearly 6 pounds of fine rice. No wonder ordinary families could hardly afford anything sweet. The hawthorn and artificial spring water were sold for about 200 coins per jean, which wasn't too expensive. Based on the standard of 16 ounces per jean in that era, 1 ounce was worth about 12.5 coins. With some legendary stories added, selling at 14 coins per ounce was quite reasonable. However, she didn't immediately state the price. Instead, she emphasized the value of the cake first. "Grandma, this hawthorn cake and sour jujube cake were brought down from the highest mountain. The journey was very dangerous and difficult. There are only a few trees at the top, and they added a lot of sugar, so the benefits are obvious. The price is naturally a bit higher." The old lady waved her hand dismissively. "Little girl, stop teasing about the price. Just tell me quickly. Even if it's expensive, how high can it be? Isn't it more expensive than the medicine I take every day? As long as I can sleep well at night, I will buy it no matter the cost." Yu Ryue immediately smiled and replied, "Grandma, you're so generous and straightforward. Here's the deal. The original price was 16 coins per jean, but today I will sell it to you for 14 coins. When Shen Chou heard this price, she was so shocked she almost fainted.
14 coins per jean?
That's enough to buy 3 jean of coarse rice. The family could eat several meals with that. Just as she thought the city folks would be angry at the price, the leading old lady waved her hand generously and said, "Give me 2 jean of that." Yu Ryue quickly calculated the cost and smiled. "That will be 56 coins. Jiao. Collect the money." The girl Shen Chou called out, immediately took the coins, and checked them one by one. Yu Ryue efficiently weighed and packed the cakes, still smiling as she explained, "This is for my little sister. It's her first time seeing the world, so she's a bit nervous about taking the money. Please forgive us." Behind her, an elder who liked teasing little Bei spoke up. "Little girl, you better count carefully. If you take too little, don't cry on the way home." Shen Chou's face turned even redder. She counted the money more carefully, making everyone laugh. The scene was lively. More and more people gathered around Yu Ryue's small stall, lining up to buy. Yu Ryue and Shen Chou were busy and didn't notice the crowd. There was a pair of very malicious eyes staring at Yu Ryue intently, cursing silently. Business here is even busier than Yu Ryue expected. They sold a total of 36 jean in less than an hour. Shen Chou's hands were cramping from counting. When she finished counting the last coin, she was so surprised her jaw almost dropped. She was so excited she wanted to speak, but Yu Ryue quickly covered her mouth. She packed up the things quickly and, pulling and dragging, led her to a corner. After making sure no one was around, she finally relaxed. How much did you earn? You look so excited. Shen Jiao tremblingly held up her right hand in a figure-8 gesture. Ryue. 8, 8, 8, 36 coins. Quick, pinch me. Is this real? Ryue smiled and patted her head. You look so silly. Don't worry. As long as you follow me, you'll earn even more in the future. Ryue took the money pouch, counted out 100 coins, and handed it over. Here, this is your wages for the past 2 days. Let's go. I'll take you to eat wontons. Shen Jiao looked at the heavy coins in her hand, feeling like she was dreaming. She had never seen so many coins before, and now they were hers. Even her father and older brother together had never earned 100 coins in a day. That much could buy 20 jin of brown rice. While she was lost in thought, Ryue put the remaining silver into her space and smiled, pulling her along. Why are you standing there foolishly? Let's go. After eating and drinking, we'll go pick hawthorn and sour jujubes in the mountains. Do you want to make money tomorrow? Hearing this, Shen Jiao immediately agreed. I won't eat wontons anymore. Let's go back to the mountain now to pick hawthorn and sour jujubes. Oh, and I'll show my money at the village entrance and give those gossiping women a good look, especially after they said we couldn't sell anything yesterday. Ryue quickly stopped her. Don't say that. If others find out, we won't be able to pick fruit anymore. Plus, sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood. Only by eating well and drinking well can we work better. Shen Jiao nodded quickly, promising not to tell anyone. The two found a small shop and ordered 2 bowls of wontons. As Shen Jiao smelled the fragrant aroma, her mouth watered. When the wontons arrived, she couldn't wait for them to cool down and hurriedly ate them. Oh my! This was my first time eating wontons. They were so delicious. Ryue smiled as she looked at her first friend in this world. Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. In the future, I will treat you to wontons in town every day. How about that? Shen Jiao quickly shook her head and refused. A bowl of wontons cost 6 coins, enough to buy a pound of coarse rice. You should save that money to help Shen Chou with his illness. Ryue thought about Shen Chou and then bought 10 meat buns and 10 vegetarian buns. Along with the 2 bowls of wontons, the total cost was 52 coins. Ryue paid the bill and left, pulling Shen Jiao to a grocery store. They bought 3 jin of sugar, 3 jin of salt, 5 jin of oil, and some miscellaneous spices, spending 1,100 coins. They also bought some bowls and plates, costing 100 coins. Then, she took Shen Jiao to a clothing shop and bought a sky blue cotton cloth and a moon-white cotton cloth for Shen Chou, and a light green cotton cloth for herself. The total was 1,500 coins. When Ryue finally entered the bookstore, Shen Jiao was so scared, she pushed people away to get out. We only earned 8 taels of silver, and you've already spent nearly 3 taels. How dare you come to the bookstore? Are you crazy? Before Ryue could reply, a surprised voice sounded nearby. Sister? What are you doing here? Hearing the familiar voice, Shen Jiao immediately turned to look. She saw her brother Shen Ruichen and a group of students dressed in traditional school uniforms, carrying shoulder bags, all looking at her curiously. One of the students looked very familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. Brother? Why are you here? Are you here to buy books? Shen Ruichen shook his head and explained. No. My classmates and I came to copy books to increase our knowledge and earn some pocket money. What are you doing here? And who is the person standing next to you? Shen Jiao finally remembered Ryue. She looked back nervously and saw that Ryue hadn't even looked at her brother. Her eyes were fixed on the expensive brushes and ink, and she suddenly realized that everything before was just a misunderstanding. How could such a talented girl like Ryue be interested in her brother? She must have been bullied badly before, which made her seek protection from her brother. She never expected to be misunderstood like this. She must have been very sad at that moment. Thinking of this, she felt the 100 copper coins in her pocket grow hot. Seeing Ryue walking straight toward the expensive-looking brush, I quickly pulled her aside and introduced her, saying, Brother, this is Ryue from our village. You should know her. Ryue, Shen Chou looked at the girl in front of him, who was dressed neatly with pretty eyes. She looked nothing like the dirty girl he remembered, who was unrecognizable. Yu Ryue simply glanced at Shen Chou, nodded politely, and then continued walking toward the brush. Shen Chou remembered who she was and couldn't help but ask, "Yu Ryue? Are you really the bride from the Shen family who was sent to bring good luck?" Shen Jiao didn't expect her brother to be so blunt and openly mention Yu Ryue's role as a bride meant to bring good luck. Sure enough, when the people nearby heard this, their eyes on Yu Ryue turned to look at her with disdain. Yu Ryue didn't care about their looks at all. She knew this person was her only good sister's brother, and someone she had almost crossed paths with before. She smiled kindly and asked, "That's me. What do you want?" Shen Chou looked at her with complicated feelings, then at the man next to him, who looked very upset. "It's nothing." Yu Ryue nodded and, taking advantage of Shen Jiao's distraction, went straight into the bookstore. She pointed at the brush and asked, "How much is this?" Before the shopkeeper could answer, a scholar behind Shen Chou scoffed, "Just a servant girl sent to bring good luck. She dares to speak in such a sacred place." Another scholar also mocked, "Exactly. A little servant girl, asking how much? Can you afford it? Just ask." Yu Ryue didn't understand why these people suddenly started trouble. She shot back, "None of your business." Then she looked at the shop assistant and pointed at the inkstone, asking, "Are you still doing business? How much for these two?" The noise outside drew the shopkeeper out. He directly announced the prices, showing no disdain. 200 coins for a brush, 120 coins for an inkstone. Shen Jiao gasped in surprise. Just these two items cost 320 coins, enough to buy over 60 jin of coarse rice. The two scholars saw that Yu Ryue did not show any surprise and thought she was just pretending. One said, "Ha, the money you got for this marriage, it probably isn't even worth 320 coins. I advise you to leave now and not ruin the place." Before he finished speaking, Yu Ryue calmly took out 320 coins and placed them on the table. "I want these two things. Please pack them up for me." Now the scholars were stunned. That was 320 coins. They had worked hard to copy a book and could only earn about 300 coins, and they had to buy their own ink and brushes. Just as Yu Ryue reached out to take the inkstone and brush, suddenly a big hand grabbed her arm tightly. An angry voice asked, "Where did you get this money? Did some man you were seeing give it to you? I tell you, since this money is yours, it belongs to the Shen family. You have no right to spend it outside. Even if you're buying things to please someone, I won't allow it." Ugh ugh ugh. The strange man wanted to continue shouting, but Shen Chou quickly covered his mouth and pulled him away forcefully. Miss Yu, we're really sorry. We need to leave now." He dragged the strange man out quickly. Yu Ryue looked at Shen Jiao with some confusion. "Do you know that person? Why does he seem so strange?" Shen Jiao shook her head, looking confused. "He does look familiar, but I can't remember who he is. It seems like he might be a bit crazy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at you like you were going to kill his whole family from the moment he entered." Yu Ryue also felt that this person looked familiar. Thinking about his words and actions, she suddenly had a bold guess. She rolled her eyes and smiled at the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, you saw what happened. That person doesn't seem very smart. If I were you, I wouldn't give books to someone like that. A book costs several taels of silver. If they suddenly get mad and tear your books, you wouldn't even have a way to cry. Moreover, they dared to cause trouble on your property and even insult your customers. It shows they don't respect you as a merchant. If this got out, no one would dare to buy from you anymore." The shopkeeper understood the meaning behind the young girl's words. Although there was a hint of threat, her point was not unreasonable. He immediately ordered the clerk to retrieve the books from those people to prevent any unexpected loss. Yu Ryue saw that the shopkeeper was sensible and bought a bundle of rice paper from him. "You don't need to worry, shopkeeper. My older brother's calligraphy is much better than those amateurs. It's a pity he's been sick lately. When he gets better, I will bring him here, so you can see what a good person and good calligrapher he is." The shopkeeper found her words amusing. Not only had this young girl taken revenge, but she also wanted to help her sick older brother. Just as Yu Ryue left, Shen Chou hurried back with a group of people. Shopkeeper, didn't we agree? Why did you suddenly take the books back? That's not how a gentleman should act. You're letting other students know they shouldn't come here to copy books. Behind Shin Ruichin, the man who had threatened you, Ryue shouted angrily, "Why do you get to change your mind? If it weren't for us and our brothers copying books in your small shop, how would you make so much money? Believe it or not, I can tell all the students at the academy not to buy from your shop anymore. Then, how will you earn money? You're really ungrateful." The shopkeeper, who had been feeling a bit embarrassed, suddenly became furious. "I think you are the ones who are truly ungrateful. You think I can't survive without you? Who do you think you are? Today, I make it clear, besides my ink fragrance bookstore, no one dares to accept your business. If you don't believe it, go ahead and try." Hearing this, the man stopped pretending and started shouting insults at the shop. His foul language was shameful for a scholar. Shen Ruichin covered his face in embarrassment, and with some pulling and dragging, they finally drove the man away. Because of this big disturbance, all the bookstores in Liu County stopped allowing these people to copy books. Even the teachers at the academy scolded them harshly. Yu Ryue never expected that those students would ruin her way of earning money by copying books. Even Shun Jiao didn't care much, since she could copy books at another shop. Moreover, her older brother's classmates had indeed been too much, and they deserved a lesson. As the two of them sat in the carriage, they happily returned to the village. At the village entrance, many people had gathered. Upon closer look, most of them were the gossipy women who had stood at the Shin family's door yesterday, making sarcastic remarks. "Look, that little girl has come back. She returned so early. It seems she didn't sell anything. Maybe she offended someone in the city. Ha ha. That girl probably got beaten back by the city's important people." Hearing these words, Shun Jiao immediately wanted to jump down from the ox cart with her basket to argue with them, telling them to open their eyes and see the delicious food inside her basket. Yu Ryue quickly held her back and shook her head. Shun Jiao suddenly remembered Yu Ryue's advice. The hawthorn on the mountain and the hawthorn itself were limited. If these gossiping women found out they could make money from it, they might take it all away. Their actions were seen by those people, which strengthened their guesses. They spoke more openly and confidently. "Oh, the person who went to the city to do big business has come back. How much money did she make? Is it enough for the travel expenses? Ha ha ha. Maybe she lost all the money she earned from seducing men before. I said it long ago. If that little troublemaker could make money, I'd tear my own head off." Jiao. "Today, your older sister-in-law told us that you even stole things from home for that little troublemaker and argued with your older brother and sister-in-law. That's so unfilial. Originally, your sister-in-law wanted to find a good family for you, but now she doesn't want to marry you because she heard you're always hanging out with that little girl." Shun Jiao trembled with anger at these words. She couldn't understand why these people spoke so viciously. What did Yu Ryue do to deserve this? Yu Ryue still ignored them because she knew that words wouldn't hurt them. Only by working hard and living better than them could she make them restless and uneasy. Just as she was pulling Shen Jiao to go home, a tall, slender figure appeared from behind a tree. His cold gaze was like a sharp blade, fixed on the leading woman, Wang Laotai. "Aunt Wang, if I remember correctly, when you were young, you had an affair with Wang Deibai. Why can't you let go now that you're old? Does Uncle Wang know about this?" Aunt Wang heard this and looked nervous. She angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. Do you have any proof?" Shen Chou sneered. "Do you have proof that you insulted my sister-in-law? Are you accusing her of flirting with someone? Do you have evidence?" Aunt Wang choked and then became more confident. "She was flirting with Wang Matzi. Everyone knows it." Shen Chou snorted. "Really? You saw it? When did you see it? Was it when she was secretly meeting with Black Wang? Or did he tell you himself?" Aunt Wang blushed and scolded a few more times before turning to leave. Shen Chou then looked at the next person. "Has your son paid off his gambling debts? Does your new daughter-in-law know about this?" The woman looked around nervously. Her son's situation was very secret. Even his father didn't know. How did this sickly person find out? She wanted to argue, but Shen Chou suddenly mentioned the time and place, frightening her into running away. The others, seeing the main troublemakers leave, also hurriedly left. If you bully my Shin family again, I don't mind coming to your house for a chat. If I hear anyone insulting my sister-in-law again, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Chou's cold voice, like a ghost crawling out of, made them all break out in cold sweat even in summer. After everyone left, Shen Chou turned back home with a dark face, clearly angry. Yu Ryue signaled Shen Jiaojiao to go home first and come back in the afternoon. Then she followed Shen Chou closely, like a guilty little wife. When they reached home, Shen Chou suddenly stopped at the door. Yu Ryue didn't react in time and bumped into Shen Chou's back. His thin bones made her nose sore and her eyes turn red. Big brother, why did you suddenly stop? It hurt me so much. Having just survived an assassination and healing alone, Shen Chou suddenly felt dizzy. He thought he was poisoned by an arrow, but then he saw that the wicked woman was standing obediently among the crowd, being scolded by a group of gossiping women. He secretly cursed that she deserved it, but his mouth started defending her uncontrollably. After speaking, he felt a bit regretful. Surely, this wicked woman used tricks to try to confuse him. While Yu Ryue was confused, Shen Chou's large hand suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed her neck. Wicked woman, what did you do to me? What is your purpose? You didn't want to kill me?
Come on. Come on.
I'm not afraid. No one can kill me. Yu Ryue felt a familiar suffocating sensation coming over her. She took out an iron block from her space again. Just as she raised her hand to hit, Shen Chou, who had a murderous look on his face, suddenly looked very confused. His grip on her loosened gradually. When his eyes cleared again, he looked at Yu Ryue nervously, who was holding her neck against the wall. Are you okay? Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't know what's wrong with me. He reached out with concern, but Yu Ryue quickly stepped back in fear. Shen Chou looked at her with guilt, then silently went back into the house. Yu Ryue was speechless. What does he mean? He almost strangled her and he's angry? But Shen Chou was acting very strangely. His behavior and eyes were like two different people. She remembered how the original owner had mistreated him before and the she had dealt to Shen Chou's head. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. Could this guy have a head injury or be mentally split because of abuse? Thinking of this, she hurried into the house and asked, Big brother, do you sometimes feel like your body is being controlled or that your memory becomes fuzzy for a short time? Shen Chou nodded helplessly. Sister-in-law,
I really didn't mean to do it just now.
Yu Ryue asked a few more questions, becoming more certain that he was suffering from a mental split caused by abuse. If she guessed right, Shen Chou probably has two personalities inside, one gentle now and the other, like just now, wanting to kill. She felt a wave of sadness. You can accept being transmigrated, but why did she have to encounter such a messed up situation? Seeing Shen Chou's helpless and pitiful look, still caring for her, Yu Ryue felt that both she and the original owner deserved their suffering. The original owner mistreated him, hit him, and now she had transmigrated here, only to find him suffering a second breakdown. Yet, even when he was unwell, he was still protecting her. She decided to take it one step at a time. First, she needed to make money. Then she changed the subject and said, Look at what I bought for you. Yu Ryue went out to bring in her basket, took out 2 pieces of cloth, and it was clear they were bought for Shen Chou. Shen Chou looked surprised and happy. This was the first time someone bought him something. Wait a moment, I'll ask Annie Gao next door to help make you a few more clothes with these fabrics. Oh, and I also bought meat buns for you. Look at the bowls and plates I chose. What do you think? Are they nice? I also bought rice, flour, oil, salt, and sugar. From now on, we can eat 3 meals a day like city folks and never go hungry. Yu Ryue originally wanted to change the subject but couldn't stop talking. She was too eager to share her shopping joy with someone. Seeing her excited and lively, Shen Chou couldn't help but smile. By the way, I bought you a gift. I promise you'll like it. Shen Chou looked at the inkstone and paper and brush that Yu Ryue brought out. His heart, usually as still as water, started beating uncontrollably. He asked uncertainly, Are these all for me? Yu Ryue handed the items over and smiled. Of course they're for you. Do you think I bought them for myself? I get headaches and feel sleepy just from holding a pen or reading, so I definitely can't use these. By the way, today at the bookstore, I told the shopkeeper a lot of stories. I said my older brother's handwriting is better than the scholars in the academy. When you get better, I want to take you to the bookstore to show you off. Hearing her praise, Shen Chou suddenly felt dazed, as if the girl in front of him wasn't really her. Yuryua also told Shen Chou about what happened in the town today. He had been sick since he was young and rarely left his house. Shen Chou listened with longing, as if he wanted to go to the town with Yuryua to sell pastries. Seeing his longing, Yuryua quickly patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "Big brother, as long as you rest well and recover, you'll be able to go to the county, then the city, then the capital, and see all the beautiful mountains and rivers of the world. You can taste all the delicious food. So don't be discouraged." Shen Chou had heard most of his life that sickly people wouldn't live long, that they were unlucky, that they burdened their families, and that they would die sooner or later. It was common to think it was better to end it early. He had always felt this way. Even when Yuryua hurt him and left with money, he felt more relief than anger. Now, the person who pushed him into despair suddenly told him there was another possible outcome in life. Shen Chou suddenly became firm about a vague idea in his mind. Maybe she really wasn't who she seemed to be. Shen Chou pretended to be sad and asked cautiously, "Can my illness be cured? You said before you asked a doctor in the city, and he said I would never get better in this lifetime. Living past this year would be good, let alone visiting famous rivers and mountains." Yuryua quickly waved her hands to explain, "It can be cured, don't worry. The doctor I asked before was just an unskilled healer. His words don't count. When your illness is cured, I will send you to study. Then your older brother can work hard to pass the imperial exam and help reduce taxes for our family." Her words confirmed his thoughts again. Shen Chou's first feeling wasn't fear but excitement. His blood boiled, he trembled all over, and his bones felt numb with joy. He lowered his head, trying to control his expression, forcing his voice to sound steady. "Okay, I'll wait for that day." Yuryua didn't notice his strange behavior and didn't realize her disguise had slipped. She happily comforted Shen Chou, then took out a few meat buns from her bag and handed them over. She also took the remaining vegetarian buns and went to the neighbor's house, the Chou family. Coincidentally, the Chou family was sitting at the table eating. Yuryua directly placed the vegetarian buns on the table, saying, "I bought these buns today. I think they taste good, so I brought them for you to try." These were plain white buns costing just a penny each. The Chou family didn't accept them at first, but when Yuryua suggested they go to the mountain to pick more hawthorn and sour jujubes, they agreed. However, Gal Lady, after finishing her bun, started mocking and refused to let her husband go up the mountain with them. She said sharply, "We can't earn any money, so why pick hawthorn? Are you trying to flirt with some man again? Chou heir, if you dare go up the mountain today to pick fruit for that little brat, I won't come back." After saying that, she took the children and went back to her parents' house. Chou heir simply ignored her and carried his basket, heading up the mountain with his family. Tree's third daughter-in-law and fourth daughter-in-law, although unhappy inside, did not want to upset their parents-in-law or anger their husband. So they obediently went up the mountain together to pick fruit. At the foot of the mountain, Shun Jiao Jiao was already waiting there. Everyone gathered. Each person took a basket of hawthorn and sour jujube. When they returned and washed the hawthorn and jujube, it was already evening. Just as they were about to leave and go home to cook dinner, Yuryua called out to them, "Aunt Tree." "Wait a moment." Aunt Tree, thinking she needed help with something, immediately called her husband and 4 sons to stop. "Ryua, is there something else you need help with?" Yuryua smiled and shook her head. "Everyone is very tired today. Thanks to your help, we finished so quickly. Of course, I can't let you help for nothing. I heard that in town, workers can earn 20 coins a day. But since you came to help me instead of doing your own work, I will give each of you 30 coins as your pay for today." After saying that, she counted out 270 coins and handed them over. The people of the Tree family never expected that helping pick some fruit on the mountain would earn them 30 coins. In town, a day's hard labor usually only earns 20 coins, sometimes just 10 coins, and only men are paid, not women. Today, not only their husbands earned 30 coins, but even they themselves received wages. The third and fourth daughters-in-law, who were originally unhappy, suddenly looked as happy as blooming flowers, their mouths unable to close from smiling. Nearby, Shen Chou, holding 100 coins, straightened her back and thought, "I've never seen such a world." But Aunt Tree stubbornly refused. "Ryue, what are you talking about? We just helped pick some fruit. Why should we get paid? You saved my precious grandson.
No amount of money can buy that.
I wish I could work at your house every day to repay your kindness." Ryue held Granny Shu's hand and pulled her into the house. "Annie, to tell you the truth, I made a little money today selling hawthorn and jujube cakes in town. I might need more hawthorns and jujubes later, so I'll have to ask for your help again. I know you feel you owe me because I saved little Shu, but you should also think about your other sons. It's fine if they help me once or twice, but if it goes on too long, they might start to feel unhappy, even if they don't say it. I don't want your family to have any trouble because of me." Granny Shu knew Ryue was right. After all, little Shu was her eldest son's child. If everyone had to share the debt of gratitude, it could cause problems like what happened with her second son's family. But she still didn't want to take the money. "How about this?" she said. "Your uncle and I won't take any pay, but you can give the others their wages. Just give them 20 coins each, not too much. If they get used to high pay, they might stop appreciating your kindness." Ryue hadn't expected Granny Shu to say that. It was as if she treated Ryue as one of her own, while her own sons and daughters-in-law were outsiders. The thought made Ryue both amused and touched. After much persuasion, Granny Shu finally agreed to take the money. The Shu family was overjoyed when they received their pay. Even the children who had just been watching got 1 coin each. Though their parents quickly took it away, they were still thrilled, happier than during the New Year. That evening, Gal Lady saw that no one came to fetch her, and her parents' family didn't include her or her son in dinner. Her parents and siblings spoke to her coldly, clearly wanting her to leave. Feeling embarrassed, she returned home quietly. As soon as she entered, she saw the whole family gathered around, counting copper coins. She became excited at once. "Where did all this money come from? Are we dividing the family property? I gave birth to the smartest grandson in the family, so I should get a bigger share." Before she could say more, Second Shu rushed over barefoot and slapped her twice, making her cry out in shock. "Second Shu, how dare you hit me? What did I say wrong? Your eldest brother's child isn't as clever as my Shu Zhen. One day, you'll see. Our Shu Zhen will carry on the family name." After a short while, Gal Lady, whose face was swollen and bruised, finally understood where the money came from and guessed that Ryue had earned it. Suddenly, he sat on the ground, beating his thighs and crying loudly, just like in a play. During this crying, Ryue had a 20-minute phone call with her parents, bought 200 jin of seaweed and sausages, and then went to sleep. The next day, Shen Chou knocked on the door to wake her up. The two quickly packed their things and went to the town. This time, they brought 30 jin of goods, and it sold even faster than yesterday. Shen Chou looked at the large sum of 1,440 coins in her hand, trembling with excitement. "Wow, we've made a fortune. Elder sister you are my forever sister." Ryue smiled and gave her 200 coins, saying, "Since you sincerely want to be my sister, I'll give you an extra pocket money." Shen Chou immediately nodded and called her sister Yu several times, no longer acting proud like at first. Ryue looked at the money in her hand, planning her next step, how to avoid troublesome relatives and open her own shop. They ate some wontons, strolled around the market, and unfortunately missed the last ox cart back. Ryue felt uneasy inside and thought about hiring an ox cart, but Shen Chou refused, saying it was a waste of money. She seemed a bit distracted. Ryue thought the distance wasn't far and agreed to walk back. But as they walked, her uneasy feeling grew stronger. She felt like someone was following her. When she looked back, no one was there. Still, she was cautious and took out a small electric baton, holding it in her hand just in case. When they reached a place with no village or shop nearby, suddenly 3 masked men jumped out from the woods beside them. They held long knives, and from their eyes, it was clear they were dangerous criminals. Yu Ryue quickly pulled Shen Jiao behind her, protecting her tightly. She looked at the three men with suspicion. Out in broad daylight. You still want to kill people? The leader of the men sneered and said, if you two are smart, hand over all your money. Otherwise, I'll you both and throw you into a bandit hideout so you can see what it's like to wish you were dead. Yu Ryue felt she recognized the voice, but she was too nervous and couldn't remember where she had heard it before. She could only delay time while putting away the small electric baton in her hand. Using her mind, she created a larger, more powerful electric baton. We two weak women don't have any money.
You must have the wrong person, she said.
The man in front snorted coldly. You're the one we're after? You greedy, rotten-hearted woman with sores on your head and pus on your feet. I don't have the patience to listen to your excuses. Hand over all the money. Don't pretend you have none. I saw the hawthorn cakes you sell. You're making over 10 silver coins a day. If you don't give it up now, don't blame me for being harsh. Hearing the insults, Yu Ryue guessed who this person was. Only someone from the Yu family would speak like that. Fifth uncle, why do you have to do this? If you're in trouble, just tell your niece. Shouting and fighting like this only hurts our relationship, she said. Fifth uncle didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. He gave up and tore off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a hideous scar on his right cheek. Why do you say I shouldn't? It's because of you, this little, that my face looks like this, scarred by those shameless beasts. If you had just behaved and gone with the gambling house people or worked in the brothel, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Since you're unfaithful, don't blame me for being ruthless, he said. He immediately charged forward with a big sword. Yu Ryue quickly pushed Shen Jiao aside, then clenched her electric baton and swung it down hard. The small baton, originally only as long as her arm, instantly extended to half a meter. She set the baton to maximum power and clashed with the long sword. The moment the baton and sword touched, Fifth Uncle stiffened as if struck by lightning, trembling all over. He tightly gripped the sword and couldn't let go. Yu Ryue gently tapped the sword with her baton, knocking the blade aside. Then she stabbed her electric baton into Fifth Uncle's body. He trembled even more violently, and black smoke seemed to rise from his head. Seeing that Fifth Uncle was about to faint, Yu Ryue retracted her baton. The two masked men behind froze in place. When they finally reacted and tried to run, Yu Ryue was already in front of them, wielding her electric baton and attacking them wildly. The two of them, exhausted, finally released a breath of relief. They put away the electric baton and sat on the ground, their legs weak. She looked at the three unconscious people on the floor and wanted to say, "Thank heavens. Thank the earth. Thank my parents. Thank the maker of underworld tools. Everything. Truly everything. This underworld tool even includes an electric baton. Truly, times are changing. Even the underworld is advancing." After this incident, she realized she was more skilled at controlling space. From searching one by one to now using her mind to control, it's so much easier. It's a pity she can't use the gold bars and gold ingots directly, and the underworld trading system only allows her to buy items, not to directly purchase coins or silver money from this era. Otherwise, she would be much happier and more cheerful. Later, Shen Jiao, trembling and looking terrified, came over. First, she checked Yu Ryue and confirmed she was fine. Then, with trembling hands, she probed the breaths of the three, confirming they were still alive. She sank to the ground, tears welling up, and started crying. Sniff. Why is your fifth uncle so mean? I've never seen anyone so shameless. I realize your whole family, except for you, are all bad seeds. You're really a bad apple in a good bunch. What should we do next? Leave them here? Yu Ryue sat nearby, took a moment to breathe, then suddenly grabbed the basket, threw its contents onto the ground, and tugged at her clothes and hair. Shen Jiao quickly stepped forward to stop her.
Yu Ryue.
What are you doing? Are you crazy? Yu Ryue said, "Don't worry, I'm not crazy. You need to go report to the officials right now. Say there are 3 masked men robbing and killing people on the way. Call the officials over. If they ask about the situation, just keep crying and say you don't know anything. Just follow my lead. Shen Chou immediately understood Yu Ryua's plan. She wanted to get Yu Wu into the officials' hands, but didn't want her involved herself, to avoid ruining her reputation. Hurry. They could wake up at any moment, and these people are after me. Don't think too much. I want to send Yu Wu to reunite with her parents and older brother. Without hesitation, Shen Chou ran to the government office and repeated what Yu Ryua had told her. When they arrived here, they saw the ground was messy, with signs of a fierce fight. The 3 bandits had burn marks on their bodies and even knife wounds. In the corner, a small, weak woman was lying on the ground, looking very fragile. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of her mouth. Shen Chou was stunned by what she saw. She left here fine, so why was she bleeding now? She quickly ran over and tears kept falling from her eyes. Ryua, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Those killers are dangerous. They might have robbed and hurt you. Ryua, open your eyes and talk to me. I shouldn't have listened to you, leaving you alone to report the crime. If you don't survive, I don't want to live either. Shen Chou was really frightened and cried desperately. Even the nearby officer was moved by her. Little girl, don't worry. We will make sure justice is done. Can you tell us exactly what happened just now? Shen Chou was overwhelmed and still remembered Yu Ryua's advice. She kept crying and shook her head, unable to explain. A few curious onlookers gathered by the roadside, shocked by what they saw. They muttered angrily, "Those killers are terrible. How could they hurt such a good girl, officer? You must punish these criminals severely." Meanwhile, Shen Laokai, who was rushing past with his head down, heard the commotion. He wanted to see what was happening but remembered what Wang Mozi's mother had said. He was anxious and eager to go back quickly to ask that little troublemaker if she really had a secret recipe that made her so rich in the city. If she did, he would take all the money and the recipe, then teach that little troublemaker a lesson, along with the traitor who kept silent and betrayed them. Over here, after the officers finished investigating the scene, Yu Ryua slowly woke up. She looked around confused and saw the coffin in front of her as if it were a divine savior. She wanted to stand up, but her excitement made her cough up blood again. The officers quickly stepped back, afraid she might spray blood on them. Shen Chou was so frightened she almost burst into tears. Ryua,
Don't scare me.
why are you bleeding? Yu Ryua was very worried about scaring the child, so she quietly pinched her to comfort her. Once Shen Chou received the signal, she quietly relaxed. Meanwhile, Yu Ryua continued her act, saying, "Honorable officials, please help this girl. She comes from a poor family. At 14, her family sold her to her husband's family to bring good luck. She thought her life was about to get better, but her husband fell in love with someone else and ran away on their wedding night. Now he has to take care of his sick older brother." She added, "I am like a floating leaf, unable to control my own life. Luckily, with the help of neighbors, I was planning to start a small business. But then, this happened. They not only stole my money but also broke my belongings, knocked me out, and tried to sell me to bandits in the mountains. Fortunately, you arrived and stopped these bad people." She bowed and thanked the officials. The officers wanted to ask who had hurt these 3 people so badly. But Yu Ryua insisted she was knocked out and didn't know anything. After a careful check, they decided that the 3 had fought over stolen goods and injured each other. They comforted Yu Ryua and Shen Chou and prepared to leave with the 3 barely alive. Suddenly, a small hand gently grabbed the sleeve of the lead officer. The girl, with innocent and overly beautiful eyes, asked, "Honorable officials, have you found the 10 taels of silver that my sisters were robbed of? That was all our family's savings." The officer was surprised. The 3 looked so clean that he had forgotten they had stolen money. Seeing their pure, admiring eyes, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Yu Ryua kindly said, "It's probably these 3 who hid the money. Don't worry, I believe the officials will help me find it." She then offered, "I am willing to give my 5 taels of silver as a thank you." She was about to kneel again. The officers felt a bit embarrassed and secretly vowed to investigate these three thoroughly and retrieve the 5 taels of silver that belonged to her. After the officials left with their people, Shen Chou tidied up the things scattered on the ground. Only then did she look around carefully to make sure no one was nearby. She then asked cautiously, "Are we really out of money?" Yue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, smiled, and raised an eyebrow at her. "Don't worry. You can trust me to handle things." Shen Chou immediately relaxed, but still looked a bit worried about the blood on her friend's mouth. "Are you okay?" Yue waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. Remember the pig blood we bought at the meat shop? Ugh, fresh pig blood tastes really strong and gamey. I almost threw up a few times. Luckily, you were crying on me, blocking the other's view. Otherwise, we might have been caught." Shen Chou was surprised and opened her mouth wide, then respectfully bowed to her. "No wonder your sister you." The two of them tidied up their clothes, carried their baskets, and happily headed home. "Today is a good day. Everything I hoped for has come true." Yue, having dealt with a big problem, was so happy she hummed a tune. But as the saying goes, happiness often leads to sadness, and it was true this time. When Yue reached her door, she saw a crowd gathered outside. She pushed through the people and saw Shen Chou kneeling in the middle of the yard, standing straight. Next to him was a sinister-looking, greasy old man, holding a thin willow switch, hitting Shen Chou's back hard. His clothes, already patched and faded from washing, were torn and bleeding from the strikes. "You little brat. You pestilence. You sickly thing. How dare you talk back to me? I want you to immediately give me the recipes for the hawthorn cake and jujube cake. If you don't, I swear I'll beat you and that little brat to death today." Shen Chou's face was pale, beads of sweat on his forehead, his expression twisted in pain. "Father, that belongs to my sister-in-law. It's not our Shen family stuff. You're not so desperate that you have to steal a little girl's wedding dowry, are you?" His voice was hoarse and trembling, each word like he was enduring great pain. Old Man Shen looked at Shen Chou with a vicious glare. He grabbed a thick stick beside him and fiercely struck Shen Chou's back, hitting him again and again as if he were hitting an enemy, not his own son. "Yue, that little brat, I bought her from the Yu family for a few silver coins. Once she comes to our house, she becomes a servant and must follow my rules, Old Man Shen. Not only that, but all the money she earns these days should belong to me. You've had a few good days at home, but you don't know your place. Today, I will show you who is in charge of the Shen family. Just wait, I'll beat you until you're unconscious. Then that little brat can go to the underworld to bring you good luck." Yue really didn't expect Shen Chou to defend her at this moment, especially after she had mistreated him and caused him to go insane. He's too foolish and kind. And logically, Old Man Shen should only return tomorrow. But from his attitude, asking for recipes for hawthorn and jujube cakes, it's clear someone has leaked the news. Thinking of this, she again messed up her clothes and hair, then took a handful of pig blood from her basket and smeared it randomly on her face and clothes. She let out a loud cry and rushed out. "Oh my father, you've finally come back. If you don't return soon, your daughter-in-law will be bullied to death by these people." Old Man Shen and the villagers, hearing her scream, were startled. When they looked in her direction, they were so frightened they nearly fainted. Where did this blood-covered madwoman come from? "Father, I finally found a way to earn some money, hoping to surprise you tomorrow. But who would have thought some ruthless thief would leak my route home to the bandits? The money I was going to give you was stolen by those bandits. If the officials hadn't arrived in time, your beloved daughter-in-law might have been killed by them. Father, it must be someone from our village who knows us well. This is so bad. They look down on our Shen family, disrespect you, and collude with outsiders to steal my money and recipes. Even the officials don't know where they hid the stuff. Woo-woo. Father, please, you have to help me." Yue nodded sadly and hopelessly. "Those bandits have clear targets. I don't believe they didn't have any connection with someone I know. Even the officials say so, and they told me to come back and ask who I might have made enemies with at home. Old Shen suddenly remembered that on the way back, he did see a group of soldiers dealing with some mountain bandits blocking the road. It seems this little troublemaker wasn't lying. Such things can usually be confirmed by asking the authorities. Now, he had lost all his money. The person was supposed to come with the money in 15 days, but the silver he owned and the secret formula that could bring in big money had been stolen. He was so angry, he pounded his thigh. Those killers. They just can't stand us doing well. All of them. They're just after my money. Ryua nodded again. Exactly. They just can't stand us doing well. By the way, Dad. Why did you come back a day early? Is something wrong? Old Shen threw down his stick, gritting his teeth. Chen Feng. Wang Dabe. You two dare to play me. Just wait, I'll make you pay. After saying that, he didn't stay long and hurried off, clearly going to settle scores with the informant. Ryua wiped her tears, then slammed the door shut with a bang, blocking the outside eyes from peering in. She quickly ran to Shen Chou's side. Just as she reached out to help him, she felt him carefully protect something very hard in his arms. Shen Chou weakly lifted his head. His eyes, instead of showing sadness from being beaten in front of his father, were clear and bright. His trembling hand carefully took out the thing he was holding tightly. I protected them. I didn't let old Shen into your room.
See?
I'm not so useless after all. After saying this, he fainted. Ryua looked at the inkstone and brush Shen Chou was carefully holding. Her heart felt like it was squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, sore and aching. Her eyes started to water uncontrollably. Her big brother really was a bit too naive. When she helped him into the house, she didn't bother to change her clothes outside. They took some spiritual spring water from the space and poured it onto the wound behind Shen Chou's back. This water can strengthen the body and should help the wound heal faster. After cleaning the wound, they took out several bottles of Yunnan Baiao from the space and evenly applied them to his back. Once the bleeding stopped, they went out to find a doctor. However, she didn't know that as she stepped out of the house, the person who was supposed to be unconscious slowly opened their eyes and looked curiously in the direction where Ryua had left. After calling Shen Yuan over, Ryua closed the door to the east room and carefully checked the west room and the kitchen. Surprisingly, none of the items inside the house were missing. It was quite amazing. But to understand what really happened more clearly, she went to the neighbor, the Shu family. It turned out that Shen Laokai didn't go through their things because he had just entered the yard when Shen Chou came out and said some words deliberately provoking Shen Laokai, which made him forget about searching inside the house. He was only focused on teaching Shen Chou a lesson. Ryua's eyes welled up with tears again. No, was Shen Chou really sick? Had he forgotten how the original owner treated him? Abuse, beating, and scolding were common, so why was he still defending him so much? Just because she said they should live a good life? Just because she bought him gifts? What kind of thing is this? The next day, she told Shen Chou to stay home and rest while she took the prepared hawthorn cake to the town. She found several stalls selling hawthorn and sour jujube cakes. And she knew all these people, those gossiping women from the village who looked down on her. After yesterday's chaos, they all knew that hawthorn and sour jujube cakes could be sold for money. They immediately went home, gathered their families, and went up the mountain to pick hawthorns and sour jujubes, making the cakes overnight. The original selling spots for her goods had also been taken over by old Lady Wang's family. Shen Jiao was so angry, she couldn't hold back. What a bunch of scheming people. They even took our spot. Look at their provoking looks. I really want to go up and teach them a lesson. Old Lady Wang curled her lips and sneered. This spot was bought with my money, which law says only you can sell here and we can't. As for being imitators, you are the first to learn how to make cakes. Hawthorn cake isn't your exclusive skill, and you talk about secret recipes?
Bah.
I think they're all liars. You can only fool Shen Laokai, that fool. Grandma Wang's daughter-in-law also whispered softly, pretending to be friendly. I think some people have done too many bad things. That's why heaven is upset and sent some bandits to teach her a lesson. I believe those bandits are too kind. They should have just killed her directly. Shen Jiao was so angry she rolled up her sleeves and was about to speak, but Ryua stopped her. A dog bites you. You can't bite back. We're here today to sell things, not to argue with them. Find a place to put your stuff quickly. Customers will be here soon. Shen Chou was still upset. But there's no good spot. Only a small corner left and no one can see it. Everyone is buying from others. Yuriyue smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Good wine doesn't mind a hidden alley. When Grandma Wang and others heard this, they thought she was pretending. All she had was some hawthorn from one place, so how could her products be any different? Soon, more people arrived and headed straight to Yuriyue's stall. But when they saw Grandma Wang and her daughter-in-law, they looked confused. Huh? Did we come to the right place? Is this the right stall? Grandma Wang immediately smiled politely. Yes, this is it. I'm a relative of that girl. Please buy from us. Our things are very tasty. Shen Chou was so angry she rolled up her sleeves again, ready to expose her lie. How dare she use our name to trick people? But I won't tear her apart. Yuriyue stopped her. Wait a little longer. The right moment hasn't come yet. Shen Chou watched as people started paying, feeling anxious. She wanted to shout loudly that they were the real sellers and that Grandma Wang was lying. But when Grandma Wang's daughter-in-law took out the hawthorn cake from the barrel, a strong bad smell hit everyone, making them all step back.
Wow.
What's that smell? It stinks. Is that the smell of spoiled water? That hawthorn cake looks different from before.
Why is it so dark?
Not shiny at all. Grandma Wang took out a yellowed cloth from beside her and wiped the barrels. There's no bad smell at all. It's the sweet and tangy taste of hawthorn. I tell you, to make these hawthorn cakes, our whole family went up the mountain. We picked a total of 45 jin of hawthorn and sour jujubes and bought 3 jin of sugar. Other stalls didn't even add sugar. Plus, my hawthorn and sour jujube cakes are cheaper. You can buy a full ounce for just 8 coins, which is half the price from before. Twice as cheap. When some people heard the price was lower, they happily said, "Give me 1 jin. 1 ounce wasn't enough to satisfy me before." A few others also asked for 1 jin right away. Old Lady Wang's eyes lit up. She nudged her daughter-in-law, and they both quickly took out a kitchen knife. They chopped at the dark, unknown substance. It immediately softened and split open in the middle, but it didn't turn into pieces at all. Someone finally noticed something was wrong. Hey, this thing doesn't look right. Did you add too much water? Did you cook it too early? Why isn't it breaking into pieces? Old Lady Wang quickly placed the soft thing on a lotus leaf, smiling as she handed it over. That's how it is. You must have misunderstood earlier. Hurry up and pay 80 coins. Give it to me now. The man looked at the strange thing in front of him and hesitated. I'm not buying it. This thing is different from before and you only gave me this much for a jin. Are you trying to trick me? I won't buy it. Hearing this, Old Lady Wang's face darkened. She was so angry she started cursing. Are you a poor troublemaker? Does it matter if it's a little more or less? My price is already half of what it was before. Even if I give less, you're just trying to cheat. I've already cut it, and if you don't buy, who am I supposed to sell it to? Pay up quickly, or I'll come to your house to ask for the money. The man on the other side was stunned by the scolding. His face turned red with anger. You shrew! I'm not buying today. What are you going to do? Steal my money? Not only did you add water, but your scale isn't even accurate. And that shiny knife, who knows what it's been used for? Maybe it's been used to cut rotten water buckets. It smells terrible. People like you shouldn't be doing business. Meanwhile, Old Lady Wang hadn't sold a single thing and started arguing with a customer. On the other side, a few people had sold some pieces, but because they were reluctant to give up the sugar and didn't control the cooking time well, the results were either too soft and unshapely or burnt and bitter. This caused some customers who were trying to get a good deal to start scolding loudly, saying they would never buy this hawthorn cake again. Yuriyue saw the right moment and loudly shouted, selling hawthorn cake and sour jujube cake. Authentic hawthorn cake and sour jujube cake are here. The customers heard the familiar voice and immediately looked in that direction. They saw 2 pretty girls standing in a quiet corner, enthusiastically calling out to sell their products. On their table, there were neatly arranged, clean hawthorn cakes. Everyone look. Those two girls over there are the real sellers. The ones selling hawthorn cake here are fake. Yes, I knew it. How could such kind girls have such rude and arrogant relatives? Let's go buy from them quickly, before it's too late, and we can't get any. Old Lady Wong saw the people in front of her stall about to leave and angrily grabbed a knife, slamming it down on the board in front of her. I am the real deal. Who do you think is fake? Come back and buy from me. I've put 3 gin of sugar in mine. Hurry up. Everyone come back to me. Old Lady Wong thought that since Yu Riyue and the little girls, Jiao Jiao and others, could do business and sell things, it must be very simple. She had also asked around and found out that the price of hawthorn cake was 14 coins per gin, almost like extortion. She thought everyone here was just a bunch of fools. But in the end, these people didn't even taste it before leaving. Old Lady Wong was so angry she cursed loudly at the customers and vented her frustration on her eldest daughter-in-law standing nearby. It's all your fault. It must be your poor skills. Didn't I tell you to find Gao Lady to learn properly? Was that 10 coins wasted? Aunt Wong was so angry that she slapped her. You little brat, how dare you blame me? If I don't beat you to death, I'll tell you, if you can't sell these things today, I'll sell you to a brothel and use the money to buy sugar for myself. Kong Lanhua hid and cried, not knowing what to do. Yu Riyue and Shen Chou brought all the remaining 85 gin of goods today. Compared to other hawthorn jellies, their prices didn't seem so high. Soon, most of it was sold, leaving only 4 or 5 gin. Yu Riyue looked at Shen Chou, who was exhausted and sweating from doing most of the work. She felt a little sorry for her. Let's sell just 2 more gin, and then stop. The rest can stay for you to snack on. Do you want hawthorn jelly, sour jujube jelly, or both? Shen Chou had long wanted to taste what everyone was fighting over. But since 1 gin cost 14 coins, enough to buy a lot of coarse rice, she shook her head and refused. Let's sell it all. If you want to eat, we can make more when we go back. Just as Yu Riyue was about to say something, Kong Lanhua, with tears all over her face and trembling, came over. Shen Chou's cheerful face suddenly drooped. What are you here for? Do you want to steal our spot now? Kong Lanhua shivered as if she had been deeply wronged. She looked arrogant and defiant at first, but now she looked meek. We didn't mean to, Shen Chou snorted coldly. I don't care if it was intentional or not. Don't hang around in front of me. It's bad luck. Kong Lanhua pursed her lips, tears falling again. Why are you crying? Like I've bullied you. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay my business. Kong Lanhua trembled from the scolding and suddenly knelt down. It's my fault, all my fault. Please, sister, can you give us a way out? Let us sell what we made. Shen Chou was speechless. Are you crazy? If you want to sell, just sell. Why are you begging us? Kong Lanhua cried even harder. Please, sisters, give us a way out. Don't let those people come and buy our hawthorn jelly. It's all my fault. I accept any punishment. Can you please be merciful and let us go? Yu Riyue looked at the innocent passers-by nearby with a face full of anger and said loudly, Your hawthorn cakes aren't selling, but that has nothing to do with us. We are 2 weak women, and we can't hold knives to the necks of customers and force them to buy our cakes. Go back with your mother and find your own reasons. Kong Lanhua quietly argued, feeling a bit upset. At first, those people came to buy my hawthorn cakes because of us. It was you who shouted. Are our cakes fake? Those people only came because they recognized your face. If they know you, then you should help us sell them. What else can we do? We're all from the same village. You can't even help us a little? Not even trying to save us. Shen Chou, who is usually hot-tempered, couldn't hold back anymore when she heard this. She raised her hand, ready to hit. Stop. The 2 of you are too much. Bullying your sister in front of so many people is really cruel. Today, I, Meng Qi, will stand up for justice. Yes. Who are you? Why won't you let them sell their hawthorn cakes here? Are you abusing your power? I, Su Meyer, really dislike people like you who use power to oppress others. Yu Riyue looked toward the sound and saw 2 women dressed in white dresses, wearing jade hairpins, with beautiful faces, glaring at her with anger. Mrs. You might have misunderstood. This lady is not. Meng Qi angrily interrupted Yu Riyue. What misunderstanding? I saw everything. It's you two bullying others and not letting them sell their things. Su Meyer also agreed. Exactly.
We both saw it just now.
It's just some broken hawthorn cakes. Do you really think they're treasures? Big sister, get up. You don't need to bow to these two wicked women. Manhwa, seeing someone stand up for her, cried even harder. Mrs., please help us. I really can't go on like this. How can people be so mean? They see our business doing well and cause trouble, not letting customers buy from us, and even saying our products are fake. Everyone picks from the same mountain. What's the difference? Real or fake? If everyone in the world could be as kind and good as you two, I wouldn't be forced to kneel and suffer such humiliation. Yue, Shen Chou, and the small vendors who witnessed everything couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time I saw someone lie so convincingly while pretending to be honest. Su Meyer and Meng Qi didn't understand what the person next to them was laughing at. They only felt proud after being praised, thinking this was a good chance to make a name for themselves. Su Meyer proudly said, "So you're just two country bumpkins. I thought you were important people. Let me tell you, my future husband is a student at Tianda Academy, and he'll be a high official someday." Meng Qi also puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Humph. You haven't seen much. My future husband is a scholar at Tianda Academy, Shen Chou. Have you heard of him? He was only 15 when he became a scholar. His future is bright. When I marry him, I will be a lady of high status. When you see me, you will have to bow and kneel. Of course. Only someone kind-hearted like me deserves to be Shen Chou's wife." Yurua looked at Shen Jiao with mixed feelings, feeling she was quite pitiful. The original owner had been constantly pestering her brother, and after finally crossing over, now her future sister-in-law was acting like this, unable to tell right from wrong. Manhwa's face turned tense when she heard Shen Chou's name. Her hands trembled with nervousness. Su Meyer and Meng Qi thought she was scared, so they hurriedly helped her up. Su Meyer, full of pride, ordered Yurua, "I command you to apologize to her right now and sell all her hawthorn cakes. If you don't blame me for going to Tianda Academy to find my future husband." Yurua ran out of patience. She took a small axe from her basket and slammed it down in front of Manhwa, her eyes full of disgust. "Who let that idiot dog bark at me?" Manhwa, Su Meyer, and Meng Qi saw the axe on the ground and were so frightened they looked pale. Manhwa pushed the two naive girls forward and hid behind them. "Shut your stinky mouth. If you want to cause trouble in front of me, ask my knife if it agrees." Yurua drew her knife and pointed at Manhwa. "Your broken stuff can't be sold, so what does that have to do with me? Just because my business is better than yours, you keep bothering me. If you're so eager to kneel and act pitiful, then kneel in the middle of the street and beg them to buy your things. Don't block my view here." She pointed at Su Meyer and Meng Qi. "Looking at your clothes, you probably have money. Since you're so kind, just buy everything from her family with your money. Don't come here yelling at me. I'm not your parent, so I don't have to spoil you. Maybe one day, when you become a lady of status, you'll come back to find me." Manhwa knew Yuryua's temper. She knew she was the type to really get angry and even threaten with a knife. Su Meyer and Meng Qi usually liked to stand up for justice, but this was the first time they were threatened with a knife. They held hands, but still refused to give in. We have money, but why should we buy?" Yuryua sneered. "Why should I help her sell? Because of your big faces, because you're ugly, or because she likes to act and pretend to be pitiful? Let me tell you, don't pretend to be pure and kind in front of me. If you have the ability, do something real." The small vendors nearby also agreed. "Yeah, you just spoke so righteously, but when it comes to paying, you refuse. And you say only kind people like you can be a lady of status? I think kindness is fake. Isn't that right? Those words are easy to say, but you're afraid people will laugh at you. No mirror at home? Do you not look at yourself when you go to the bathroom? Check if your face is big enough." Su Meyer and Meng Qi were so angry they trembled.
You
bunch of country bumpkins are bullying people. I'll tell my future husband." Yurua chuckled softly. "Don't keep calling him your future husband. Young girls should be modest." What if you can't marry later? That would be interesting. Oh, and don't forget to keep showing kindness and buy everything from her. Su Mayer and Meng Qi were stuck and could only grit their teeth and say, "No need to remind us." "Of course, we will buy everything." Kong Lanhua's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly took the two to her stall. Su Mayer and Meng Qi just made excuses. They didn't expect this poor woman to be so unaware of the situation. But now, they could only buy the items with a heavy heart. Yu Ryue and Shen Jiao stood nearby, watching the scene with a calm and amused look. "How much?" 20 coins per pound. "Why not just rob? Your daughter-in-law didn't say it was so expensive just now." Old Madame Wang, who had seen everything, smiled and pinched Kong Lanhua's arm. "What does this silly girl know? It's 20 coins per tael. You two young ladies look kind and generous. Surely you're not going to go back on your word?" Su Mayer and Meng Qi looked at the foul-smelling, half-melted lump in front of them and felt utterly disgusted. "This smells terrible. Is this supposed to be hawthorn cake? It doesn't even look like it." Old Madame Wang stirred the greasy knife through the strange mixture and said confidently, "Of course it's hawthorn cake. It's exactly the same as what others sell. Don't worry, just buy it. I made 45 jin in total. Give me 15 taels, and we'll call it even." Su Mayer and Meng Qi thought she was giving them a discount, but after doing the math, they realized she was actually overcharging them by 600 coins. Although their families were fairly well off, they weren't fools. 15 taels of silver was enough for several weddings in the village, and together they only had 500 coins on them. When old Madame Wang saw they weren't paying, her face darkened. "What's the meaning of this? Are you refusing to pay? You look decent enough, but you're just a pair of cheats. I'm telling you, whether you want it or not, you're buying it today. Hurry up and pay." Nearby, Shen Jiao looked smug. "Serves her right. She wanted to marry into my Shen family?"
Dream on.
Yu Ryue only smiled quietly and said nothing. Just then, a young maid who had been watching the commotion came over.
"Boss you."
"I was so busy watching the scene that I almost forgot my errand. Do you still have any hawthorn cake left? My lady has been pregnant for a while and can't keep anything down. She's grown so thin. But after eating the hawthorn cake we bought from you last time, her appetite returned, and she's been getting better every day. She sent me today to buy more." Yu Ryue looked at the last pound of hawthorn cake in her hand and hesitated. "I was planning to save this for my younger sister." The little maid tugged at Yu Ryue's arm playfully. "Please, miss, sell it to me. If my master and mistress find out I delayed because I was watching the commotion, I'll be in big trouble." Shen Jiao quickly handed over the hawthorn cake. "Sister Chunju, here you go. If I want to eat more, I'll ask you Jia to make it when I go back. You should hurry and report back, so you won't get scolded." Chunju took the hawthorn cake, smiling happily. Yu Ryue looked at the two of them with a helpless smile and shook her head. "Looks like I've become the bad person now." The three of them shared a happy laugh. Yu Ryue packed up her things and left with Shen Jiao. She didn't know that in the end, Grandma Wang directly snatched the jade hairpin from Su Mayer and Meng Qi as a debt. She also didn't know that the four of them ended up fighting, breaking the hairpin and spilling the hawthorn cake everywhere. They even attracted the officials. Yu Ryue and Shen Jiao still drank a bowl of wonton soup before going shopping. Today, Shen Jiao earned 200 coins in wages again. She felt a bit proud. Usually, she never bought anything when shopping, but today she bought a pound of white flour for 35 coins and a pound of meat for 35 coins at the meat shop. She even asked for the fattiest part. "I told you, this fat meat makes the best dumplings. I can't imagine how happy and proud my father and mother would be if I took this flour and meat home. I can finally earn money. You don't know my older brother and sister-in-law. Because I've been with you every day these past few days, they've been acting weird and sarcastic. If my parents weren't protecting me, they'd almost stop giving me food. This time, I'm going all out to show them I can stand up for myself." Yu Ryue had already told Shen Jiao to stay low-key. She only needed to tell her parents about earning money. Otherwise, with her sister-in-law's mouth, the whole village would know within half an hour that Shen Jiao earned 500 coins in 5 days. That would cause unnecessary trouble. But this also made her suffer at home. Her sisters-in-law worked at home every day, but she didn't have to do any chores. Instead, she went out to have fun. All right. But if anyone asks, don't mention the money, so it doesn't cause trouble. Shen Jiao immediately nodded happily, blushing with joy. Yue bought 10 jin of fine rice, 20 jin of pork, 2 roast chickens, and a roasted duck. She also bought some spices like star anise and cinnamon at the pharmacy, spending a little over 2 taels of silver. After parting from Shen Jiao at the village entrance, Yue first stored all her purchased items into her space before opening the door to go home. According to tradition, old Shen would come to visit Shen Chou today. She carefully and secretly opened the door. Suddenly, a handsome face appeared right in front of her, startling her into retreat. Unfortunately, she tripped over the doorstep behind her. Just as she was about to make close contact with the ground, a pair of dry, strong hands firmly held her slender waist. The rude person pulled her back, then quickly let go, politely saying, "Sorry." "Excuse me," Yue screamed inwardly. What kind of person is this big brother? He saved her and then apologized to her? Indeed, the Holy Father and Holy Mother in the novel both wished to die early, but if this boundless kindness was directed at her, it would be simply wonderful. Fortunately, she traveled here without any scenes of fleeing from hardship. Otherwise, she would have immediately thrown this Holy Father away. "Big brother, your arm is better now. It's only been 5 days. Shen Chou smiled gently and moved his right arm. "Thanks to my younger sister. It's healed now. But strangely, I've always been in poor health since I was young. I often lie in bed sick, and any injury would take half a year to recover, with pus and scars. I didn't expect this bone injury to heal in just 5 days. Do you know what kind of magical medicine my younger sister used?" A flash of panic crossed Yue's eyes. She truly didn't expect the spiritual spring water to be so effective. If she had known, she would have fed less. Well, it's nothing special. It was prescribed by Shen Yuan. Maybe his medical skills have improved, or perhaps heaven itself couldn't bear to see her constitution unchanged. Shen Chou stared deeply into her eyes, catching the fleeting panic. A slight smile appeared on his lips. "You're right. How did today go? Did I get bullied?" At this moment, Yue genuinely felt that Shen Chou was like the caring older brother at home. In modern times, after work every day, her parents would ask how her day at the company went and if she was bullied. They used to ask every day and it was annoying, but now she just feels nostalgic. Today, everything was sold out. "I just met a few people with problems in their minds." Shen Chou picked up the basket from the ground, sorted the items inside, and listened to the story of what happened today. After the story, Yue sighed and said, "The hawthorn and sour jujubes in the mountains will be picked soon. It seems this business won't last much longer. I plan to try something else, but it's a pity to give up the income from hawthorn and sour jujube cakes so easily. Here's what I think. I will hand over this business to the Shu family. They will handle the picking and cooking in the early and later stages. I will only supervise the final part and take a share of the profit. This way, we save time and have steady income. It's a win-win." "Big brother, what do you think?" Shen Chou nodded. "I think that's a good idea. All right. I'll go talk to them now." Shen Chou smiled gently and held her back. "Don't worry. Look at you all sweaty. I've already boiled water. Later, you can take a bath inside. I'll close the door, and when you're done, the food will be ready. After eating, you can go out." Yue finally understood why so many men like to marry wives. Coming back from work and not having to do anything else sounded wonderful. When Yue sat in the warm bath, she felt completely relaxed. The weather was very hot now. She had been so busy these days that she didn't even call her parents last night. Now, lying quietly in the bath, she felt sleepy and comfortable. She didn't know how long had passed when she heard a gentle knock on the door. Little sister-in-law, Yue in the bath, was feeling dizzy and only thought that the voice outside was gentle and pleasant. As the knocking grew more urgent, the soft voice became more anxious. "Little sister-in-law?
How are you?"
If you don't answer, I'll come in," Hearing the words come in, Yuryua suddenly woke up completely. Big brother, I'm fine. I was just taking a relaxing bath and fell asleep. Is there something you need? Shen Chou immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear in his eyes slowly disappeared. It's good that you're okay. I just wanted to tell you dinner is ready. Come out and eat. Yuryua. Okay. I'll rinse quickly and come out to eat. After saying this, he immediately took out shower gel from his face and quickly applied it all over his body, then carefully rinsed off. When he came out, he found the table filled with food. There was chicken and duck he bought from town, a stir-fried wild vegetable, and a stir-fried fern. Yuryua's hair was still dripping wet, but she couldn't wait to sit at the table, eager to taste her older brother's cooking. As soon as she sat down, Shen Chou took a clean cloth and stood behind her, skillfully and gently helping her dry her hair, making Yuryua feel a bit embarrassed. Big brother.
I can do it myself.
You should sit down and eat. Your injury just healed. Don't overexert yourself. Shen Chou slowly stopped and, with a voice full of grievance, asked, Little sister-in-law, are you tired of me? Are you like those others, thinking I'm unlucky because I'm sick? Do you dislike me? His extremely sad voice made Yuryua feel as if she was a terrible person for not letting him dry her hair.
No.
That's not it. Big brother, you misunderstood. I've never been tired of you or disliked you, but, Shen Chou said, it's good that you don't dislike me. If one day you do, just tell me in advance. I'm not the kind of person who's ungrateful or causes trouble. Just say the word, and I'll leave. I won't be a burden to you. Right now, I just want to repay you for what you've done for me before. Yuryua was speechless. Was her big brother mentally okay? Was he getting treatment for his arm? Or helping him wash his hair? Her arm was broken by the original owner, and she helped him block when he was washing his hair. How did that turn into a form of repayment? This person was a bit too kind-hearted. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Shen Chou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he continued with his gentle movements. His actions were very tender, and his dry, rough hair looked like a rare treasure. After finishing drying her hair, Yuryua immediately broke off a chicken leg and handed it to him. Thank you, big brother. Big brother. Eat the chicken leg. Shen Chou looked at the chicken leg, paused for a moment, then suddenly his eyes filled with a fierce intent, and his gentle aura turned very aggressive. However, Yuryua didn't notice. She was still complaining about the people she met today. Do you think that old lady Wang and her family are strange? I was either digging into his family's well or disturbing their ancestors' graves. Why do I always get into trouble? Shen Chou didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the chicken leg in his bowl. If I remember correctly, at this time, he should have been locked in the room by the woman in front of him, left to fend for himself. He could even clearly feel the wound on his head oozing pus and maggots, and his right arm was swelling more and more. If old Shen hadn't come back later, seen that he was about to die, and taken him to the clinic for treatment, he might have rotted away in that small house. Now, his arm was perfectly fine, and he was eating plain bread, chicken, and duck. Where did things go wrong? Big brother, I'm asking you a question. Why are you staring off into space? Oh, right. Your father came back yesterday. Will he come back again today? Fragments of memories flashed through Shen Chou's mind. They seemed to be the original memories of this body. Finally, he understood where the problem was. It's the woman in front of him. Is that old woman from the Wang family bothering you again? Yuryua was speechless. Big brother, I told you so many times, but you didn't listen at all. Shen Chou responded coldly. Say that again. Yuryua muttered in her heart. As expected, the old folks' ears are getting worse. It's about today, when I went to the city to sell hawthorn cakes. Yuryua recounted her experience again. Shen Chou's eyes lit up more and more.
Yes. Haha.
I knew it. This person in front of me is definitely not that evil woman. That woman's cooking was terrible, especially the hawthorn cake. She only cared about seducing men, nothing else. Shen Chou looked carefully at Yuryua, as if he was hunting a prey. Did you forget? You previously seduced the son of old lady Wang? That is, Kong Lanhua's husband? Yuryue looked confused. Is that true? I don't remember. So, it's my fault? Why can't I remember? Shen Chou smiled faintly, pretending it wasn't true. He was just teasing her. Yuryue looked at Shen Chou's half-smiling face, feeling strangely guilty. Had she really done that before? She had seduced so many people, she might have forgotten some. Shen Chou suddenly raised his hand to his lips.
Sure.
Be good. Eat quickly. They won't bother you anymore from now on. Yuryue remembered the foolish things the original owner had done before, and she felt guilty and nervous. She closed her mouth and focused on eating. After finishing her meal, she went next door to discuss hawthorn cake. In the end, she handed the matter over to Shuda Chao and Chiohong, the couple. As for the rest of the Shu family, it was up to Shuda Chao to decide. When she finished, she felt exhausted both physically and mentally. She first fed some wild vegetables to the 2 wild rabbits in the cage. Then she went inside to rest for a while. Huh? Where's Big Brother? Yuryue didn't expect the sickly one to go out and show off. After resting for a bit, she got up to cook dinner. Today, she had to make a 1-hour phone call with her parents to catch up on what she missed yesterday. As soon as she lay down, she fell into a dazed sleep. In her dream, she felt like an invisible eye was watching her closely, like a hungry wolf secretly spying on its prey. No matter how she tried to run or hide in her dream, the eye stayed fixed on her, getting closer and closer, as if it would pounce and bite her throat or drain her blood at any moment. Yuryue suddenly woke up in a panic. The room was dark, but the feeling of being watched still lingered. She stiffly turned her head and looked to the right, where she met a pair of aggressive eyes. She was so scared she let out a loud cry and quickly sat up, retreating to the bed. Little sister-in-law, the familiar voice made Yuryue breathe a big sigh of relief, and her tense nerves relaxed completely. Big brother, what are you doing?
It's so dark.
Don't you have any candles? You scared me to death. By the way, how long have you been in my room? Is there something you need? Why didn't you call me? Shen Chou chuckled softly and walked over to light a candle. Little sister-in-law, I'm really sorry for scaring you. I came to call you for dinner. Yuryue gently patted her chest. Please don't do that again. Scaring people can be deadly. Shen Chou didn't expect this little troublemaker to be so timid. His eyes darkened. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to scare this playful little spirit away, not even himself. Don't worry. It won't happen again. Yuryue bought supplies for making seaweed rice rolls and then started calling her family. Dad? Mom? Finally, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan heard their daughter's voice again. Tears of joy streamed down their faces. Sweet daughter, we can finally hear your voice again. If we don't talk to you soon, we might start to think all this was just a dream. Yuryue quickly explained what had happened recently to comfort them. I knew my girl was busy with her own things. Your mom says it's because she didn't burn enough paper money, cough cough. I and your mom have been burning paper nonstop for days. Has your balance changed over there? We hope the middlemen didn't take too much of the money. Yuryue hurriedly checked her balance. It was so high she couldn't count it all, and her space was getting full. She quickly bought another 500 cubic meters of space and filled it up again. Both of you take a few days to rest. I don't think I need to spend this money anytime soon. By the way, did our company or the insurance company give us any compensation? Did you hire a lawyer? Yes, we did. Don't worry, the insurance company paid quickly. Your mom and I plan to convert all this money into ghost money to send to you. As for your company, we're going to sue them. The lawyer said that your sudden death at work counts as a work injury. We have enough evidence, so we're confident we'll win.
Yes.
Sweet daughter, your dad and I are ready. We'll turn all this money into ghost money to send to you. Just make sure to live well over there. Don't forget to take care of yourself. Hearing her parents keep giving her advice, tears filled Yuryue's eyes again. Okay.
Don't worry about me.
I'm doing fine here. Don't convert all the money into ghost money. Save some for yourselves. Buy what you want. Go for regular health checkups. And don't stay up late burning paper. I have enough money to live on now. Actually, I can even earn some silver here. But it's a pity I can't be with you to show my filial piety. When Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan heard that even in another world, their daughters still wanted to honor them, they couldn't hold back their tears. They wished that heaven would take their lives and put all the suffering on them, begging not to torment their beloved daughter. The family of three quickly finished crying and laughing, and it took only 40 minutes. Yu Ryue also learned that, from her perspective, only a day had passed without contact with her parents, but on their side, many days had gone by. She didn't expect there to be a time difference. It seems that in the future, no matter how tired she is, she must remember to call her parents every day. If this trading system suddenly disappears, she fears she might never have another chance to contact her parents. The next day, Yu Ryue got up with red, swollen eyes. She was thinking about how to explain things to Shen Chou, but she looked around and didn't see him anywhere. She didn't know where he had gone. However, the food was still in the pot. After eating, she rested for a while, then carried a basket to the lower reaches of the river to catch some pointed snails and fish. Back home, she first put the pointed snails in a large basin to rinse out the sand. Then, she took the snails she had collected from the river and brushed each one with a small brush. Next, she heated oil in a pot. When the oil was about 80% hot, she added green onions, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. Then she added a small piece of hot pot base to stir-fry until fragrant. She poured all the cleaned snails into the pot, stirred evenly, then added water and a small bowl of spring water, and covered the pot to simmer. When it was almost done, she increased the heat to reduce the sauce until the broth evenly coated the outside of the snails. Then she turned off the heat, took them out, and let them cool. She took a deep breath. This smells so good, even better than in a barbecue restaurant. These messy spices plus hot pot base make even shoes taste delicious when cooked. She ran outside quickly, broke a small, thin branch, sharpened the tip, and took a tiny snail from the basin. It was sizzling and hissing as she scalded it. She used her left and right hands to handle it, waiting for it to cool enough. Then she removed the meat, discarded the inedible parts, and put it in her mouth. It was very chewy and springy, with a strong, spicy flavor. There was no sand or dirt taste at all. If this could be served as a snack with drinks, it would be perfect. Yu Ryue, you heartless, rotten girl, come out here. If you don't come out now, I'll break down your door. Little brat. Come out. Yu Ryue frowned. The voice sounded a bit too familiar. She quickly hid the freshly made spicy snail dish and some valuable items from the kitchen inside a space. Then she took a machete and opened the courtyard gate. Why are you knocking? If you break the door, I will make you pay double. It was the family of Grandma Yu who had just been released. They stood outside the door with angry faces, followed by the timid Yu Lao Si and Liang Shulan. You heartless, wasteful little brat. You actually dare to report to the authorities. I think you just like causing trouble. Grandma Yu was about to hit the door as she entered the house. Yu Ryue immediately drew her knife and held it in front of herself, her eyes sharp. She said, "Come on, hit me. If you dare to slap my face today, I will cut off your head with this knife. I wonder if you're brave enough to hit me, or if I'm brave enough to hit you. If you have the guts, go ahead and hit. Anyway, we're all going to die someday. It's better to take you all to with me before I go." The fierce look in the young girl's eyes made Grandma Yu tremble with fear. Her raised hand froze in midair. You little brat, how dare you draw a knife on your grandma? I am your real grandma." Yu Ryue was not used to her at all. She spat at her harshly. "Grandma? I think you're more like an enemy. You come at me shouting and hitting? Don't forget, I was sold to the Shen family for a silver coin. Whether I live or die has nothing to do with you family anymore. Don't come here to cause trouble every day. If you really make me angry, I'll cut all of you with this knife. When you see the underworld, will you still be so arrogant?" Grandma Yu, who had been in prison, was now terrified of the word death. She wanted to step back in fear, but her thin, withered hand was pressed tightly against her waist, pinching her flesh painfully. Grandma Yu had to muster her courage and threaten, "You unfilial girl, this is disobedience. I will report you to the authorities." Don't think that just because you're earning some money now, you're invincible. There are so many of us. We're not afraid of you, little girl. Yu Ryue sneered coldly. Then come on. Today I will show you what it means when a rabbit bites back, when it's cornered. Old Yu quickly signaled to his son Si and his daughter-in-law. They immediately stepped forward, trembling, while the others hid behind them. Ryue, why are you acting so unfilial now? Listen to your father, and put down the knife. Your eldest uncle spent a lot of money and connections to help your grandparents get out. Just give them a few hits to vent their anger. What's the use of that? Moreover, your grandparents came this time because they care about you. Liang Shulan also carefully agreed, saying, Yes, we are here to care for you. As a young girl, it's not good to be out in the open. If your father-in-law finds out, he will surely scold and hit you. So, quickly take the remaining hawthorn cake and the recipe with you, and don't worry about these things anymore. Listen to your mother. As women, we don't need to earn money. We just need to take good care of the family and have a few more children. It turns out these people, after finally being released thanks to old Yu's efforts, only wanted to settle scores with Yu Ryue. On the way, they met villagers from Hushi village, who praised Yu Ryue for being capable and good at making money. That's how they got involved in the hawthorn cake business. After all, the Yu family had all their savings last time, but they lost everything on this trip. Now, the Yu family has no money at all. Yu Ryue was really amused and angry at her biological parents, especially the woman who shared her name and was the same age as her mother. Give the business to you? Who do you think you are? Since you agreed to sell me to the Shen family as a matchmaker's helper, our mother-daughter bond was already broken. And then you wanted to sell me to gamblers or to a brothel. Why? Am I not your daughter, who was born after 10 months of pregnancy? Is it because I am a girl that you treat me like this? Liang Shulan's face turned red from the words, but her daughter was the only person she could control in this family. She didn't want Yu Ryue to escape her grasp. So she quickly turned her eyes and tears started falling. Ryue, I know you blame me. It's all my fault. If cursing me makes you feel better, go ahead and curse, or you can just cut me with a knife. Anything to let you vent your anger. I am willing to do anything. But please don't say these words that hurt me. I am the only one you can rely on in this family. Koyuki, as you know, my mother has always been the best to you. Indeed, when people are speechless, they often want to laugh. You act so dramatic every day. Are you tired? You know, only I care about you in the whole family. So whenever I misbehave, I use this trick to threaten you and make you feel guilty. Let me tell you, that won't work now. If you keep causing trouble at the door, don't blame me for being harsh. Liang Shulan's face showed a fierce expression when her little plan was exposed in front of so many people, but she quickly masked it, appearing gentle and fragile, as if she might fall apart. Yu Ryue didn't want to watch them keep pretending, so she grabbed a knife and started swinging it randomly. Everyone get out of here, or I will hurt you. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan were so scared they hurriedly backed away, hiding behind Old Man Yu and Old Lady Yu. Old Third Yu pulled them aside and threw them to the ground with a harsh look, full of disdain. Go away, cowards. I said I would come here and deal with this directly. Why are you still trying to play emotional tricks? It's so troublesome. Step aside, or I will hurt someone. Yu Ryue looked at him with a faint smile, holding a long knife.
Come on.
This is my home. If you force your way in and shout threats, it's trespassing. Even if I hurt you, the authorities won't say much. It seems you haven't had enough time in jail. I wonder how much money and connections my uncle has, enough to get you out again? Old Third Yu's foot was about to step forward, but quickly pulled back. That place in the jail is no place for people. I definitely don't want to go there again. At this moment, Old Man Yu, who had been hiding behind and instructing his wife and son, finally spoke.
Yu Ryue.
I know you've become stronger and no longer want to acknowledge us grandparents. But if you give me 100 taels of silver now, I will. I don't care about your father. Get lost. Yu Ryue slammed the door shut with a bang. The people outside still wanted to threaten her, but she warned directly, if you want your fifth son to stay alive, don't come near me. The Yu family looked confused. What did you do to your fifth uncle, you little brat? Hurry up and open the door to explain. Ryua simply replied, no comment. They were so angry they circled around the door again and again, but in the end, they could only leave grudgingly. When they returned home, they learned that Yu had been arrested. Grandma Yu was so angry she sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying loudly. Old man Yu also took out a pipe, smoking the last of his tobacco with a steady puff. Oh my goodness! Is there no justice left? My dear son is so kind-hearted. How could he possibly commit robbery? Someone must be framing him. It must be that little troublemaker involved. I'm going to find that kid right now and make him release Uncle Wu. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan shrank back into the corner, afraid that the family might notice them. But the more they feared, the more likely it was to happen. Grandma Yu cried for a long time, then fixed her gaze on the two of them. She grabbed each of them by the arm, ready to take them away. All your fault, you two bad luck charms. What kind of children are you? Why is it always you who get into trouble? I tell you, if anything happens to my precious son, you might as well not live. Now go find that troublemaker and make sure my son is released. Inside the house, Yu Shi and Yu Tian immediately rushed out, protecting Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan behind them, their eyes alert. Wasn't it Uncle Wu's fault? Why blame the little girl? Big brother is right. We shouldn't blame the girl or our parents. It's all because Uncle Wu didn't do the right thing. Grandma Yu slapped the children down twice. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan didn't try to stop her. Instead, they stepped back in fear. It was as if they were saying, if you hit us, you won't be able to hit me anymore. You lousy, if you don't bring old Wu back today, your whole family might as well give up. Lousy you, feeling helpless, replied, Mother, you saw it too. That troublemaker wouldn't listen to me. How can I save old Wu? Maybe you should sell Yu Shi and Yu Tian. The boys might fetch more money than that troublemaker, and it could help the family. Liang Shulan also flattered, Mother, why don't we sell these two children to get money to redeem Brother Wu? Old 4, and I can still have more children. Although Yu Shi and Yu Tian were used to their parents' selfishness and weakness, hearing this made them feel disappointed and sad. In the end, the Yu family decided to follow Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan's suggestion. They planned to take Yu Shi and Yu Tian to the town to sell them, and then go to the government to redeem their brother. On the road, Yu Shi and Yu Tian always couldn't understand why their second uncle's 2 daughters were secretly sold. He was so angry that he cut off contact with the family and left with his wife to find his daughters. Meanwhile, his parents, trying to please their grandparents, not only sold his sister, but now also planned to sell their 2 children. Thinking about it, they were both helpless. They were old enough to start a family, but still unable to stand up for themselves. Suddenly, a loud thunderbolt struck straight down near the Yu family. Old Yu was startled and quickly stepped back, accidentally knocking over Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan, who struggled to keep their balance but ultimately fell into the river. In the modern day, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan had been burning paper offerings for several days. They sat by their daughter's grave, mechanically placing ghost money into the fire basin. Our dear daughter, all the compensation has been paid. I hope you can live well over there. Liang Shulan, crying and exhausted, had lost her voice. Yu Dihao hurriedly told her to speak less, worried she might get too upset if she kept talking. Don't worry, our daughter is so strong. She will live well over there. Liang Shulan knew her beloved daughter was now in a state of crossing over. Not death, but she still couldn't help feeling sad. She had carried her for 10 months and treasured her dearly. Now, separated by 2 worlds, they could never meet again.
Dihao.
Our family hasn't done anything evil or harmful. Even when we were poor, we often donated and helped others. Why do such terrible things happen to us? Why are we split into 2 worlds? If only we could stay together forever. Yu Dihao gently touched his daughter's tombstone.
Yes.
If only we could stay together forever. Suddenly, they felt darkness cloud their vision, and their bodies started to sink. They reacted immediately, struggling fiercely. Old man, are these 2 going to die? Die? Even if they do, they deserve it for their ghostly marriage. Hurry up. Let's sell these two first. Old man Yu asked uncertainly. Are we just going to leave the fourth son and his wife to drown in the water and die? He glared at him and said, What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go down and save them? Frightened by his father's coldness, old third Yu didn't dare reply and just walked away. After they had gone a little further, Dihao Yu and Shulan Liang climbed out of the water. Cough, cough, cough. Shulan? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Shulan Liang spat out some water and looked around confused. Dihao? Is that you? Why do you look like this? You still smell bad, and your clothes are patched all over. Even your shoes have holes. What happened to us? Dihao Yu carefully checked his wife. He confirmed that besides being thin, she was fine, and he finally relaxed. If he guessed right, they had also traveled through time and space. And he seemed to remember this body. He suspected they and their daughter had traveled to the same place. Shulan Liang covered her pounding head and shook it, feeling very confused. My head hurts so much, and my memories are all mixed up. Suddenly, a girl's face flashed in her mind. She excitedly patted her thigh. Ryue. I think I remember this body has a daughter named Ryue, and her personality changed a few days ago, right across the river in that village. Dihao Yu saw a picture of his daughter from the original owner's memory and was so excited, he wanted to go find her. Let's go. Let's go. She must be our precious daughter. Let's go find her. The two hurriedly headed down another path. Halfway there, someone blocked their way. Where are you two troublemakers going? How come you weren't drowned just now? If you two had drowned, I could earn more by doing a ghost marriage. Go quickly. Take your sons to the town to sell. Stop causing trouble here. Or I might just sell you two too. Old Granny Yu was so worried about her precious son that she started scolding loudly. Liang Shulan stepped forward quickly and slapped her hard.
You old witch.
How dare you curse me? My own mother never scolded me like that. I want you to curse me. Go ahead and curse. Liang Shulan slapped the old lady hard across the face, shocking everyone present. Old man Yu was the first to react. He shouted in disbelief. Everyone's gone crazy. Fourth son, you better control your wife. How dare she hit your mother? Are you out of your mind? You're such a coward. At this point, Yu Dihao had mostly remembered his past self and clearly saw how this family was bullying his precious daughter. His poor daughter was telling them she was happy here, but that was a lie. How could a family like this be good? He wished he could help his wife beat these people up. But he had to stay calm. If they noticed anything strange, it would be bad. They might even tie up the family and burn them as monsters. So, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Liang Shulan. Wife, stay calm. Stay calm. Liang Shulan was furious and couldn't think straight. Calm down? Are you kidding me? I can't calm down. These animals want to marry my daughter into a brothel and even plan to arrange a ghost marriage for me. I won't let them get away with it. When Liang Shulan was young, she was very fiery and quick to fight. But as she got older, she calmed down because of her husband and children. Yu Dihao often joked that if Liang Shulan hadn't met him, she would have been in jail long ago. Now, her mind was filled with scenes of this family bullying her precious daughter. Plus, feeling young again, she was ready to fight without hesitation. Her outburst completely stunned the Yu family. When Yu Dihao finally managed to pull his wife away, old lady Yu was bleeding from her nose and had lost 2 teeth. Liang Shulan still felt angry. Using Yu Dihao's strength, she kicked old man Yu directly. Old lady Yu saw her husband being kicked away and, ignoring her pain, she scrambled to her feet, messy hair flying, and tried to attack Liang Shulan. Liang Shulan kicked her again, knocking her aside. Today, I will stand up to you. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, divorce me. If you dare, kick us out of your house. I've had enough of you all. I will hit you every time I see you from now on. Liang Shulan was truly crazy. Even old third Yu and his wife dared not get close to her. Old man Yu clutched his chest, trembling, and pointed at Yu Dihao.
Fourth.
Quickly divorce this troublemaker woman. Yu Dihao, as if possessed by old fourth Yu, looked away nervously and said timidly, Dad, I don't dare. She's too fierce and I can't leave my wife. Can't leave. Old Man Yu was so angry, he almost laughed. If you don't want her, just leave with her. I won't consider you my son. Yu Dihao thought to himself, that would be great, but he still looked weak and timid.
Dad. Mom.
I can't leave you either. Who will feed me if I leave? How can I live? Dad.
Mom.
You always say life is like this. If you can endure, then endure. Maybe you should try to be patient too. I'm really scared. Old Man Yu's vision darkened with anger. How could he endure this? Having one crazy granddaughter already turned the family upside down. If there was another crazy daughter-in-law, not only old fifth but even old third might end up in the hospital. Old fourth you. You're such a coward, afraid of your wife. There are only two choices now. Either leave with her or divorce her. Yu Dihao felt even more wronged. Dad, I'm not just afraid of my wife. I'm afraid of everyone. I want a wife, and I want to eat at home. By the way, we should have some money left, right? Why not divorce her and let you find me a new wife? The Yu family members looked at each other, doubting they heard right. Just you? Want to marry a new wife? Yu Dihao fiddled with his fingers, looking confused. What else should I do? Old Man Yu couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. Get out.
Get out.
Get out. Everyone leave. I don't need you. I'll sell you sure and you tea on myself. Yu Dihao looked back at his two foolish sons with a blank expression.
Dad.
How much money will I get if I sell them? If I get nothing, I'll be at a big loss. You still want to share? I'd be lucky if I didn't sell you too. At this moment, Yu Dihao released Liang Shulan with an innocent look. Well, there's nothing I can do. My wife is crazy now. If I sell my sons, she'll go even crazier. Liang Shulan immediately showed a crazy look and said, if you want to sell my son, I tell you, your whole family will have to serve my son and me like animals. Otherwise, I will kill you all and arrange a ghost marriage. After she finished speaking, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to attack. Old Yu was so frightened, he kept stepping back. Old Yu see, get lost. Take your crazy wife and leave. Yu Dihao chuckled. No way, I don't have a penny. I just want to stay at home and eat with my wife and son. Liang Shulan added, you must eat well and drink well, or I will hit you again. The couple worked together like this, and Old Yu took them to the village chief's house to have him testify and kick Yu Dihao's family out. Village Chief Shen looked at Old Yu and Old Lady Yu, both bruised and swollen, then at the timid, shrinking couple. What do you mean? Are you planning to cut ties? Hearing the words, cut ties, Old Yu hesitated. Suddenly, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan knelt down with a thud. Father, please don't cut ties. We still need you and Mom to live. We are nothing without you. If you cut ties and these two silly boys, how will we survive? Yes, Dad. Even though our family of four doesn't know much, at least we can still eat. Old Yu's mind was full of Liang Shulan's crazy look just now, and Yu Dihao's usual pig-like appetite. He completely forgot that the chores at home were done by Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan. Right. Cut ties. It must be done. Immediately. Even if we starve to death later, don't come to me. Village Chief Shen tried to persuade them again, but when he couldn't, he took out paper and pen and wrote a letter of disownment. Just as the Yu family was about to sign, Liang Shulan suddenly stepped forward to stop them. Village Chief, this isn't fair. If you're going to cut ties, do it thoroughly. Also, make it clear that no matter whether they live or die, they are not our concern. If we get rich later, they shouldn't come asking for anything. Honestly, this statement made not only the Yu family laugh, but even the village chief found it a bit funny. Old Yu directly said firmly, people like you can't have money. I tell you, even if I starve and have to beg, I won't go to your door for a single coin. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan were waiting for this. They stared hard at village chief Shen as he wrote down those words, then pretended to be unhappy and signed with a firm hand. This agreement has 3 copies. Each of you will keep one, and I will submit the remaining one to the county office. When you have time, go and register your household. Yu Dihao suddenly spoke sadly. Dad, maybe we shouldn't register our household. Let's go home to eat and sleep. Is that okay? Old Yu, who didn't want to register the household, quickly stood up. Let's go. Old man, I have time today. Listen, from now on, don't expect to eat from my family. I want to kick you out of the house right now. Yu Dihao looked sad and very wronged. Dad, is there really no way to turn back? I can't live without you. Go. Don't delay even a moment. Even if I have to spend money, I will get this done today. When Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan saw the official seal on the separation letter, they couldn't stop smiling. Old Yu was afraid these two crazy people would run away with the letter, so he didn't notice their sudden change of attitude. Yu Shi and Yu Tian watched everything, their faces blank and confused. Yuriyue didn't know her parents had come to the ancient times. When Shen Chou came to deliver the news, she tried making seaweed rice rolls. She placed seaweed on a bamboo mat, spread warm rice on top, then added thin strips of fried egg, sliced sausage, cucumber, and carrot. The Compendium of Materia Medica notes that during the Yuan dynasty, a plant from the Hu region, called radish-like in flavor, was named accordingly. Then she rolled it up little by little, and the simple seaweed rice roll was ready. Just as she was about to cut it into pieces, there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door. Ryue.
Ryue.
Open the door quickly. I have a big secret to tell you. Hearing it was Shun Jiao, Ryue hurried to open the door. Why are you running in this hot weather? Look at you, all sweaty. What's this secret? Why are you so anxious? By the way, why didn't you come to find me this morning? I was going to let you try my new delicious food. When Shen Jiao heard about food, her eyes widened. What food? Where is it? Ryue smiled and gently tapped her forehead, then went straight to the kitchen to bring her a seaweed wrap and a small plate of spicy snails. Hurry up and try these two things. If you like them, we can sell this tomorrow. Shen Jiao picked up a seaweed wrap and put it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately lit up. Wow, what's this flavor? Why does it taste so strange? And this rice, could it be the fancy rice only nobles eat? Oh my! It's crispy, fragrant, and fresh. So delicious, I almost want to swallow my tongue. Once you taste it, you'll want more. But this special rice is really expensive, and it's wrapped with egg. I don't want to waste it. By the way, what's that pink thing inside? She took out a sausage and ate it alone. Ryue, this has a meat flavor too. How do you make it? Ryue winked playfully. That's a secret recipe, I can't tell. Shen Jiao quickly waved her hands nervously. No, I don't want a recipe. I just... Ryue was amused by her nervousness. Alright, I was just joking. Here, try this other one called spicy snails. Shen Jiao took a snail from the plate, looked left and right, but couldn't tell what was special about it. Isn't this just the thing from our river? I don't really like eating it. The meat is small, and it's a hassle. It tastes like dirt, and it's easy to get sick from eating it. Usually, I crush them and give them to the chickens. They lay more eggs, and the yolks are especially yellow, and this is cold now, so it shouldn't have any fishy smell, right? Ryue took a snail, used a homemade toothpick to pick out the meat, and handed it over. Try it. No worries about getting sick. I promise you'll find it addictive. Shen Jiao ate it with Ryue's hand. The moment it touched her tongue, she felt a familiar spicy taste. I don't get it. Why does it taste like hot pot chicken? You used that seasoning to stir-fry it. Honestly, that seasoning makes everything taste good. It even gets rid of the fishy smell, and your little twig tool works pretty well. Just a gentle poke, and it comes out easily. Shen Jiao kept eating, one after another, and before she knew it, she had finished half a plate.
Wow.
How did I eat so much? It feels like I only ate one or two. That's enough for today. I can't eat anymore. I need to control myself because these things cost money. By the way, Brother Shen Chou came to my house today and specifically told me I didn't need to come find you. I thought you asked Brother Shen Chou to come instead. Ryue shook her head. I didn't. But I did forget to tell you yesterday that I handed over the hawthorn cake business to the neighbor, the Shu family. Shen Jiao nodded. That's fine. Otherwise, you've been too tired every day. By the way, I was so busy eating that I forgot to tell you a big secret. Your parents and your grandparents had a big fight today. They asked my dad to help them write a formal separation letter.
I tell you, it was quite a scene back then.
Shen Jiao excitedly recounted what happened, and Ryue became more and more shocked. Could those two be crazy? Or possessed by a ghost? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ryua's mind. She quickly stood up and ran outside. Hey,
Ryua.
where are you going?
They already left.
If you go now, you won't see anything interesting. Ryua?
Slow down.
Last night, Wang's eldest son and old lady Wang both fell and broke their legs. Several other families also had broken arms. Be careful and watch your step. At this moment, Ryua didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to quickly verify her idea. There's only one road to the town, so she hurried forward. When she saw a deserted spot, she took out the motorcycle from her space. The wind kept hitting her face, blowing her clothes and making them flutter loudly. She just wanted to go faster and faster. Near the town gate, to avoid being seen, she put the motorcycle back into her space and started walking. Soon, she saw a bullock cart heading toward them at the town gate. She hurriedly went to meet it, but just then, she saw a face full of pockmarks.
Stop.
Stop. When the cart stopped, Wang Pockmark struggled to sit up, trembling as he pointed at Ryua.
Ryua.
You wicked girl. How dare you come see me?
Dad.
It's this little brat who caused me to look like this. I want her dead. 3 days ago, Chen Feng and Wang Dahai saw Ryua selling hawthorn cakes in the east part of the town. They sold them for 14 coins per jean, and they could make about 6 or 7 jean a day. They probably will never earn 6 or 7 taels in their whole lives, but this little rascal can earn 6 or 7 taels in a single day.
Why is that?
Just thinking about their precious son, lying in pain at the medical clinic and unable to show his strength as a man for the rest of his life, while this little rascal is living so well, makes them feel upset. After discussing, they told Old Man Shen, who had just come back from losing at the gambling house. They thought this little rascal would be beaten half to death by Old Man Shen, who was very angry about his money being lost, but they didn't expect that Old Man Shen, less than an hour after returning home, hurried back and saw the two of them. He started shouting loudly and even grabbed a nearby stick to chase after them. He said it was because they leaked a secret that bandits robbed his daughter-in-law. When they heard this, they almost laughed out loud. They thought this rascal would be missing arms or legs and suffering greatly, but it turned out they saw him, and he didn't seem to be seriously hurt at all. Chun Feng's eyes twinkled, and suddenly she had a bold guess.
Ryua.
You knew my son was coming home at this time, so you came here on purpose to help him? Ryua. Auntie always thought there was a misunderstanding. I know you two are in love, but you also know our family is very respectful of tradition. That's why I thought we shouldn't let you leave without a proper reason, and we should give you a formal engagement. But I really didn't expect to scare you and make you do something that hurt your loved one. It's okay now, as long as you agree to marry him. Everything can be discussed. Wang Matzi was so angry, he wanted to jump off the cart. Mom, what are you saying? That little rascal almost got me killed. And you still want me to marry her? No way. No matter how much she pesters me, I won't agree to this. Chun Feng quickly tugged on her son's sleeve, signaling him, then smiled at Ryua again. Don't be sad. He's been thinking about you since he was at the medical clinic, worried about you. What he just said was just angry words. Ryua didn't want to argue with them and tried to walk away. Unexpectedly, Chun Feng jumped down from the cart and blocked her path. You child, why are you so shy? Say a few words and then leave. Since you've accepted, let's go back together. Ryua pushed the person aside and said, if you're sick in the head, go get it treated. Don't come here pretending to be innocent. After saying that, she quickly walked away, but Wang Dahai grabbed her arm and said angrily, what do you mean, little girl? We've already lowered ourselves. What more do you want? Don't be ungrateful. We've agreed that if you give us 50 taels of silver, we'll forget everything and marry you. From now on, I will be your father-in-law. You must respect me, take good care of my son, live with him, and give our Wang family 6 big, healthy grandchildren. Ryua had no time to argue with them. She raised her hand to hit, but another figure struck her even faster with a punch. Take your dirty hands off my daughter, shameless old beast. If you're happy to be born, go ahead and have children yourself. Now, get lost and stay away from my daughter. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will beat you. Yu Dihao also ran over, panting heavily, and said fiercely, if I see you bothering my daughter again, we will report to the authorities and have all of you taken away. Chen Feng and Wang Dahai felt like the world had gone crazy. These two probably had something wrong with their brains. Are you guys crazy? What are you pretending for? Don't you hate this girl the most? Now you're pretending to be all loving and caring. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yu Riyue hugging Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan tightly, tears streaming down her face. Is it you? Did you come to find me? 714. Yu Dihao immediately responded. 718. This was their family's secret password, only known by the three of them. When the code matched, the three of them couldn't hold back their emotions anymore and started crying loudly. Finally, we found you. Our family will never be apart again. Mom and Dad, do you know how much I miss you? I even dream about our family every night. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan kept nodding, their voices choked with emotion. We miss you too. We wish we could take your place in trouble. We wish all the suffering was ours. We just hope heaven won't hurt our precious girl. Unbelievably, they cried so sadly that it was heartbreaking. It felt as if I had just experienced life and death separation. But everyone here knew that these three people did not get along well. Why were they suddenly hugging and holding each other? At this moment, Wang Dahai nervously asked, are you three possessed by ghosts? This question made Yu Riyue and the others break out in cold sweat. Right, this is ancient times. If someone was suspected of being possessed by a ghost, they would be burned alive. Thinking of this, the three quickly separated and pretended not to know each other. Yu Riyue immediately retorted, I think you are the ones possessed by ghosts. A few days ago, you were shouting and trying to attack me, wanting to tear me apart, and now your attitude has suddenly changed. Wang Dahai was speechless after being called out. What could he say? Could he admit that he saw she was very good at making money in the city, and since his son was useless, he wanted her to come and work for the old Wang family? We just had some misunderstandings before, he stammered. Yu Riyue shook her head quickly. No misunderstandings. Get lost now, or I will go crazy. Seeing that Yu Riyue was truly angry, the family of three felt something was off. They felt cold all over and quickly got into the carriage and left. They were sure that this girl was definitely still attached to her precious son, Yuqing. Otherwise, they wouldn't just scold the two of them, but also scold Wang Matzi. Yes, that's right. After they left, the three of them looked at each other and smiled without saying much, since Yu Shi and Yu Tian were nearby. Where are you staying tonight? Do you want to go to the Shen family? Yu Dihao shook his head. No need. I don't want to trouble you. It's enough that I know you're safe. There's an old thatched hut in the village. The village chief said we can stay there for now, so you don't have to worry. Yu Riyue looked at her two brothers and swallowed her words back. In her memory, these two brothers were actually okay with her before, just a bit dull because of how their original parents raised them. But they were still the biological sons of those two people, true ancient people. If they found out that her parents had died and that their bodies now contained spirits from another world, they might start shouting and demand to burn everyone. All right then, as long as we have a place to live, that's enough. Let's go back now. I heard that your relationship with your grandparents has become strained, and I was worried. That's why I came out to check on you. After all, you are my biological parents. Yu Dihao understood his daughter's meaning and immediately played along, saying, Oh, it was my and your mother's fault before. We thought that being patient would earn your approval, but all we got was things getting worse. That old man actually pushed us into the river and watched us struggle to survive. Then, he wanted us to have a ghost marriage after we died. We can't accept such cruel parents. We might be killed someday just because we're short of money, and they might force us into a ghost marriage to get money. Liang Shulan also agreed, saying, My husband and I felt like we had died once in that river. Our memories from back then flashed through our minds. That's when we realized how wrong we had been. Our parents' actions might sound unbelievable, but we don't expect you to forgive us right away. We just hope you can give us a chance to make up for what we've done. Yu Shi and Yu Tian, who were initially full of doubts, now understood, and their worries eased. After all, selfish parents like them only learn to feel pain when it happens to themselves. Only then do they wake up. But how long can this awakening last? They dared not think about it or ask for any compensation. They just hoped that in the future, when their parents are short of money, they wouldn't be pushed into a ghost marriage or forced into death like their grandparents. Yu Shi, the eldest son, took the lead and said, "Since ancient times, only unfilial children are the ones who cause trouble for their parents. We don't want any compensation from our parents. We just hope our family can live happily together in the future." Yu Tian nodded in agreement but didn't speak. Yu Ryue quickly smiled to lighten the mood, saying, "Of course. As long as our family is together, there's nothing we can't get through." Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan also smiled and nodded. "Yes. Yes. From now on, we will have good days ahead." Yu Shi, who had lived for 18 years, finally felt the warmth of a family. His heart was full of hope for the future. Even Yu Tian, usually quiet and reserved, couldn't help but smile. The family of 5, talking and laughing, headed toward the dilapidated thatched house at the end of Hedong village. When they finally reached the house, everyone was shocked by how badly it was damaged. This house is no longer a complete building. Only the northeast part still stands. The middle and western sections have collapsed. Maybe in a few days, the entire house will fall down and can no longer be lived in. Luckily, the roof of the nearby wood shed is still intact. The windows on all sides are leaking wind, but since it's summer, living there for a few days won't cause any harm. Yu Diheng opened the old wooden door, and a strong smell of smoke and dust hit him. He quickly protected his wife and children behind him. "Stay outside. The inside is too smoky. Once the 3 of us clean up this house, you can go in." In modern times, during the year-end cleaning, Liang Shulan and Yu Ryue would stay behind, while Yu Diheng would clean the house inside and out. They were used to this routine. Hearing this, they immediately stepped back 2 steps. This shocked Yu Shi and Yu Tian. Although their father seemed weak and not like a family head outside, when they were alone with just their family of 5, he was very strict. He wouldn't allow anyone to disobey his orders. Hitting and scolding were common. How could he help clean the house? Seeing their confusion, Yu Diheng smiled and said, "Didn't I say? I made many mistakes before, so this is my first step to make up for it. After all, your mother and sister are women. It's still up to us men to handle the housework." Yu Shi and Yu Tian, now grown up, finally thought their father's words made sense. Most importantly, they cared about their sister. So, the 3 of them rolled up their sleeves and started cleaning. Meanwhile, Ryue and Liang Shulan sat aside, talking about what had happened in the past few days. When Ryue learned that Yu Diheng and Liang Shulan had crossed over while burning paper, she immediately asked, "Didn't you say not to burn paper anymore? You wouldn't stay at my grave all night, burning for days, right?" Liang Shulan looked guilty and turned her head away, blinking randomly. "No, of course not. We're not that reckless." Ryue could tell at once that her mother was lying. It seemed they had indeed been burning paper day and night for several days. The reason for crossing over might have been due to sudden death from burning paper or being overwhelmed by smoke. Thinking about this possibility, her tears started to flow again. "Why are you 2 so silly? I told you to hold on to the money and live well on the other side. I will contact you every day. Why don't you cherish your health?" Liang Shulan felt guilty and kept touching her nose. "Actually, dying isn't so bad. If I had known it could bring our family together, your father and I would have jumped off a building long ago. And look, since we came here, we've become 30 years younger. It's definitely worth it." Yu Ryue sighed. "Although you're only 34 now, in ancient times, the average lifespan was only 40 or 50 years. So, in the long run, you're actually losing out." Liang Shulan hugged her daughter tightly. "What's there to lose, my precious girl? As long as I can see you again, even if I had a short life, I'd be willing to die tomorrow." Mother and daughter hugged and cried for a while, finally releasing their pent-up feelings. "Shulan, stop crying and pulling your daughter along. My son and I are a bit hungry." Hurry up and make some food for us. Only then did Liang Shulan remember they hadn't eaten since yesterday. Hearing this, she felt her stomach was empty. Yu Ryue smiled and said, "Later, everyone come to my house to eat. First, to celebrate your new home, and second, to celebrate our family's rebirth." Yu Dihao chuckled happily. "Yes. Let's celebrate our new beginning." Then Yu Ryue took Liang Shulan by the hand and headed home. Along the way, many people pointed and stared, but she just ignored them. Only those she knew well received a brief explanation. When they arrived home, Shen Chou was still not there, and Shen Jiao had no idea where she went. While introducing her family, Yu Ryue led everyone into the kitchen.
Mom.
"Go clean the fish in the wooden basin next to us. I'll make some purple rice rolls. Oh, I also bought lots of roasted chicken. The roasted duck is kept in the space. The space can keep things fresh, whatever you put in stays the same. I'll bring out 2 roasted chickens and 2 roasted ducks for you to try. Also, I'll stew a red braised chicken with eggs. There are some greens the neighbor gave us in the dish rack." Yu Ryue kept talking, eager to share all the food she had stored over the past days with her parents. Liang Shulan smiled and said, "It seems your family is quite poor. The roof leaks and hasn't been fixed. Maybe you shouldn't eat so much meat. Take the money and use it to repair the roof." Yu Ryue sighed. "Mom, don't worry. Your daughter is now quite good at earning money. Also, I don't want to spend too much on the Shen family's house. I plan to save enough money, improve my connections, and see if I can use money to get a new household registration and live somewhere unfamiliar. Now that you two are here, I feel more at ease. I can leave Shinshu and go back to be with you." Liang Shulan was a bit worried. The Shen family isn't very kind. "I'm afraid they won't let you go once they find out you can earn money." Yu Ryue smiled and assured her, "Don't worry. Although the Shen family isn't nice, my eldest uncle is very kind. We agreed that once I earn enough money to pay back what I owe them, he will write a divorce letter for me on behalf of his brother. Fortunately, this is ancient times. The older brother can write a divorce letter for his missing younger brother. If it were modern times, the 30-day divorce cooling-off period would probably be enough for old Shen to beat me 5 times." While wrapping seaweed rice balls, Yu Ryue talked about her kind but somewhat naive eldest uncle. After wrapping the first one, she handed the whole thing to Liang Shulan, saying, "Just bite and eat it to fill your stomach. I won't cut it for you." Liang Shulan was indeed hungry. She washed her hands, ate a seaweed rice ball, and then continued preparing the fish. After Yu Ryue wrapped more than 10 seaweed rice balls, Liang Shulan finished preparing the fish. She was from the village and was familiar with the firewood stove in front of her. She directly turned on the stove, heated the oil, and slowly put the fish into the pan. After frying both sides until golden, she added star anise, scallions, and a large spoon of sauce, then added water and simmered carefully. Soon, the aroma filled the air. Then she washed the pork, cut it into small pieces, and soaked it in clean water to remove blood. Yu Ryue took out 2 roasted chickens, 2 roasted ducks, and a bowl of plain flour from her space right in front of her mother. Liang Shulan had always known that her daughter had a space filled with their funeral offerings, but she was still very surprised to see her take things out of nowhere. "Our main food will be seaweed rice rolls and egg pancakes." Liang Shulan nodded blankly, then started kneading the dough with both hands and feet, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Yu Ryue laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Outside the door, Shen Chou, covered in blood, heard the bright laughter inside and felt all his fatigue and pain disappear. Especially when he heard the praise afterward, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. "I'm telling you, Shen Chou is so kind that he's a bit naive. I treated him badly before, but he still came out to protect me. Not only that, he deliberately provoked to stop that old brute from taking what I worked so hard to earn. In the end, he was beaten half to death. You should have seen the crisscrossed wounds on his back. Sometimes I really don't understand how someone can be so kind." Although Shen Chou knew that the person Yu Ryue was talking about, someone so kind to the point of being a little naive, was not himself, he couldn't help but smile. "So, if I tell him to write me a letter of separation from the Shen family, he definitely won't stop me." When Shen Chou heard this, his face immediately darkened. His hands clenched tightly, trembling all over, and his eyes turned bloodshot. All he wanted now was to rush over and kill this little troublemaker trying to escape from him.
No.
Killing her would be too easy. He should turn her into a pig, lock her in his secret room, so she could only stay with him forever and never escape. First, he would break her legs with a stick, 1 inch at a time, then break all her fingers and… Big brother? You're back? Where did you go today? You didn't tell me. Oh. Big brother, why are you covered in blood? Oh no. Your hand is still bleeding. Yuryue had originally wanted to pick some wild scallions in the backyard, but she saw Shen Chou standing at the door, covered in blood, with a gloomy expression, as if he was about to kill someone. Shen Chou snapped out of his trance, saw her rushing over with a worried look, and suddenly loosened his grip, weakly saying, "Little sister-in-law, I hurt so much. Oh no, where did this child go? Why is he so badly hurt? Hurry." Ryue helped him inside. "What are you carrying on your back? Why is it so heavy? Quick, put him down." Shen Chou painfully set down the basket on his back, then tilted his head and collapsed onto Ryue. Before losing consciousness, he smiled and comforted her. "Little sister-in-law, it's okay. Don't worry. I just couldn't bear to see you, a delicate woman, going out every day and working so hard. I thought I could help by bringing back some game from the mountain, but I didn't expect my body to be so weak and to get hurt. Little sister-in-law, it's all my fault. I dragged you down. You should go now so you won't have to work so hard every day." After saying this, he tilted his head and fainted. Hearing this, Yuryue felt very guilty. Why is he so silly? He's just a sickly person. His head was hit by the original owner and someone else, his arm was broken, and he kept getting hurt trying to help her. Yet, after he recovered, he still went to the mountain to hunt to support the family. A sick person who can't practice martial arts should be lucky just to survive. Yuryue quickly helped him inside, first giving him a big bowl of spiritual spring water. Then she asked Liang Shulan to watch over him for a while she went to find Shen Yuyan. When Shen Yuyan arrived and saw Shen Chou looking so weak, he was speechless. Did he fall? Yuryue looked anxious. No, he didn't fall. He went hunting in the mountain. What? Shen Chou? Hunting? Are you crazy? Shen Yuyan quickly checked his pulse, his face turning dark as a pot. It's over. His hard-earned good health is ruined again. His internal energy is out of balance, and he has serious internal injuries. He also has many wounds. He needs careful rest for a while, or it could threaten his life. Really? Is it that serious? Shen Yuyan couldn't help but glare at her. What do you think? This is your family matter. I shouldn't have said anything. Shen Chou was not seriously ill before, but since you came, you've almost hurt him to death several times. And because of that, his foundation was damaged. And now, you're forcing him to go to the mountain? He's just a sickly person. You're risking his life. Yuryue hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No, I didn't. I didn't mean to. Seeing that she showed no sign of regret, Shen Yuyan sighed deeply. Forget it. I'll get some medicine for you. Make sure he takes it on time. Yuryue immediately went to prepare the medicine. When she returned, Liang Shulan had already cooked the meal. Yu Dihao and his 2 sons had come over, looking curious as they gathered around the basket. Sweet daughter, come look. There are 5 wild chickens for wild rabbits and a fox. The most important thing is a dead snake, probably a highly poisonous silver-ringed snake from Legends. It must be very expensive. Yuryue hurried over, staring at the full basket of game. She was stunned. No wonder it was so heavy. Where did this sickly person get such strength? Little sister, it seems this fox is still alive. Yuryue quickly took the little fox out of the basket. Its small eyes were spinning around, clearly alive. Forget about the silver-ringed snake for now. Catching this little fox was also very difficult. She began to wonder, was Shen Chou really just a sickly person? Put the fox in a cage first. The rest of the game, take into the kitchen and wash off the blood. Let's eat first. Yu Dihao and his sons were very hungry. As soon as they heard about food, they became eager. especially Yu Shi and Yu Tian. They saw fish, meat, and eggs in the kitchen. They had never eaten meat or eggs before. Even fish was only for a little fish soup. The fish meat was reserved for Uncle San and Uncle Wu's families. Yu Ryue was about to go inside to see Shen Chou when suddenly, a sharp sound came from the house. She rushed in immediately. She found Shen Chou awake. It seemed he was thirsty and wanted a glass of water, but didn't want to trouble them. He accidentally knocked the cup onto the ground. Seeing Shen Chou act like a child who had done something wrong, carefully watching her, as if afraid of being abandoned, softened Yu Ryue's heart. Big brother, if you have something to say, just tell me. Why are you trying to show off in the house? And I told you I can earn money. I can earn money. Why do you risk so much going hunting in the mountains? Do you know? If you don't take good care of yourself, it could affect your lifespan, or even cause death. Why are you so hard to manage? Everyone who had ever met Shen Chou wished he were dead. No one cared about how long he would live. Even he sometimes wanted to end his own life. But the first one to truly care about him wasn't even human, it was a spirit creature. When he went up the mountain, he hadn't really been hurt. The blood on him came from his prey, and the blood on his hands was his own doing. He had only hurt himself out of anger after hearing Yu Ryue's words. His body was too weak, and he lost control, ending up in this state. But seeing the worry on her face, he realized the result was even better than he expected. How could he let go of such a perfect toy? Still, if he wanted to keep her close, he had to work harder. Sister-in-law, I just didn't want to be a burden to you. That's why I went up the mountain to take a risk. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Don't worry, I won't trouble you anymore. Maybe I should write a letter on behalf of my brother to let you go home. Shen Chou made up his mind. This would be her last chance. If she dared to agree, then no one in this family would live. His body was weak, but he hadn't reached his position because of strength or health. Yu Ryue had no idea she was standing on the edge of life and death. She only thought she couldn't leave a sick man alone. Without her family ties, she wouldn't be able to visit the Shun household often, let alone take care of him. So, she quickly shook her head. Don't say that. Just focus on getting better. To be honest, Shen Chou felt a bit disappointed by her answer. A dark thought flashed through his mind. If she were gone, everything would return to his control. But then he imagined her staying by his side, always calling him big brother in that soft voice, and the thought calmed him. Maybe he should let her live a little longer, until he grew tired of this game. Don't worry, I'm fine, he said. By the way, did you see that red fox? I caught it to make you a scarf. I think it would suit you. Yu Ryue was deeply moved. Big brother, from now on, you're like my real brother. I will pour you a glass of water later. Shen Chou watched her walk away, feeling strangely uncomfortable with the words, own brother. After Yu Ryue brought in the spiritual spring water and finished feeding him, the meal was served. Yu Dihao had already learned from Liang Shulan how kind Shen Chou was and how well he treated their daughter. Now, sitting at the table, Shen Chou directly snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Yu Ryue, saying, Big nephew, thank you for taking care of Ryue these days. She's still young and doesn't know how to serve others. Here, I'll feed you. I want you to eat well and drink plenty. Shen Chou had already recovered quite a bit after drinking the spiritual spring water. He didn't really need to be fed, but he enjoyed the feeling of Yu Ryue fussing over him. Suddenly, Yu Dihao appeared. He fake smiled and took the bowl back into his hands, saying, Uncle, don't worry. I can eat by myself. You eat more. Yu Dihao didn't insist further. Yu Shi and Yu Tian looked at the table full of food, especially the braised pork, eggs, and oily dishes. They were already drooling with hunger. But since the elders hadn't eaten yet, they didn't dare to start. Unexpectedly, their sister reached out and tore off 2 chicken legs, placing them into Shen Chou's bowl, then tore off 2 duck legs and put them into their bowls. Eat quickly. Don't be shy. Yu Shi and Yu Tian held their breath, glancing nervously at Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan, trying to think of how to help their sister deal with their scolding and anger. Surprisingly, instead of getting angry, the two of them smiled happily. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. At that moment, Yu Shi and Yu Tian truly believed that their parents had really changed. They didn't hold back anymore, and each took a duck leg to gnaw on.
Oh my. So this is what meat tastes like.
It's so delicious. Yu Shi whispered in amazement. Yu Tian's eyes turned red. It feels like a dream. I can actually eat meat like this? Yu Riyue added more braised pork and eggs to the two of them. Warning. Big brother, second brother, eat slowly. Don't choke. Yu Shi chuckled. Even if I choke, it's a happy death. Everyone burst into laughter, and they enjoyed the meal happily. When their parents arrived, the chores of clearing the dishes naturally didn't fall on Yu Riyue. She lay down for a while and then discussed with Shen Chou about giving the fox and snake to Yu how to sell in town. At the dining table, Shen Chou had already noticed the changes in Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan. Plus, Yu Riyue's current attitude of complete trust towards them made Shen Chou, the Minister of Justice, quickly conclude that the mischievous parents might also be possessed by mischievous spirits. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. Yu Riyue didn't realize that her family had already completely revealed their true selves. She added, I think after my parents nearly drowned this time, they seem to have had a sudden awakening. They definitely won't do those things again. Maybe we should give them another chance. Shen Chou didn't oppose her and simply smiled, saying, everything is up to you. Seeing how much Shen Chou trusted her, Yu Riyue felt her guilt grow even more. The original owner had taken many things from him before to support her family, and even the timid couple, Yu Laoxi and his wife, had secretly encouraged her to bully Shen Chou. Now, the things Shen Chou had risked his life to get back were being easily handed over to them for sale. It made her feel like crying. The reason Yu Riyue didn't go herself was because a few days ago, she had placed some seeds wrapped in a damp cloth at the bottom of a cabinet. She had been watering them daily to keep the cloth and seeds moist. This morning, she saw that all the seeds had sprouted and needed to be transplanted into small pots quickly, or the sprouts would break. So, when Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan took their two sons to town to sell things, Yu Riyue took out the sprouted seeds. She first put some soil into a small wooden basin, then placed the seeds inside, watered them lightly, and put the basin in a shady spot. The seeds that needed this treatment were cucumbers and green beans. The other seeds they bought, suitable for planting in this weather, carrots, chives, water spinach, and others, were directly planted in the ground. Holding a small, Yu Riyue went to the backyard. The original owner was very lazy. The garden was overgrown with weeds. Although she had pulled some weeds after arriving, they had grown back in just a few days. She could only start by taking a small basket and pulling weeds. Once most of the weeds were cleared, she used A to till the soil. It was very heavy and hard to handle. After turning over a small patch of soil and breaking the large clumps into tiny pieces, she was already sweating profusely. At this moment, Shen Chou, weak and sickly, came out of the house. He stood at the backyard gate, looking at the small girl who was sweating and had a flushed face. His eyes were dark and dull. He turned around, went inside, poured some water, and handed it to her. Little sister-in-law, rest for a while and drink some water. Yu Riyue licked her dry lips, feeling quite thirsty. She casually wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, then quickly walked over, took the water from him, tilted her head, and drank it. When Shen Chou saw Yu Riyue approaching, he even felt a bit reluctant to step back. But instead of the usual sweaty smell, he noticed a light, fresh fragrance. This scent was different from the usual floral powder smell. It reminded him of the fresh flowers in the spring morning in the backyard garden. It made him want to get closer. He even found himself unable to stop looking at her just-licked lips. Yu Riyue sensed that the person getting closer beside her was acting strangely. Big brother? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell and dizzy? Shen Chou also felt that something was strange about himself. In the end, he attributed this strange feeling to the mysterious magic of the little girl in front of him. Although it was a bit of a stretch, he couldn't think of any other explanation. He could only then go to work in the field to hide this inexplicable flutter in his heart. After working for a while and feeling a bit dizzy, he handed the bag to Yu Riyue. She cleared a patch of land, slowly shaped it into ridges, dug small holes, and planted seeds. Shen Chou helped fill the soil and water the plants from behind. Their teamwork was very smooth, and soon all the seeds were planted. Yuryua looked at the neat garden in front of her with a big smile, feeling very proud. Shen Chou looked down at his hands, which were crossed on his hips. His face was flushed, and his eyes sparkled. Yuryua thought that because of this little girl, her face didn't seem as annoying anymore. After returning to the house for a short rest, Yuryua was called by the tree family next door to help with the last step of making hawthorn cake. Once finished, she returned and cooked a big pot of rice. She cut cucumbers and carrots into thin strips, fried some eggs, and set them aside to cool. After everything was done, she was covered in sweat, went back into the west room, closed the door, and quickly entered her space to wash carefully. When she came out again, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan had already returned from town and were talking with Shen Chou. Great nephew. Today we were very lucky. When we arrived at the town's mountain goods shop, we heard that the wealthiest family in Lu County, the Li family, was about to celebrate a big birthday. The younger family members were thinking about how to find a new and special gift to please Mr. Li. I thought instead of selling these items to the mountain goods shop for others to resell to the Li family, I might as well go directly to them and ask if they want our things. Fortunately, I happened to stop a person at the door, Li Quan, the eldest son of Mr. Li. When he saw the snake and the small fox I was holding, he immediately decided to buy both. He said his father had sent many people into the mountains to catch a silver-ringed snake for wine, but they never succeeded. It was lucky that we found it by chance. As for the small fox, he planned to buy it for his pregnant wife to make her happy. While speaking, Yu Dihao carefully took out a stack of silver notes from his pocket. Together, these two items sold for 340 taels of silver. That money is enough to buy a house here. Yuryua was surprised and came out of the room, saying, "They actually sold these two things for 340 taels. Big brother, you're amazing." Going into the mountains once and earning more than I do working hard for a whole month, Shen Chou didn't think it was that impressive. If he took these two items to the capital to sell, he could probably get over 1,000 taels. But in this small town, getting over 300 taels was already unexpected. This old fox really has some skill. Liang Shulan heard her daughter and frowned slightly. You can't say that. This money was earned with Xiao Chao's life. Never go into the mountains alone again. If something happens, even 1,000 or 10,000 taels wouldn't be enough to bring him back. Yu Dihao nodded in agreement.
I was just happy about it. Your aunt is right.
Li Laoyi sent many people to catch that silver-ringed snake, but they couldn't catch it. Instead, it bit someone to death. So, you must be careful in the future. Maybe this time was just luck. This was the first time someone had spoken to him like that. He didn't feel annoyed, surprisingly. But Shen Chou didn't take the money. Instead, he pushed it toward Yuryua. You keep this money. Go to town and buy more hairpins and fragrant ointments for women. If you want to open a shop, take the money and negotiate for a store. The 5 members of the Yu family looked surprised. That's 340 taels of silver. How could it seem so casual, like just a few coins? Big brother, I don't need money of my own. You can keep this money and spend it. Shen Chou looked upset, as if he had been wronged. Why are you so distant from Big Brother? If everything has to be so carefully calculated, I might not dare to take the medicine you buy for me anymore. Yuryua saw how sad he looked and felt guilty. She finally took the money and promised, since Big Brother trusts me, I'll take it. Don't worry, I won't spend it carelessly. I'll save it all to help you find a wife someday. Why did his hand suddenly itch so much? He really wanted to cut that girl's tongue so she wouldn't say such nonsense again. Yuryua didn't know what he was thinking. She happily took the money and pulled her parents to make purple rice rolls. As for Yu Shi and Yu Tian, they took 2 wooden boards from the Shen family and went back to prepare their place for the night. In the kitchen, Yuryua watched her father busy and suddenly remembered the 100 gene of sausage casing she bought today.
Oh, Dad.
I remember you can stuff not only meat sausages but also egg sausages. Why don't we make some ourselves and sell them in town? Yu Dihao straightened up a little confused. Stuffed sausages? But it's hard to buy sausage casings here. Whenever there are some, big restaurants buy them all. Yu Ryue winked playfully. I bought some already. Liang Shulan finished the last purple rice roll, looked at the sky, and made a decision. Tomorrow, after buying the seaweed, we'll come back and let Dad make the sausages. The next morning, Yu Ryue stretched lazily. A gentle breeze made it the most comfortable time of the day. Knock, knock, knock. The Shu family went out early to sell hawthorn cakes. They were very nervous. Before dawn, they checked if the hawthorn cakes had set and whether everything was ready. Then, the family sat crying and waiting for dawn and for Yu Ryue's voice. Because they were paying close attention, as soon as they heard any sound, they hurried over to knock on the door. Yu Ryue smiled as she opened the door and saw Xu Dazhao and Qiuhong, dressed in their worn-out clothes, standing outside looking a bit shy. Ryue, when are we leaving? I was almost out of breath from the tension. Yu Ryue looked at the dark circles under their eyes, which probably meant they hadn't slept all night. After I finish tidying up and have a quick bite, we'll take the ox cart into town to sell our things. Don't worry, I told you we'll set up our stalls side by side, so there won't be any problems. Qiuhong nervously tugged at her clothes. These clothes were made for our wedding. We only wear them during festivals or when visiting relatives. I wonder if it's embarrassing to wear them outside. Yu Ryue quickly smiled and patted her shoulder. What's there to be embarrassed about? Look at me, I'm wearing rough cloth too. We earn money with our hands and skills. It's not shameful as long as we're clean and tidy. Qiuhong felt reassured and immediately relaxed. Yu Ryue took a bite of food and waited a little longer. Shen Jiao and Liang Shulan also arrived. All right, since everyone's here, let's go. Shen Jiao looked at Liang Shulan with surprise.
What?
Your mother is coming too? Yu Ryue suddenly remembered that in their eyes, Liang Shulan was still the selfish, useless person she used to be. She quickly explained, my father and mother were pushed into the river by old man Yu and almost drowned. Since then, they've changed and will live properly from now on. Since it was their family matter and she explained it, others didn't say much. They carried their things and waited at the village entrance for the horse cart. Have you heard? After Wang's wife and her eldest son broke their legs, several other families in our village have had accidents. People say it's like someone deliberately tripped them. Isn't that strange? Strange? I think it's heaven's way of punishing them. You don't know how bad these people are. Just look at the young girl from the Yu family. She just got married and was crying because of those gossiping women. They mock and insult her all the time. Now that her life is better, they even chased her to her door and stole her business. Isn't that heaven's justice? A few others nodded, agreeing with this idea.
Yes.
Those families have gone too far. But now they're really suffering. Everyone was injured and disabled overnight. Yu Ryue heard some names from their conversation, and it seemed these people had bullied her before. Could it really be heaven's justice? She wanted to listen a little longer, but when the others saw her approach, they immediately shut their mouths. On the way, these people kept glancing at her and Liang Shulan with their eyes. This made Yu Ryue feel uncomfortable. It seems it's time to spend some money on a good cart, or else they would be stared at like monkeys every day. The carriage shook and swayed, making the early risers feel sleepy. Finally, just as everyone was about to doze off, they arrived in the town. Yu Ryue led everyone to the street where they had sold hawthorn cakes before, paid 6 coins, and found 2 prominent spots. As soon as they set up their things, Chuanjiu hurried over anxiously. Ryue, you finally arrived.
What did you do yesterday?
I looked for you all day. Quick. Give me 5 jin of hawthorn cakes and 5 jin of sour jujube cakes. The ones we bought last time weren't enough to share, and I don't know where the old lady at home heard that your stuff cures illnesses. Our young lady is kind-hearted, so she gave all the cakes she bought to the old lady. Yesterday, she was so greedy that she bought some from others and even made the young lady. Yu Ryue smiled and pointed to Qiuhong, who looked a bit nervous. This is my sister-in-law. I gave her the task of making the hawthorn cakes. Rest assured, her work is exactly the same as mine. They're just earning a small fee for their effort. Chuanju looked at Qiuhong with some suspicion. Are you sure it's the same? I warn you, if you cheat our young lady, you'll be punished. Shen Chou, standing nearby, smiled and nudged her shoulder. Who are you trying to scare? Don't worry, I guarantee it will be exactly the same. By the way, sister, you also made other foods today. Try a rice roll called seaweed wrap and a spicy snail dish called spicy sharp snails. I took a bite yesterday, and I still dream about it at night. Hearing Shen Chou's assurance, Chuanji waved her hand and told Chiu Hong to bring 5 jin of hawthorn cakes and 5 jin of sour jujube cakes. She then took a piece of the seaweed wrap and immediately brightened up. Oh my, what's this amazing flavor? Why is it so delicious? Fresh and fragrant. I've been with a young lady for so many years, but I've never seen this before. How much does it sell for? Yu Ryue smiled and said, this stuff is expensive. One piece costs 50 coins. 50 coins? That's so much more than hawthorn cakes. Yu Ryue stayed calm. Just look at this outer layer, she said. It was shipped from across the sea. I only got a little by chance, and I'm not sure if I can get more later. Inside, it's filled with fine rice, eggs, and sausage, all made with the best ingredients. Chuanju had served her lady for a long time, yet she had never seen anything like this before. It was clearly something rare and precious. Thinking of her young lady, who had lost her appetite because of pregnancy, Chuanju gritted her teeth and said, give me 4 of them. Shen Chou quickly wrapped the food in lotus leaves, handed it over with a proud smile, and said, here you go. Yu Ryue then scooped a spoonful of spicy snails for her. This is fresh and flavorful. Take some home and try it. Chuanju accepted it with a smile, paid quickly, and hurried off with the food. Once the first person tried it, others followed. Everyone thought it was expensive at first, but after tasting it, they couldn't resist buying 2 or 3 rolls each. Even those who didn't buy the seaweed rolls still bought some spicy snails to try. After all, a small portion of snails cost only 4 coins, much cheaper than other foods. By noon, everything was sold out. Yu Ryue had brought 200 seaweed rolls this time. After subtracting the 3 used for samples, she earned 9 taels, 8 maces, and 50 coins. Adding the 9 caddies of spicy snails, her total profit came to 10 taels for maces and 26 coins. Shen Chou counted the money again and again, frowning slightly. Sister Yu, we raised the price, but we still earned less than before. Brother Shu and his family make more than 20 taels a day. That's twice as much as us. Yu Ryue only smiled. She didn't mention that half of their profit actually came from her, and even the sugar the Shu family used was bought from her to keep the flavor consistent. So, in truth, she earned more than half. Still, the Shu family made a good profit too. At least 4 taels of silver, more than what their whole family used to earn in 2 years. Chiu Hong and Shu Dachao trembled with excitement as they held the money, almost ready to kneel and thank Yu Ryue, their lucky star. On their way home, they clutched the silver tightly, glancing around nervously, afraid anyone might notice that they had made money. Looking at Yu Ryue, I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. When she got home, Yu Ryue first took out 30 taels of silver and handed it to Yu Dihao, telling him to buy a card in his name. He would be responsible for taking them to the town in the future. She, Liang Shulan, and Shen Jiao then prepared spicy snails, seaweed rice rolls, and sausage meat for the market the next day. After everything was ready just then, there was a knock on the door. Yu Ryue thought her father had returned, so she happily went to open it. But she saw Wang Matzi, looking very downcast. Ryue, I know you like me. If you're willing to marry me for 50 taels of silver, I will. Yu Ryue calmly closed the door tightly. Shen Chou, hearing the noise, came out and asked, Sister-in-law? Has uncle come back? It's not my father. It's a stray dog that suddenly barked loudly at our door. Wang Matzi didn't expect himself to come so humbly to ask for her hand. She not only closed the door but also scolded him as a stray dog. Angrily, ignoring her parents' warnings, he stood outside and shouted, Yu Ryue, you shameless woman who only flirts with men. Don't be ungrateful. Besides me, no one else will want you. I'll open the door one last time, bring 50 taels of silver, and marry you, Even if I have to force it. Yuryua pointed behind her with a smile.
See?
I told you he's a stray dog. Shen Chou's eyes flashed with a murderous look, but it quickly disappeared. He didn't know how long he could stay in this body. He had to get rid of these annoying flies quickly. Otherwise, if he drove this little troublemaker away, it wouldn't be good. Wang Matzi cursed outside for a long time, his mouth dry. Inside, the people ignored him. More and more onlookers gathered outside. Frustrated, he had no choice but to leave. If this little brat could make money now, he wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. He gritted his teeth in hatred, already planning how to get his revenge later. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, a figure silently slipped out from the backyard of the Shin family, quietly following behind him, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, at the Lu County Li family, Chunju was just rewarded with a silver tael by her young lady, Qin Wanru, for her seaweed rice rolls. As she was about to turn to leave, Qin Wanru deeply sniffed and called her over. Chunju, why do I smell a spicy scent on you? It feels like you've been eating something. Are you hiding something special? Chunju, a bit confused, took out a spicy, pointed snail from her arms. Miss, is this what you're talking about? It's because I have a good relationship with the seller, so she gave it to me to try first. It's just a common, cheap pointed snail, so I didn't bring it out to avoid bothering you. Qin Wanru reached out and took the spicy snail, eagerly opening the packaging. The fragrant, spicy smell immediately hit her. She was spoiled since childhood, always eating the best things, so she had never seen a pointed snail before. These shells are so hard. How do you eat this? Chunju quickly took out a homemade toothpick that Yuryue had given her. Someone told me to insert this into the shell, turn gently, and the meat will come out. Skilled people can even the meat out directly with their mouths. Just a note, the parts behind are internal organs, so it's better not to eat them. Just eat the meat on top, Chunju demonstrated by picking out a small piece of meat and handing it over. Qin Wanru, curious, took the small piece and slowly put it in her mouth. The spicy flavor burst in her mouth instantly. She only intended to try a bite, but couldn't resist eating a second and third piece. By the time she realized it, she had finished all the pointed snails on the lotus leaf. Why so fast? I haven't even enjoyed it yet, and it's all gone. Chunju, who hadn't tasted any herself, watched her lady eat happily, saliva constantly forming in her mouth. If you like it, I'll buy more tomorrow. Qin Wanru looked at the table full of snail shells, savoring the spicy taste in her mind. Good. Buy a few more tomorrow, about 5 or 6 Jin. We can share some with the old lady and the old master. Also, ask if there are any other new and interesting foods. I need to prepare in advance for entertaining guests in a few days. Chunji nodded quickly, thinking she must ask Yuryue to give her some to try tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yuryue was busy stir-frying snails, buns, vegetables, and rice. Yu Shi and Yu Tian were nearby, but they couldn't help much. Yuryue sent them directly to the river to fish for more fish and snails. After finishing all the preparations for the items to be sold the next day, Yu Dihao finally drove his ox cart back, accompanied by many villagers. Old Yu 4, did you buy this ox cart? What are you selling every day now? You've made so much money. As neighbors, we can't even have meat, and we can't even drink soup. Tell us, how did you earn this money? That's right. The things on the East Mountain aren't just your family's. Everyone shares in them. Yu Dihao smiled foolishly. What money? The money earned before the full moon was taken away. We borrowed this ox cart. We have to return it after use. Stay back, everyone. Don't let this ox cart get damaged. If it does, we'll have to pay for it. These people weren't fools. They naturally didn't believe him. Who would lend you an ox cart? Stop fooling us. Just tell us how to make money. Are your Yu family planning to keep everything from the mountain for yourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, a furious voice came from inside the yard. The mountain is right there. It's not going anywhere. If you're so capable, go up the mountain and earn your own money. Stop barking like a coward at someone else's door. Besides, this ox cart was borrowed from my sister-in-law's older brother. If you're so capable, go ask him in the neighboring county. Liang Shulan was from another county, so everyone didn't know her family well. They only remembered that Yu's wife said she was crazy, and her fierce attitude was different from before, confirming what was said. Even if they didn't believe it, they had to. After Liang Shulan drove everyone away, she pushed the ox cart inside. Yu Ryue quietly gave her mother a thumbs up.
Mom.
You're so clever. Even if old Shen finds out, he won't come back to bother us. Now that we have the ox cart, let's start preparing the sausage. Yu Dihao immediately took a sip of water, washed his hands, and prepared to stuff the sausage. As he got ready, he explained, this sausage needs pork with a good mix of fat and lean. If you want it a bit fattier, use a 3:7 ratio. If you prefer it leaner, use 2:8. That way, it won't be greasy, and the pork should be cut into small pieces, not ground into mince. Otherwise, you won't get the texture of the meat chunks. Yu Dihao gathered everything, added various seasonings, and mixed them well. Moreover, they made 2 different flavors, one plain and one slightly spicy black pepper flavor. After preparing the filling, they used the sausage stuffer bought by Yu Ryue to fill the casings little by little. Once all the filling was inside, they poked small holes in the sausages to prevent them from bursting during cooking. Then, they tied the sausages with pieces of yarn and hung them in a cool, ventilated place to dry for 24 hours. This way, the skin would become crispy when eaten. After finishing the meat sausages, Yu Dihao also made a chicken egg sausage, which could be cooked and eaten immediately. Yu Ryue bought a total of 20 jin of pork and 100 eggs, and she used all of them. The next morning, to prevent anyone from stealing the sausages while they were away, Yu Ryue stored everything in the space and carefully told Yu Shi and Yu Tian to watch over Shen Chou at home. Only then did they go to town to set up their stall. They also brought along the Tree family members. Gao Lady stood at the door, glaring with a hostile look as he watched Yu Ryue and the others leave, finally fixing his gaze on the backyard of the Shen family. At the market on the east side of Luxian, Chuanju stretched her neck and looked around eagerly until she finally saw Yu Ryue and her group coming to set up their stall. She hurriedly went to greet them, saying, "You've finally arrived. How many seaweed rice rolls did you make? Bring me 100. Also, give me 8 jin of spicy snails. By the way, my young lady asked me to ask if you have any other new and interesting foods? Something fancy enough to entertain guests." Hearing this, Yu Ryue's eyes lit up instantly. She pulled Chuanju aside and said, "I do have many new and interesting foods, but they use more complicated ingredients and are more expensive. I don't know if your young lady can afford them." Chuanju immediately understood. "Sister Yu, don't worry. Let me tell you secretly. Our young lady is the young madam of the Li family. She can afford anything." Yu Ryue was surprised. The same Li family that's about to hold a big birthday celebration and is the richest in Luxian? Chuanju immediately puffed up her chest and nodded. "Of course. But our young lady told me not to say anything outside, in case someone with bad intentions causes trouble. But after working with you for so long, I think you're not a bad person. Don't go spreading this around." Yu Ryue quickly nodded. "Don't worry, I won't say a word. Tell your young lady at home that I can still make sandwiches, sausages, egg rolls, smoked fish, spicy fish, braised meat rice, and also desserts and noodles. There is nothing I cannot do, only things you haven't thought of. By the way, I can also make cakes, which are kind of dessert. I can write a big longevity character on top. In my mother's hometown, they eat long life noodles and cake on birthdays. Or, you can tell your young lady that I will make a little less of each dish, so she can try them early. Maybe she can decide whether to give me that loaf of bread later." Chuanju rolled her eyes and said, "You dare to say that? Our Li family's banquet is always ordered from Tianfu Tower in Liuzhou, or the master chef from Tianfu Tower is invited directly to cook for us. It's not that I look down on you, but Tianfu Tower, which has been running for over 100 years, is simply not comparable to us." Yu Ryue smiled and said, "Chuanju, you're not right to say that. You should see where the difference is. If it's about novelty, Tianfu Tower definitely can't compare to my new ideas. If your young lady wants a banquet that is very impressive and unforgettable, come try mine. It will definitely be delicious and affordable." While talking, she even took out a silver coin from her pocket to give. Chunju quickly pushed the coin back and said, "Do you still have no shame? Trying to give me silver? I have principles, I won't accept it." Ryue felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Is this not common here? Over there, no matter what event, you have to give silver. And, is face more important than making money? I'm almost broke, so I naturally want to earn as much as I can." When Chunji took the news back, Chin Wanra held her handkerchief and chuckled softly. "That young girl you mentioned is quite interesting. These days, people value integrity the most, and they look down on us merchants. Saying things like bowing to 5 bushels of rice and not lowering ourselves for money. That's all nonsense. Only when you have money do you have face." Chunju nodded in agreement. "You don't know, but Ryue seems to often be bullied in the village." Chunju recounted what she saw that day, and Chin Wanru looked a bit angry. That old woman and that woman are really shameless? They made something that tastes bad and still want to cheat that young girl? By the way, who are Su Mayer and Meng Qi? I have never heard of them. Chunju pursed her lips. "Miss, you don't know. That Meng Qi seems to be from the Qingzhou restaurant family. It's the restaurant that claims to only serve scholars, but actually the food is very bad. Only foolish scholars who care about reputation go there. As for Su Mayer, her mother is Aunt Hua, who was hired by Li Lin as a nursemaid. She has been in the household for 7 years now." Chin Wanra looked surprised.
What?
"That's the young maid."
Chunju nodded, speechless.
Chin Wanru couldn't believe it. That honest-looking old maid actually has a daughter with such a strange mind. She thought for a moment and finally said, "We will still use Tianfu restaurant for the banquet. But since this little girl is so interesting, it's okay to add 2 more dishes from her place. Tell her to bring over 2 of her best dishes tomorrow for me to try. If they are good, I will keep those 2 dishes. If not, I won't order even seaweed rice balls from her. Pass on the message and ask if she dares to accept." Ryue, who had already bought everything, stood there, eager and hopeful. "The Leaf family is the richest. I heard that they are so wealthy that even the floors inside their house are paved with gold. I wonder if the sunlight at noon is too bright to look at. Ryue, should we keep waiting? How long has it been? The Leaf family is so rich that they even have someone to test the food for poison. They probably wouldn't let strangers prepare the banquet. Maybe even the seaweed rice balls are just something the lady casually mentioned." Ryue shook her head firmly. "I know it's unlikely, but what if? Anyway, it's just wasting some time. I'll wait here while you go back and continue making seaweed rice balls and stuffed sausages. I'll definitely be back before dark." Liang Shulan immediately objected. "No, you're a girl. I don't feel safe letting you stay outside alone." Yu Dihao also nodded. "It's too dangerous for you to be outside alone. How about this? I'll take your mother and them to buy some things. You wait here. If we finish shopping and no one comes, we'll go back. Since her sudden death last time, Ryue has left her parents with a big shadow. Even after coming here, she has shown them various ways to stay safe, but they are still very worried. They want to stay close to her all the time." In the end, she reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right, then you go buy some things first. Buy some new clothes too." Lu Shulan and Yu Dihao nodded and left, feeling reassured. Ryue waited there, sitting on the ground. She watched as vendors came and went. Her parents bought a lot of things and returned, but she still hadn't seen anyone. She thought to herself, "I guess I was too simple. How could a rich family like that deal with people like us? The difference between us is like heaven and earth." But she didn't get discouraged. She believed that if she saw a chance, she would take it. Maybe one of them would succeed. Just when she thought no one would come, and she had just sat in the carriage, Chunju's figure appeared in front of them. "Ryue, wait a moment. Why did your things sell so quickly? I just took a little longer, and you're about to leave? We agreed I'd go back and ask for news, but before I could answer, you're leaving? That's not honest." Ryue quickly jumped down from the ox cart, smiling and walking quickly to meet her. "Okay, sister. All the items were sold 2 hours ago. My legs are sore from standing here. I just wanted to sit in the cart for a bit. I'm not leaving, I promise. By the way, I left you a bag of spicy snails." Jiao Jiao heard this and immediately took out the spicy snails from her arms. She was crying inside. Didn't I say these spicy snails were for me? She smiled happily on the outside. Chunju, look at this big bag. I don't get this treatment, and my sister, you said you'd definitely come back. We're waiting here with our things packed. Chunju took the spicy snails, and her face finally showed a smile. That's more like it. Then she quickly relayed her lady's words. Ryue, my lady said, see if you dare. Why not? Missus have given me a chance, so I must seize it. Chunju, don't worry. I will definitely not let you or the lady down. Look at all the things I bought. I've chosen the best. Just wait for my good news tomorrow. The group exchanged a few polite words before parting ways. They didn't notice at the corner, two people arguing nonstop. Brother Shu, why are you stopping me? Didn't we agree to go teach that little troublemaker a lesson? Can't you see her ugly face? You don't believe I can become a good wife in the future. Brother Shu, I want you to wear the clothes from Tianda Academy and teach them a lesson so they understand what true respect is. Shen Chou tightly grabbed Su Meier. He couldn't understand why he kept meeting that hateful woman Yu Ryue. Last time, she caused him to lose his chance to copy books and got him scolded by the teacher. Now, she's hurting the person he cares about. It seemed that this hateful woman was doing it on purpose. After seeing her last time, he pretended not to recognize her, but secretly investigated. He liked Su Meier, and she was deliberately causing trouble to get his attention. Thinking of this, he felt full of disgust. She was just a servant brought in to bring good luck. He didn't understand what his father was thinking, marrying this little troublemaker to Shen Chou, but why was she married to him? He said some fortune teller predicted she would bring prosperity to her husband. But he hadn't seen any good fortune, only rumors that he was wearing many green hats. Brother Shu, what are you thinking? Don't forget, my mother is in charge of the Li household. The young master of the Li family listens to her. Even in a few days, they will celebrate old Master Li's birthday, and they invited our family to join. Don't you want to see the world? Shen Chou didn't want to go. It was a good chance to meet important officials, but he couldn't go openly. If Yu Ryue got involved, it would cause trouble. Brother Shu, Su Meier saw Shen Chou not only unmoving but also staring intently at that hateful woman. She was furious inside but still pretended to be gentle and understanding. Brother, do you see this village girl and think of the servant girl you threw at home to bring good luck? Can't you let go of her? Do you want to promote her servant position? Although she spoke in a sweet and gentle tone, Shen Chou broke out in a cold sweat behind her. My young lady, what are you talking about? I am just thinking about how to help you get revenge. You know, people from the village are like troublemakers and can't be reasoned with. Even if we go there, it will only cause trouble and won't really hurt them. Don't worry. Leave this person to me, and I will make sure you never see this woman again. When Su Meier heard this promise, she immediately smiled happily and threw herself at Shen Chou. Sure enough, Brother Shu treats me the best. When I go home, I will tell my mother to save a good spot for you at the Li family banquet. Shen Chou felt happy inside, but kept a calm look on his face. If Annie finds it difficult, then forget it. Su Meier kept promising, and the two of them happily left. Meanwhile, Yu Ryue returned home and immediately pulled Shen Chou, who was resting in bed, to get up. She was so happy that she forgot to let go of Shen Chou's arm. Big brother, I have great news to tell you. We're about to get rich. Hurry up and help. Shen Chou looked at the excited girl with her face flushed and couldn't help but feel happy too.
Oh,
Who the heck ruined the backyard like this? If my mother finds out, she will break her legs. Before Yu Ryue finished speaking, her mother's scolding voice came from the yard. She quickly let go of Shen Chou's arm and headed toward the backyard. Shen Chou watched Yu Ryue ruthlessly leave his side, and his anger started to boil again. He really wanted to break this girl's legs, so she could only stay by his side forever. Who the heck messed up the garden I worked so hard to dig? Shen Chou. You sure? You Tian. Come out and see. Is this how you treat our home? Hearing their names called out loudly, Shen Chou and the others hurried to the backyard. They saw it was a mess. Many weeds were thrown around, and even the patch they had planted earlier was completely destroyed. Yu Ryue was relieved that she had taken the sausages and other valuables with her before leaving. Otherwise, She didn't know what would have happened. However, she was very angry. You three are supposed to watch the house, and this is how you did it. You sure and you Tion shrank back, not daring to make a sound. Shen Chou stood nearby with the brothers, feeling guilty. He was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice and had handled many cases. Why would he feel guilty? Shen Chou immediately went to the garden, looked around, examined the grass and footprints, and finally pointed to the neighbor's house. Based on the distribution of the footprints and the mess in the yard, the thief probably came from the next door. He or she probably arrived early before the dew dried, so their shoes would be muddy. Ryue quickly went to the wall between the two houses and saw a dirty footprint. Comparing its size, it seemed to belong to an adult woman. The only person from the tree family she didn't get along with was Gao Lady. Shun Jiao also came over and saw the scene, clapping her hands. It must be Gao Lady. She has always bullied Ryue and even said that if she could sell something, she would tear off her own head. No, I have to go find her. Ryue hurriedly held Shen Jiao's hand. Don't go. We don't have proof, and right now it's just a guess. Shen Chou remembered the little girl sweating profusely that day, and his eyes turned cold. There's a way, but we need Uncle and Aunt's help. Liang Shulan and Yu Dihao quickly approached, listening carefully. Nephew, I knew you were smart. Whatever you say, we will do. Today, I must stand up for my daughter. Shen Chou whispered a few words to the two of them. Liang Shulan immediately rolled up her sleeves, took a kitchen knife from the kitchen, and ran to the tree family's door. She kicked it open with a loud bang. Next door, Gao Lady looked at the 30 coins in her hand and started to mock. Your parents are biased, giving such good work to the older brother, and your older brother is not a good person either, only paying you a small wage. We also have to give half of the work to others. The girl next door takes so much of our money, and our whole family ends up working for her. She is clearly scheming and just trying to flirt with men. I think she's now interested in your older brother again. Xu Zhang really didn't want to pay attention to this crazy woman, but she kept talking more and more out of line. He got angry and warned her, shut your mouth. Don't say everything that comes to your mind. If you can stay in this family, stay. If not, leave. If I find out you're bothering Ryue again, I will divorce you. Gao Lady responded carelessly. What if I bother that girl? I've given birth to the smartest child in your family. Your whole family should thank me. Do you dare to divorce me? Can you afford to marry someone else? Xu Zhang was really annoyed by all the fuss. He raised his hand to hit her, but suddenly there was a loud bang on the door. He hurriedly put on his shoes, opened the door to see what was happening. A strong figure pushed him aside, and another person, holding a kitchen knife, immediately rushed at Gao Lady, who was lying on the bed looking terrified. Trying to sneak around? If you have the guts, let's do it one-on-one. Gao Lady was so scared her legs went weak. She quickly rolled into the bed. Liang Shulan got on the bed in a few quick steps, kicked her hard in the stomach, and then started hitting her face. Followed by Yushur, who grabbed the money on the bed. Good. My sister works so hard to earn money for the Shu family, and you guys actually ordered the second daughter-in-law to steal money? All this happened so fast and suddenly that Gao Lady was completely unprepared. Seeing the money about to be taken, she quickly shouted to stop. Lies. This money is mine. Liang Shulan kicked her again. Shen Chou saw you climbing over the wall to my house this morning. How could this money be yours? Gao Lady hurriedly explained while dodging. I went to your house this morning, but I didn't steal any money. I was just walking around the garden. Liang Shulan got the answer she wanted and stopped hitting her. At this moment, the Shu family all rushed over, looking confused at what was happening. Ryue and Shen Chou then came out and explained what had happened. The family members of the tree family were very angry. Ryue is now seen as a very important person, like a wealth god. Gao Lady must have a problem with his head to offend such a person. Xu Erdeo didn't hesitate and immediately raised his hand to hit, knocking out 3 of Gao Lady's loose teeth. Xu's wife was even more angry and shouted about splitting the family. Second brother, you insisted on marrying this wife. If you want, you can move out with her and stop causing trouble here. As for Ryua's land, Big Brother, you must take people to clear it and fix it quickly. Be sure to buy the best seeds. Big Brother Shu nodded quickly and took Old Third and Old Fourth with hose to the neighboring field. They looked at the messy garden and really wanted to go back and beat Gal Lady again. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted the villagers. They watched as Liang Shulan grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed forward, ready to fight. Now that they knew the full story, they felt a bit guilty. It seemed they couldn't bully Yu's little girl anymore. Not only was she crazy, but her mother was also crazy. The most important thing was that she had someone backing her up. It was clear they shouldn't mess with her in the future. After this incident, Liang Shulan became famous in Hudong village. No one dared to trouble Yu Ryue anymore. It was a warning to others. When everyone returned home, they praised Shen Chou highly. If someone else had been in this situation, even if others doubted them, they wouldn't have proof, so they would just endure it. But Shen Chou did the opposite. He came up with a surprise and accused her of a bigger crime. To clear her name, she would panic and admit to a smaller crime. Yu Ryue happily patted his shoulder. Brother, you're so amazing. From now on, you're my real brother. Yu sure disagreed a little. What about me? Yu Tian asked. And me? Yu Ryue smiled and said, Shen Chou is 20 years old. He's the oldest among us, so he's naturally called Big Brother. From now on, Big Brother will be Second Brother. Second Brother is Third Brother, and they're all my brothers. Yu Shi and Yu Tian immediately nodded with smiles, calling Shen Chou Big Brother, making everyone laugh. The atmosphere was very happy, as if this family had always been like this from the start. After dealing with this matter, everyone began preparing what they needed for tomorrow. First, she prepared seaweed rolls and spicy conch, made some sandwiches, and stuffed 30 pounds of sausage. Then, she killed all the fish kept in the tank, sliced them into thin pieces, and placed them directly into the storage space, ready for tomorrow's meal. Yu Ryue also cooked a large pot of water, added a big bag of marinated meat, and cut pork belly into small cubes, simmering them carefully. During cooking, she added 2 large bowls of spiritual spring water, which made the flavor change completely. Once the meat was cooked, she poured it into a big basin to cool. Yu Dihao cleaned the pot thoroughly. Liang Shulan added 10 ducks she had just prepared. Yu Ryue put in a black duck marinade she bought from the trading platform yesterday. When it was almost done, she added some peeled boiled eggs and soaked everything in a wooden basin overnight. The next morning, Yu Dihao took the whole family on a cart to the market stall. Because she had made so much, she didn't bring her family members along. As soon as Yu Ryue finished setting everything up, a group of regular customers gathered around. She displayed the marinated meat and duck products at the front. She placed the marinated meat in a small stone pot on a simple stove with some burning charcoal, filling the air with a delicious aroma. For reference only, Boss Yu. Are you launching a new product? How do you eat this? Yu Ryue took a small lotus leaf from a clean basket nearby, used clean chopsticks to pick up a piece of transparent, tender marinated meat from the clay pot, and handed it over. Follow the usual rule, try it first, then decide to buy. If you don't like it, you don't have to. This is the marinated meat I made yesterday. You can take it home and reheat it. It's very convenient. There are also these duck products and sandwiches all ready to eat. After tasting, everyone seemed to open a new world. They had never imagined food could taste this good. They started buying eagerly. Boss Yu, you're so amazing. Everything you make is so delicious. Someone nearby agreed, yes. Yes. Your food always has a special fresh aroma, and eating it makes us feel very comfortable. Yu Ryue smiled and explained, I told you from the start, many ingredients are actually medicinal herbs. I guess this is a happy accident. Those people suddenly looked as if they had realized something important. So this is the legendary medicinal cuisine, they said. Yu Ryue smiled slightly, but did not deny it. Now, everyone no longer thought the price was too high. In fact, they felt they had gotten a good deal, because this kind of medicinal dish was said to be only for the wealthy. Who in these days would complain about living a long life? Bring me a portion of braised meat. I want a serving of duck dishes. Make me a sandwich to take home for my child to try. Soon, all these items were sold out even faster than before. When Chuanju arrived, Ryue and the others had already started packing up. Ryue, didn't we agree that today you would bring some new and interesting things for my young lady to try? How come everything is sold out? Don't tell me you forgot. Ryue was a bit surprised. Sister Chuanju, you came in person? We were just about to pack up and wait for the ox cart at the back gate of the Lee residence. Chuanju was also surprised. Why are we going to the Lee residence? Didn't you prepare everything in advance? Ryue shook her head. How can we prepare the dishes ahead of time? Leaving them for the next day would just make them leftovers. Plus, I want to cook fish and meat, and in this hot weather, if they spoil, it would be bad. Hearing this, Chuanju suddenly thought it made sense. Their young lady was so precious, she wouldn't eat leftovers. So she nodded and led Ryue inside to the back gate of the Lee residence. But along the way, she kept feeling something was off. She told Ryue to wait outside while she went in to report to Qin Wanru. Qin Wanru heard this and couldn't help but smile. This girl is quite clever.
Fine, I'll give her this chance.
Let's bring her in. Chuanju, having her lady's approval, immediately ran to the back gate. My young lady said you can come in, but since you're visiting the Lee residence, we need to check everything. Please cooperate. Ryue nodded right away. As soon as they entered, a group of maids and young servants surrounded them. They carefully checked them from head to toe, then examined the items on the cart. Once everything was confirmed to be fine, they allowed them inside, but the ox cart had to stay in the backyard. Ryue led her family members to carry the items needed later from the ox cart. Then she followed Chuanju inside. On the way, Chuanju kept explaining, actually, you don't need to bring these things. Our Lee family has everything. By the way, since you're in our Lee residence, you must follow the rules. When you enter the kitchen, just do your work honestly. Don't look around or run around. If anything happens, I can't guarantee your safety. Ryue and her family held their things low and didn't look around, which made Chuanju very happy. They passed several corridors, crossed the courtyard gate, and finally reached the inner courtyard. After walking a long way, they arrived at the kitchen. Chuanju stood at the door and said, "This is the cook we invited from outside. We need to borrow your kitchen." Inside the kitchen, a middle-aged man sitting on a bench with his legs crossed looked unhappy and said, "Miss Chuanju, why do you bring everyone here? If anything is missing, broken, or bumped, we will have to pay for it. Also, we need to prepare lunch for the master, madam, and Auntie Hua. If we are delayed, can the young lady in charge take responsibility?" Chuanju sneered, "Don't worry. Remember, you're only in charge of the kitchen. You can't control my young lady. Whatever she asks you to do, just do it. Don't think that because you're related to Auntie Hua, the Leaf family belongs to you." The man in charge's face darkened immediately.
Fine.
"But remember, they can't use our things and don't expect us to help. If anything gets damaged, you have to pay for it yourselves." Chuanju didn't expect this man to be so arrogant and domineering. If they can't use the kitchen tools, what's the point of being here? "Manager Fei, Ryue pulled Chuanju, who was about to argue, and smiled. "It's okay. We brought some things with us. We just want to borrow your pots. We prefer not to have too many people watching while we cook. Since there's still some time before lunch, Manager Fei can take his people somewhere else to rest. By the way, Miss Chuanju, Manager Fei said there are many things here that can't be touched. If they are broken, we will have to pay. Our family is already poor, and we also need the young lady to send someone to supervise. We don't want any trouble later." Ryue's words almost sounded like she was accusing Manager Fei of intentionally lying to them. Fei Guanshi's face darkened further. "You little brat. Do you think I, the head steward, can accuse you falsely?" Ryue smiled slightly and said, "Fei Guanshi seems to hold a grudge against us. We have to be careful." Fei Guanshi suddenly stood up. "You little troublemaker. Say one more word, and I'll beat you to death." Chunju immediately stepped in front of Ryue. "Fei Guanshi, what are you trying to do?" "This is the chef Miss asked for." Thinking of Aunt Hua's warning, Fei Guanshi finally took a deep breath.
"Fine.
I want to see what kind of tricks this girl can pull." After saying that, he left with his people. Chunju called a young maid to watch over them and went back to report. Once Shen Chou left, Yuryue quickly gave instructions. Put the ingredients next to this big pot. My parents will help me. Jiao Jiao, go outside and watch. I don't want anyone to learn my good recipes. Shen Jiao Jiao nodded immediately and stood at the door like a gatekeeper. Now only their family of 3 and a little maid watching them remained inside. Yuryue prepared to show her skills. She secretly took a plucked chicken from her space, handed it to Liang Shulan to chop into small pieces on the chopping board. She also took out some dried sausage, boiled it in the pot, then set it aside to cool. The little maid was Shen Chu's person. She wasn't watching very closely. Seeing the 3 of them only circling the big pot and staying away from the more valuable items nearby, she relaxed a bit. Yuryue kept her eyes on the little maid. Whenever her gaze wasn't on her, she took things out from her space. Soon, the table was filled with pre-cut fish slices and chopped ribs, all neatly arranged. The little maid didn't notice. When she looked again, everything was ready. She marveled at how quickly these 3 prepared their ingredients. She started heating oil in the pot. The first dish she planned to make was hawthorn ribs. Qinwanro was pregnant and especially loved hawthorn cake. She would probably enjoy this sweet and sour hawthorn ribs. The hawthorn berries had already been pitted, so the first dish was quickly prepared. The second dish was chicken hot pot, and the third was spicy diced chicken. Next came pickled fish slices and boiled pork slices. Although all these dishes used spring water, the aroma soon wafted out of the window. People inside the kitchen could smell the delicious scent from another room. They looked carefully at Steward Fei. As the aroma grew stronger, his face darkened, almost matching the color of the pot bottom. He didn't expect that the young girl actually had some skill. Suddenly, he became worried. If her cooking was appreciated by the higher-ups, his position might be at risk. Since he was loyal to Annie Hua and naturally opposed to the main wife, he couldn't sit still. He hurriedly headed to Annie Hua's residence. After finishing all the dishes, she took out the marinated meat to reheat. Finally, she sliced and plated the egg sausage and meat sausage. Miss at the door, please call Miss Chuansue. Our food is ready. The little girl at the door kept drooling from the tempting aroma. Her eyes seemed eager to dive into the dishes. When she heard this, she immediately snapped out of her trance, opened the door, and went to deliver the message. At this moment, Yuryue took the opportunity to bring out the small 8-inch fruitcake she bought from the underworld trading house yesterday. It was a very ordinary fruitcake. She added some hawthorn as decoration on top. When Chuansue arrived with her people, she saw the 3 standing quietly by the stove, clearly afraid of touching anything nearby that might cause trouble. She smiled slightly and made a gesture to the people behind her. Immediately, 4 young maids stepped forward, 2 holding silver needles and 2 with silver dishes and chopsticks. After the first 2 maids checked the dishes carefully, the other 2 tasted them for poison. These 4 maids had medical knowledge. They could smell poison and even taste it. All dishes from the Leaf family had to be checked by them before being served. Once they nodded to confirm there was no poison, 8 more young maids stepped forward, each holding a wooden box. They carefully placed the dishes inside and respectfully stood beside Chuansue. When everything was ready, they prepared to leave together. You all wait here. If my young lady has finished eating, she will naturally tell you the result. Yuryue quickly nodded and honestly stood outside the kitchen. After about an incense stick's time, Chuanji returned again, looking at Yuryue with a big smile. Boss you. Let's go. Yuryue knew her chance had come. She hurriedly smiled and lowered her head to follow. She didn't look around during the walk, but Chuanji was happy to see her young lady eating happily. She also took the time to carefully introduce everything to Yuryue. Chuanji explained in detail, and Yuryue remembered everything. They never expected that these details would later be useful, even saving a life. Finally, they arrived at Qinwanru's room. She still didn't look up and simply bowed to greet her. Miss, are you well? There was no fault to find. Hee, you are well-mannered, little girl. Come on, lift your head and introduce these dishes to me. Yuryue immediately smiled and looked up. In front of her was a large coral ornament and a table made of fragrant Nanmu wood. Above that, there was a beautiful, plump pregnant woman dressed in gold and jewelry, showing off her wealth vividly. Ryua secretly decided to work hard to earn money, so she could wear such beautiful clothes and jewelry someday. She felt envy in her heart, but kept it hidden. She honestly recited the names of each dish. I wonder if these dishes suit Mrs. Taste. Chin Wanru didn't speak. She picked up a piece of spicy chicken and put it in her mouth. The spicy and fragrant flavor filled her mouth, making her unable to stop. She then took a piece of sour fish fillet. The fish was very tender and soft, with no bones at all. The sour taste was very appetizing. The hawthorn ribs also suited her taste, along with braised meat, duck delicacies, and grilled sausages. These dishes seemed tailor-made for her. Usually, just the smell of fish would make her feel nauseous and want it, but today, she didn't feel like vomiting at all. Instead, she felt very refreshed after eating. This was the reason she was called over. What's in these dishes? Why do they make me feel so comfortable all over? Ryua smiled and replied, many regular customers have asked me the same question. Honestly, I don't really know the reason, but I guess it might be because I add some herbs that are good for the body when I cook. Maybe that's why it has this effect. Chin Wanru asked curiously, what kind of herbs do you add? Ryua blinked playfully. Miss, that's my secret recipe. A cook's special touch can't be shared. Chin Wanru chuckled. You're quite cautious, aren't you? By the way, what's that soft thing over there that feels like cotton? I just touched it lightly, and the decoration on top got ruined. Ryua picked up the cake and placed it in front of her. Miss, this is called a cake. You can eat it with a spoon or have someone cut it into small pieces. In my mother's hometown, people eat cake whenever there's a birthday. You can decorate it with flowers or the word for longevity, then light candles, make a wish, and them out. The wish is said to come true. Chin Wanru asked someone to cut the cake into small pieces and put them on a plate. When she saw the cross-section, she was pleasantly surprised to find it looked even more beautiful inside. She took a bite, and the soft, sweet flavor filled her mouth. It didn't feel like eating cotton, it was more like tasting a cloud. No other dessert had ever given her such a wonderful feeling. It was simply delicious. Unable to resist, Chin Wanru ate another piece. When she reached for a third, Ryua quickly stopped her. Miss, you're expecting a baby. This is safe and tasty, but it's still a sweet. You've had enough for today. Only then did Chin Wanru realize she had lost her composure in front of an outsider because of food. She coughed lightly, a bit embarrassed. You're quite clever. You must have made this cake on purpose, because you knew my father-in-law's birthday is coming soon. Ryua smiled. Nothing escapes your eyes, Mississippi. I just wanted to earn a little more money. Chin Wanru laughed softly. You really are a smart girl.
Fine.
Since you've worked so hard, I'll take all these dishes. 2 mornings from now, meet Chunju at the back gate of the Lee residence. And about that cake, make me a big one in 6 days. The bigger, the better. Ryua knew her goal had been achieved, and her smile became even more genuine. Thank you, miss, for giving me this chance. I promise I won't let you down. I just wonder, how should we handle the payment? Chin Wanru laughed. You're quite bold, little girl, daring to talk money with me. Fine, you won't be shortchanged. Chunju, bring the reward. Chunju quickly came out of the house carrying a box. When it was opened, it was filled with neatly stacked silver notes. Chin Wanru took out 3 of them and handed them over. Ryua accepted them with both hands, stunned by the amount. Each note was worth 100 taels. Earning 300 taels for 1 meal, that was no small profit. And once the banquet was over and her name spread, it would be even better. She was overjoyed. She had struck it rich. Chin Wanru couldn't help but laugh at the sparkle in her eyes, quietly calling her a little money lover before asking Chunju to see her out. A shadow quietly followed behind them, waiting for a long time after they left before disappearing into the night. In Hudong village, Ryua asked Judy how to take Shin Jiaojiao home first. She jumped off the carriage, eager to run home and share the good news with Shen Chou. Brother, So you still remember to come back? I thought you'd run off with some man. Yu Ryu saw Shen Chou sitting on the steps, holding a thick wooden stick. Clothes were scattered on the ground, and broken bowls and chopsticks lay everywhere. He glared at her like a venomous snake.
Yu Ryu.
So you've grown bold, huh? I heard you've been selling those seaweed rolls and making good money. And that hawthorn cake business, you gave it to the Shu family, didn't you? I really underestimated you. After speaking, he stood up and walked toward her, gripping the stick tightly. Yu Ryu felt her body trembling uncontrollably, a reflex from the original owner's fear. What are you trying to do?
She asked.
Shen Chou sneered. What do you think? Hand over your recipes and all the money you've made. Otherwise, you'll regret it. I spent a tale of silver to bring you into this family, and now you want to keep everything for yourself? You must be asking for trouble. Yu Ryu watched as the person in front of her moved closer step by step. She quickly took out her stun baton from her space with her mind, her face full of caution. Don't come any closer, or don't blame me for being rude. Old Shen, the wealthy man, laughed loudly, as if he had heard a big joke. Ha ha ha. You're just as ridiculous as Shen Chou, that little brat. You're mistreating him so badly, yet he still defends you. Haha, blood ties really don't lie. Foolish people are born foolish. Yu Ryu, do you really think that your wild child can come out and protect you? He probably ran away long ago. Now you only have one choice. Give me the money. Seeing the distance getting closer, Yu Ryu silently counted to 3 in her mind.
Oh.
My wife is about to give birth. She needs someone to take care of her. If you hand over the money and the formula, I'll let you live and serve me. Yu Ryu swung her stun baton away and quickly rushed forward, fiercely pressing it against him. Old Shen's smile hadn't faded when he suddenly collapsed straight down. Yu Ryu turned the stun baton to maximum power and pressed it firmly against him. Old fool. Still showing off. I'll make you regret it. I'll beat you first. As she cursed, she started thinking about how to kill old Shen and cover up the crime. Maybe she could cut him up and hide the body in her space, or wait until night and take him to the mountains to feed the wolves. But before she could figure out a plan, the half-open gate was kicked open by someone. Yu Ryu, you little brat. Give me back my son. Give me back my son. Where did you hide my Mazi? Someone's dead. Yu Ryu killed old Shen. Everyone come quickly and see. Someone's dead. Yu Ryu was speechless. She realized a pattern. Whenever good things happened to her, bad people would come and disturb her mood. She really wanted to get rid of all these people to stop seeing them as a bother. Chun Feng's sharp and loud voice quickly called the villagers over.
Look.
Old Shen was killed by Yu Ryu. She's a murderer. We need to catch her and report her. At this moment, the village chief, after hearing the news, arrived in a cart pulled by Yu Dihao's ox. What's going on? Step aside. Let me see. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan pushed through the crowd and rushed to their daughter's side, carefully checking her over. My dear daughter, are you all right? Tell me what happened. Yu Ryu took a deep breath, tried to calm her emotions, then suddenly burst into tears. Mother, you finally came. I was so scared. He suddenly broke in from outside, turned the house upside down, smashed everything in the kitchen, and then threatened me with a stick, saying he wanted money and the recipe for seaweed rice balls. If I didn't give it to him, he said he would kill me. As a weak, helpless woman, I couldn't fight him. I could only hide and wait for the beating. But just as he raised the stick, a lightning bolt suddenly streaked across the sky and struck him right on. Look! His hair was singed straight, and his skin turned black from the strike. Just as I was about to check on him, Chen Feng kicked the door open and rushed in, accusing me of murder. How could I, a small, helpless girl with no strength, kill anyone? Why does everyone keep bullying me? Chen Feng spat fiercely when she heard this. You murderer! Not only did you kill your father-in-law, but you also killed my son. My poor son. Where are you? Why don't you come home? Yu Ryu. My son clearly said he was coming to see you, but after he left your house, he disappeared. It must be you, that little brat, hiding him. I want you to pay with your life. Chen Feng, like a madwoman, lunged forward with claws out, trying to attack Ryue. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands grabbed Chen Feng's arms tightly and threw her aside. Shen Chou coldly said, "Your son is an adult. How could he get lost? He did come by a few days ago, but he only said a few words before leaving. If you keep accusing my sister-in-law and wasting time here, you'll miss the chance to find your son. You should go report to the authorities instead of losing your mind here." Wang Debi immediately agreed, pulling his wife to go to the town to report the incident. Then Shen Chou's gaze shifted to the blackened, scorched body of Shen Laokai on the ground. "My father has done many wrong things in his life. It seems that even heaven can't stand it, so it decided to punish him a little. All right. You all should leave here quickly. If heaven is still angry and decides to strike us down, we'll all be finished." The villagers watching outside immediately dispersed when they heard this. Who would dare stay any longer? After everyone left, Shen Chou gently helped Ryue to her feet. Seeing her red eyes, his heart ached deeply. Her eyes were also bloodshot. He picked up a knife from the kitchen, ready to cut. Ryue remembered what Lao Kai had just said. She quickly shouted to stop him. "Big brother, stop. It seems you might not be his real son." Shen Chou's knife stopped just a centimeter from Lao Kai's neck. His face was full of disbelief. What? What did you say?" Ryue repeated what they had just said. "You might not be his biological son. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such things or treat you this way." "That's right. I remember he spends every day at the gambling house. He has no income, but he owns a house in town and keeps a woman. I heard that woman even gave birth to a daughter for him, and now she's pregnant again. As for Shen Chou, he's been out and about for so long without returning. It's because Lao Kai has been supporting him. Who is the one giving him money, making his life so comfortable in town." Shen Chou's heart pounded loudly. His eyes fixed on Lao Kai, whose face was turning dark from the. He had always believed that his illness had caused trouble for his family and mother, which was why his father disliked him and wished he would die. But every time he was close to death, Lao Kai would do everything to save him. Later, Lao Kai died in a series of accidents. He was sent to prison by a wicked woman. Inside, he met someone and learned martial arts under life-and-death circumstances. They escaped during chaos, and he has been wandering ever since. Yet, he never doubted his own origins. Having served as a minister of justice for many years, Shen Chou knew that Ryue's suspicion might be true. So, who is his real father? Who has been giving Lao Kai money year after year? Why does he give him money? And his illness. Why has he been sick for the past 20 years? Since being sent to jail by that mean woman, I have actually become healthier. Ryue quickly helped the person up and comforted him. "Big brother, this is just my guess. Let's first tie up old man Shen and ask him questions when he wakes up." Shen Chou felt the warmth in his arm and finally regained his senses. "Okay. I'll take care of this person. You all go do your own things." Ryue was a bit worried seeing his distracted look. "Why don't you let me handle him? Your health isn't good. If he says something to upset you, it could make you sick." Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan kept comforting him as well. Shen Chou took a deep breath and put on a smile again. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." Seeing he was insistent, Ryue reminded him to call for help if needed. Only then did Yu Shi and Yu Tian help Shen Chou take old man Shen to the East Room. After settling him in, the family of 5 continued making things to sell tomorrow. That evening, Ryue brought food to the door of the East Room. Knock, knock. "Big brother, the food is ready. I brought your share." "Big brother, are you inside? Are you feeling unwell?" There was no response. Ryue felt anxious. Could something have happened to her kind and gentle uncle? "Big brother, if you don't open the door, I'll kick it in." Still no sound from inside. She quickly set the food aside and kicked the door hard. Just as her foot touched the door, it suddenly swung open. Shen Chou appeared at the door, sweaty and tired. Seeing Ryue's foot about to kick him, he couldn't react in time to change direction. Unexpectedly, the usually weak and sickly uncle moved quickly. He sidestepped and grabbed her kicking leg, pulling her forward and catching her in his arms. His dry, strong hand tightly held her slender waist. To avoid falling, Yue hurriedly hugged Shen Chou's neck. They ended up in an awkward embrace. She even had the strange feeling that Shen Chou had buried his head in her neck, taking a deep breath and sighing contentedly. "Girl, what's going on? Did you kick the door open? Wait for me. I'll come help right away." Yue nervously pushed the person in front of her away. Shen Chou felt the intense struggle in his arms. His first instinct was to hold her tightly and never let go. Feeling her waist being squeezed harder, she quickly gently tapped Shen Chou's chest and whispered, "Big brother, let go."
I'm Fine.
"My parents should be here soon." Shen Chou finally snapped out of it and quickly released her. As soon as they separated, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan hurried over. Seeing the two standing inside the house without speaking, they asked in confusion, "What are you two kids doing standing here? We called out outside for a long time, but you didn't say anything. We thought something happened." It really scared me. Thinking of the hot chest and rapid heartbeat, Yuriyue suddenly felt guilty and looked away. "It's nothing." Big brother just opened the door. Seeing her guilty face, Shen Chou's frustration instantly disappeared. "Uncle, Annie, I was just sleeping inside and didn't hear anything outside. Sorry for worrying you. By the way, you don't need to bring me food separately. Let's go to the West Room and eat together. The smell on that person inside the house is really unpleasant." Seeing that the two children seemed fine and noticing Lao Kaishin, who was covered with a cloth and unmoving in the corner, nodded. "All right. While he's still not awake, let's all go out and eat together. It'll be lively." Shen Chou's lips curled slightly.
Good.
Family, eating together. After saying that, Shen Chou bent down to pick up the food on the ground. With one hand, he pulled Yuryue's arm and pushed her out. "I just slept in a heavy sweat. I need to change clothes first. I'll come find you later." When Yuryue came to her senses, she had already been pushed out. She was still holding the hot food in her hands. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly smelled not only the aroma of the food but also a faint hint of blood. That smell seemed to come from Shen Chou. Could he be hurt again? That shouldn't be. When they hugged just now, clearly. Thinking of the scene just now, her ears suddenly felt warm. Maybe it was because she had been handling pork so much that she carried that bloody smell on her. Thinking of this, she turned around with the food and left, reminding him, "Big brother, the temperature drops tonight. Don't wear too little. If you sweat and then feel cold, it won't be good." Shen Chou responded softly, "Okay," but made no move. He stood quietly at the door, listening to the footsteps gradually fade away. His gentle, kind smile suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dark, frightening expression. He stared tightly at Shen Laokai in the corner, pulled back the cloth covering his face, revealing his extremely frightened face, and whispered, "Woo-woo." He had a torn cloth stuffed in his mouth, stained with blood, and could only whimper, unable to speak clearly. Shen Chou's beautiful face suddenly twisted into a low, fierce smile, filled with madness.
Shen Laokai.
"The best thing you've ever done in your life was to buy her. Otherwise, next year on this day, it will be your sacrifice. I advise you not to play tricks. Be honest and tell the truth, or I will break your legs one by one, peel your skin bit by bit, and show you what it means to wish for death instead of life." Shen Laotsai's eyes were full of terror, trembling all over, afraid of angering this madman. He didn't understand where he went wrong. Why did this sickly person suddenly suspect his background? And when did this usually gentle sickly person become so terrifying? His gaze was like a demon crawling out of, making him want to run away. Shen Chou sneered coldly, then forcefully pressed his hand onto his recently cut wound on his stomach. Blood instantly soaked Shen Laotsai's clothes. Due to the intense pain, sweat kept dripping from his forehead, but he dared not struggle or make any sound, afraid of provoking this madman further. Until he fainted from the pain, Shen Chou stopped with a look of indifference. He somewhat disliked and stood up, looking at his blood-stained hand. Then he took out a handkerchief from nowhere, calmly wiped the blood off his hand, and with a gentle flick, Shen Laokai disappeared from the spot. If Yu Ryue had been present, she might have found the series of actions very familiar. After Shen Chou finished changing clothes and confirmed he was not stained with blood, he opened the door. Yu Shi saw him come out and immediately greeted, "Brother Shen Chou, come quickly. My sister has cooked many delicious dishes and even made egg custard just for you." Yu Tian pouted unhappily.
My sister is really biased.
She only cooks the dishes that Brother Shen Chou likes and even makes egg custard for him. Yu Ryue rolled her eyes. Second brother, can you stop talking nonsense? I asked if you two wanted to eat egg custard, and you both said no. Yu Tian frowned. I was worried it would tire my sister out. And you didn't ask Brother Shen Chou before making it. I feel like I'm not really your older brother anymore. Liang Shulan slapped the back of Yu Tian's head. How old are you? Still jealous of Brother Shen Chou. From now on, if you want to eat something, just make it yourself. Don't be so shy and hesitant. If you do this again, be careful or I'll scold you. Seeing Yu Tian looking shy and a little sad, everyone couldn't help but laugh happily. Shen Chou watched from afar, a gentle smile forming on his face. He was slowly walking toward that happiness, step by step. The next day, Yu Dihao drove a ox cart to town with Yu Ryue and Shen Jiao to sell things. Liang Shulan, Yu Shi, and Yu Tian stayed at home to tend the garden. Liang Shulan directed her two sons to remove the tall cucumber and bean sprout plants from the windowsill. Then she reminded Shen Chou to take his medicine. The three of them went to the backyard garden to dig holes and plant vegetables. After finishing planting here, they returned to their shabby thatched house, carefully pulled out the weeds in the garden, and used a shovel to turn the soil thoroughly. Yu Shi used A to break the large clumps of earth into smaller pieces, while Yu Tian followed behind, shaping the land into ridges. The mother and sons worked together very smoothly. Liang Shulan suddenly felt that having 3 children was not so bad. Although these 2 children are a bit shy and quiet and not very talkative when dealing with outsiders, after these days of working and interacting, their personalities have become much more cheerful. Liang Shulan had already planned that in a few days, her daughter would take these 2 lucky brothers to town to see the world, help sell some things, and practice talking more. This way, they wouldn't be so shy and might even find a wife in the future. Unaware of her mother's plans, Yu Shi and Yu Tian were busy working, not knowing that she was already thinking about finding wives for them. Waiting for the mother and 2 children to finish their work, they finally dug the hole and placed the vegetable seedlings inside. Yu Shi, go fetch some water. Yu Tian, after your brother waters the plants, slowly cover the hole with the soil next to it. Got it? Mom. Liang Shulan looked at her 2 children following behind her and felt more and more pleased. Once they finished, they returned to the Shen family's house. But when they entered, they found that Shen Chou was not at home. Liang Shulan remembered that last time, this boy went hunting in the mountains without telling anyone. She quickly sent her 2 sons to ask around, while she anxiously waited at the door. When Shen Chou returned, he saw Yu Ryue already back, standing at the door and looking around. Seeing him, she immediately relaxed and hurried over. Big brother, where have you been? Why didn't you tell us before going out? Did you know how worried we were? Liang Shulan heard the noise and hurried out, first checking him from head to toe to make sure he was okay. Then she finally let out a deep breath. Stop talking, it's good that you're fine. Hurry and call your father and brother back. No need to look for them anymore. Shen Chou, from now on, you must tell us when you go out. Annie thought you went hunting in the mountains again. Hunting? Shen Chou repeated in confusion. Yes. If you get hurt again, your life might be in danger. Hunting? Shen Chou's mind suddenly recalled that memory. Had he really had another episode? No wonder he suddenly appeared on the way to Luxian. Wait, this doesn't seem like an illness. He's weak and has never learned martial arts. Even if he had another episode, he shouldn't be able to move easily through the forest and catch prey like before. And that secret room where he questioned old Kai, he was sure that place wasn't his, and he had never been there. So, how could it be? Big brother? What's wrong? Why are you staring blankly? Are you hurt somewhere? Yu Ryue's voice brought him back to his senses. He knew he should tell his younger sister about his episodes, especially since the last time he almost hurt her. But he was also afraid that if he told her, she might leave with her strange parents. He didn't know what he was thinking. He had promised his younger sister-in-law to let her go, but now he felt a bit happy. During his illness, the other person didn't hurt his sister-in-law and even shared his feelings. He didn't want her to leave either. He was even more glad that he remembered everything from his illness period. If he had acted normally, no one would have noticed anything unusual. After making up his mind, he put on a gentle smile again.
Sorry.
You all worried about me. Ryue felt that he seemed different from before. After going out, he became even gentler. Could he have discovered something? She opened her mouth to ask, but in the end, she didn't. It was his privacy. When Yu Dihao and the others returned, they ate a simple meal and then started preparing things for the next day. Tomorrow was a good chance for Ryue to gain fame. Whether she could earn more money in the future depended on this opportunity. The next morning, everyone got ready early. Ryue even wore the new clothes that Granny Shu had made for her. They split into two groups. Shen Jiao took Yu Shi and Yu Tian to sell seaweed rolls. Ryue, Yu Dihao, and Liang Shulan went to the Li residence to prepare food. Chunchu had been waiting at the door early. When she saw these three people coming, she waved her hand anxiously. Today, the guests are twice as many as expected. We thought 6 or 7 tables would be enough, but over 100 people came. Now we need to prepare food for 15 tables. It's too late to reserve at Tianfu restaurant now. The kitchen has already gone shopping. Do you have enough ingredients? Do you need anything else? Should I ask the kitchen to buy some more? Ryue looked at Chunju's anxious face and guessed that if the young lady didn't hold a good banquet today, she might lose her standing in the Li residence. As the main wife of the inner house, she wanted to control the household affairs. Everything had to be arranged perfectly. Any mistake could cause the elders to lose trust. Fortunately, she always prepared extra food to store in her space. It wouldn't spoil, and she could use it when needed. Don't worry. I have plenty of prepared ingredients. Tell the young lady at your home that I also have many backup dishes. If needed, she can come to me. Spring Chrysanthemum immediately sighed in relief. Fortunately, nothing went wrong here. Otherwise, today's banquet might have been ruined. Soon, they went through several checks and were taken back to the kitchen. To her surprise, the people in the kitchen were sitting still, looking very relaxed and not at all worried. The head servant saw Ryue approaching and had a calculating look in his eyes. Hey, Miss Spring Chrysanthemum, you've brought this country bumpkin here again. Bringing people here won't help. The dishes in our kitchen are only enough for a few ladies from the mansion, not enough to serve so many guests. Even if you go buy more now, it might be too late. No one can make dishes exactly like those from Tianfu Tower. When the guests see that the dishes on the 2 tables are different, it will be a big joke. I suggest you tell the young madam to have them cancel the dishes from Tianfu Tower and just order 20 tables at Qingzhou restaurant instead. Why make things so complicated? Seeing the head servant's smug look made Spring Chrysanthemum very angry. My young madam told you what to do, so just do it. Don't boss me around here. If I find out you're being lazy after the guests leave, I will definitely report it to the master and madam. I will teach you a good lesson. The head servant sneered. I want to see who will be taught a lesson after the guests leave. Spring Chrysanthemum understood what he meant and trembled with anger, but she couldn't argue back. After all, the guests they were hosting this time were not ordinary. If anything went wrong, the entire Li family would suffer. She told Ryue to quickly prepare the side dishes and start cooking once she received the message. Ryue nodded immediately, and only then did Spring Chrysanthemum leave. But as soon as she left, the head servant also took his people and left, leaving only the 3 of them in the kitchen. Ryue frowned, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Something was going to go wrong today. Sure enough, just as they finished preparing the dishes, Spring Chrysanthemum hurried over with the newly bought head servant. Where are the people? Where are the head servants? Ryue shook her head. You left just now and they left right after. Spring Chrysanthemum was about to send someone to look for them when a young maid hurried over, clutching her stomach in a rush. Spring chrysanthemum, something's wrong. The servants seem to have eaten something bad. Now they are all too sick to get out of bed.
Oh, dear. I think I also have a stomachache.
Sister Chunju, I need to go to the restroom.
I can't talk right now.
The young maid, hurriedly clutching her stomach, rushes off in a hurry, leaving Chunju anxiously standing there. How could this happen? The cook from the outer courtyard also ate something bad. Someone is coming soon. Where can I find a reliable cook quickly? Yu Ryue was about to suggest they go to a nearby restaurant to find a good cook, but Chunju, clutching onto her like a last hope, firmly held Yu Ryue's hand. That's right. Yu Ryue, wait here. I'll go back and tell the young lady. Let you handle the remaining dishes. Yu Ryue quickly waved her hand, refusing. No, I only know how to cook a few dishes. I've never seen the dishes from Tianfu restaurant. You should go find someone outside quickly. Chunju shook her head hurriedly. No, I can't go outside. If others find out about this, the master and madam will definitely blame our young lady. We can't let today's mistake get worse. Please help us. Don't worry. Tianfu restaurant's food is just SSO. It's not as good as what you make. That braised pork they call a signature dish? It's nowhere near your marinated meat. And after this is over, our young lady will definitely need you. Thinking of Qin Wanru's generous tip, 300 taels for one meal, she now has enough for 15 tables, plus these, she could earn several thousand taels. Although she knew she shouldn't take such risks, the sudden illness of these people was definitely not a coincidence. It was probably a power struggle inside the Li family estate. That's a lot of money, over 1,000 taels. In the end, money won over reason. She didn't stop her parents' objections and agreed to take on this troublesome task. She also refused Chunju's suggestion to find someone else. Instead, she just had 2 maids watch over them, supervising the cooking process to prevent any scams. Chunju immediately agreed and quickly assigned 2 young maids to stay here. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Yu Ryue's family had already prepared the ingredients. Now each of them was standing by a pot, starting to cook. The work here is very busy, but the head servant Fei is unexpectedly in the backyard kitchen, cooking braised pork. In the inner courtyard kitchen, a family of 3 quickly finished preparing the meal. The dishes they made included pickled fish slices, boiled meat slices, spicy chicken, and hawthorn ribs for main dishes. As for seaweed rice rolls, duck delicacies, and sharp-shelled snails, they were just snacks, not main dishes. Because of the braised pork, there was no need for marinated meat. The other dishes were prepared according to the banquet style of Tianfu restaurant. When Chunju saw this, her previously worried face suddenly lit up with a smile. She didn't expect Yu Ryue's family to be such good cooks. Whatever they made looked very proper. She quickly called over the 4 maidservants who were testing the food. They immediately took out silver needles, brought bowls and chopsticks, and began testing the food. First, they inserted the silver needles into the dishes, then used the chopsticks to pick out a small piece of food, placed it into a silver bowl, and carefully tasted it with silver chopsticks before swallowing. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, 2 people dressed as doctors checked the maidservants' pulses. Seeing that the food was safe, Chunju immediately ordered the dozen or so maidservants behind her to carefully carry the dishes to the banquet area. Yu Ryue watched as the dishes were served away one by one, and she let out a deep sigh of relief. It seemed her task was complete. Now she just had to wait for the payment. However, at this moment, the head servant Fei, who was supposed to be lying in bed with a bad stomach, appeared in the kitchen looking healthy and rosy. Seeing him like this, Chunju immediately suspected that he was deliberately pretending. Thinking of Auntie Hua's sarcastic remarks earlier, she became even angrier. Fei smiled provocatively and said, "Miss Chunju, what a coincidence. You just finished cooking and I've recovered." Chunju ignored this petty person and turned to leave with her people. Fei was not upset at all. Instead, he walked over to Yu Ryue, said mysteriously, "What a pity," then laughed loudly and left. Yu Ryue wrinkled her nose, noticing the smell of oil and smoke on Fei's clothes, mixed with a faint scent of osmanthus. She was a bit confused. The The dishes had been served on time, and the banquet was about to start. Their plan had failed, so why was he so happy? And why was he still here provoking them? Could it be that their plan was not just this? Actually, if she hadn't appeared, with the Lee family's resources, finding a reliable, discreet person to cook would only be a matter of time. If Qin Wanru had a bit more sense, she could have delayed things a little longer. In the end, there wouldn't have been any real harm, and even the troublemakers might have been punished. But if the troublemakers never intended to stop the banquet from starting in the first place? Fei Guanxi looked at herself and said she was a pity. She remembered the sweat on Fei Guanxi's forehead just now and the faint smell of oil on him. A thought suddenly appeared in her mind, making her break out in a cold sweat. The food has a problem. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan looked confused. Didn't they check the food several times? How could there be a problem? Yu Ryue quickly took off her apron and handed it to her mother. Where are you going? Don't wander around. We don't know the way. Yu Ryue turned back and warned. Stay here and don't leave with strangers. No matter what news you hear, don't panic. Don't worry, I know the way. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yu Ryue ran quickly toward the front yard. Fortunately, when Chuanju took her to meet Qin Wanru earlier, she was shown the way to the banquet. She ran nervously along the path, hoping to catch up with the person delivering the dishes, but she couldn't catch up no matter what. At a fork in the road, she even bumped into a man who suddenly appeared. The man in a light blue shirt staggered from the collision, stepping back several paces before stopping. Yu Ryue looked up and saw that the man in blue had a very handsome face, holding a folding fan, looking like a noble young man. He seemed to be from a wealthy family. She quickly apologized. Sir, I'm really sorry. I was in a hurry and didn't see you. The man also seemed to have urgent matters. He hurriedly waved his hand. No problem. Miss, no need to apologize. I was in a hurry too, and didn't see you. Since you have something to do, go ahead. Yu Ryue didn't expect the man to be so easy to talk to. She exchanged a few polite words and then hurried toward the banquet entrance. But as soon as she arrived, she was stopped by someone at the door. What are you doing? I've never seen a casual person like you. No one is allowed inside. Yu Ryue quickly explained, I am a servant of the young lady. I need to find Chuanju. The person looked up and down at Yu Ryue and said, Wait here. I will go inside and call Miss Chuanju. Yu Ryue anxiously paced near the door and finally saw Chuanju walking over from a distance. Chuanju was surprised to see Yu Ryue and asked, Why are you here? I told you to wait over there. When the lady finishes entertaining her guests, she will settle the bill with you. Yu Ryue quickly pulled Chuanju aside and shared her analysis. Chuanju was immediately shocked.
What?
Are you sure? Can you guess which dish it is? On her way here, Yu Ryue had gone through all the dishes in her mind and finally pinpointed one precisely: braised pork. I smelled the oil scent of braised pork on Fei Guanxi and also the osmanthus fragrance from the garnish on the dish. He obviously hasn't been in the kitchen, so he shouldn't have that aroma. So either he made a poison version of braised pork somewhere else, or he even touched the braised pork from Tianfu restaurant. I think the first option is more likely. That way, it's easier to shift the blame after the incident. Chuanju was shocked again. What should we do? We don't know which one was tampered with, and we can't openly check. Plus, the dean of Tianda Academy loves to eat Tianfu restaurant's braised pork. If that dish isn't served, some people might start to suspect. Yu Ryue quickly suggested, Here's an idea. Report the situation to Miss Qin and mention that the braised pork might affect the taste. Serve it, but slightly reheat it to check if there's any problem. If it's fine, that's great. If not, we can replace it immediately. Chuanju looked worried. But if there really is a problem, what can we replace it with? Yu Ryue immediately said, Marinated meat. I can prepare marinated meat that looks like braised pork and tastes good. Then, ask Miss Qin to help explain a few words. This should get us through. The dean probably won't cause a fuss over a single dish in front of everyone. Later, we can send some gifts and apologize, and this matter will be over. Chuanju thought this made sense and quickly whispered a few words to her lady. Although Qin Wanru's smile remained the same, her hand hidden in her sleeve clenched tightly. She didn't want to believe what a peasant girl said, but she didn't dare to gamble, as the person beside her was quite influential. If something happened to her at the Li residence, the whole family would suffer. Look at us, talking so much. The braised pork should be a bit cold now. Let someone take it away to reheat. Let's try this seaweed wrap first. It's amazing. The seaweed on the outside was shipped from the sea. Try it. It's very fresh. I specially hired someone to make it at home. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the unassuming seaweed wrap beside them. A noble lady next to Qin Wanru quickly ordered her maid to serve her a piece of the seaweed wrap. She elegantly took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. This seaweed wrap looks simple, but it tastes very fresh. Not bad. Qin Wanru quickly introduced the next dish, hawthorn pork ribs. These ribs are very tender and soft, with a sweet and sour flavor that really stimulates the appetite. Since the lady knows I am pregnant, and my appetite isn't great, I can eat an extra bowl of rice with this. The maid next to the lady immediately used her chopsticks to serve a piece of rib into her mistress's bowl. The lady took a small taste, and after swallowing, she began to praise. It's really delicious. Wanru, you're so thoughtful. There are several dishes here I haven't seen before in the prefecture. Thanks to you, I now know there are such delicacies in the world. She then praised a few more dishes, like spicy chicken cubes. The young girl sitting beside the noble lady, hearing her mother praise so many dishes, quickly picked up her chopsticks and tried each one. She especially liked the spicy chicken cubes. Although it was spicy enough to make her drink several sips of water, she couldn't stop eating. The dish was garnished with a few peanuts, making it fresh, salty, and crispy. The girl loved it and kept eating bite after bite. Qin Wanru watched as the braised pork was almost finished being taken away. Suddenly, a charming and alluring woman nearby spoke to stop her. Young madam, I just took a bite, and the braised pork isn't cold either. Why do you insist on taking it away? Could there be some secret reason? Although Qin Wanru was annoyed, she still smiled politely. Auntie Hua, you're joking. There's no secret reason at all. I just want everyone to eat better. Auntie Hua covered her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled softly. Big madam, you really are. As the eldest wife, it's understandable that you didn't anticipate the number of guests, but now you can't even control the temperature of the food. Isn't that making our Leaf family look bad? After saying this, she stood up with a gentle smile and slightly bowed to the guests below. Sorry for the unruly younger generation in our family. Please, put down that meat. Yu Ryue, who was brought into weight, was speechless about Auntie Hua. She's just a concubine, yet she loudly announces herself during the big lady's feast, as if she's afraid others will think the Li family's backyard is not harmonious. Qin Wanru was so angry at Auntie Hua's attitude that her stomach ached. She secretly cursed her father-in-law, who favored his concubine over his wife. Had he forgotten where their family came from? Suddenly, a noble lady sitting beside Qin Wanru spoke. Auntie Hua, right? When Auntie Hua saw that this noble lady knew who she was very happy and kept laughing. She believed this noble lady was moved by her kindness and goodness today. She felt excited, thinking she was one step closer to pushing her son into a higher position. Yes, madam. I am Auntie Hua. By the way, my son. The noble lady's face immediately darkened. She sharply put down her chopsticks. Your Li family really has no manners. A concubine dares to act as if she owns the place during a feast and overstep the big lady. Auntie Hua was so frightened she kneeled down. Madam, please don't be angry. I am the master's concubine and also a senior to the big lady. I just wanted to help her. The noble lady grew angrier. Does your family have no proper elders? Letting a concubine help Wanru. Qin Wanru immediately stepped forward. Madam, please don't be angry. Send someone to take Auntie Hua away. Chunju immediately rushed over, pulling and dragging Auntie Hua out. Yu Ryue watched everything from the side and guessed that Auntie Hua was probably a favored concubine in this family. The old master likely favored her over his wife, which is why she was so ambitious. Her abnormal reaction suggested she was in cahoots with the manager. Soon, the four people discovered a colorless, tasteless medicine in some of the braised pork. This medicine was likely added as a seasoning and cooked thoroughly in the meat. Silver Needles couldn't detect it. Only after taking it for a while and checking the pulse could one notice its effects. Normally, this medicine wouldn't harm healthy people, but if pregnant women or injured individuals took it, it could cause miscarriage, heavy bleeding, or even death. When Qin Wanru heard this, she immediately broke out in sweat on her back. She trembled as she touched her protruding belly. A wave of fear swept over her. She was glad she didn't blindly dismiss Yuryue because of her background, and even more thankful she had invited her to cook. Honestly, Yuryue also broke out in cold sweat. If Qin Wanru's child had any problem because of that braised pork, the Li family wouldn't suspect the restaurant's food but would instead suspect her. As a powerless, humble peasant woman, even if the truth eventually came out, based on Aunt Hua's behavior today, Lord Li wouldn't want to punish her directly. He would likely find a scapegoat to soothe his eldest daughter's anger and to sacrifice the unborn child. And she, a low-status, backgroundless peasant woman, was the best candidate. Thinking of this, Yuryue personally served the braised pork to the maids and brought it to the dining table. This was her first real experience of how terrifying internal conflicts in a big ancient household could be. But just then, the young girl beside the noble lady suddenly clutched her neck tightly, her face turning dark purple from lack of air. Terrified, Yuryue felt her legs go weak and already thought about where to hide herself.
Quick.
Call the family doctor, Linger.
My Linger.
What's wrong with you? The noble lady was no longer calm, but looked terrified and pale. The family doctor, who had been standing nearby, rushed forward immediately. He checked her pulse and said, "This young lady has something stuck in her throat." People nearby heard this, patted her back, and offered water, but the girl still showed no sign of relief. Her face grew more purple, and her breathing became weaker. The lady's eyes turned red with fear, and Qin Wanru covered her belly, unsure of what to do. Yuryue looked at the remaining peanut in the child's bowl and immediately understood why the child was choking. She no longer cared about ancient manners and quickly rushed forward. "Let me try. If I delay any longer, the child might suffocate." At this moment, Sue Meyer, sitting at the back, recognized Yuryue. She immediately stood up and loudly blocked her. "The doctors nearby can't do anything. What can a country bumpkin like you do? Step back and keep your dirty hands away. You don't deserve to touch the noble lady. Just looking at you is unlucky. If your bad luck spreads to her, what happens then? Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to pay for the trouble." Yuryue also recognized Sue Meyer but ignored her. She looked steadily at the noble lady. "Although I come from a farming family, I have learned some first aid skills. Please hand the lady over to me. If I delay any longer, she might really be in danger of suffocating." The lady looked up and met Yuryue's very clear, pure eyes, which seemed to have a kind of magic that made people want to believe her. She released the child from her arms and handed her over to Yuryue. Several people nearby tried to stop her, especially Sue Meyer, who shouted sharply, "Madam, you must not hand the child to this country bumpkin. She's just a liar. Don't trust her. She's just a girl from the village. She only knows some first aid tricks. She's deliberately trying to show off in front of you, delay time, and harm your child." Yuryue ignored their words. She took the child, held her from behind, and followed the Heimlich maneuver steps. First, she found the navel, measured the spot with, clenched her fist above it, then wrapped her other hand around the fist. She bent over and pressed that spot, repeatedly saying, "Linger, don't be afraid. Sister will save you. Open your mouth. Bend down." The child was almost out of breath from choking but still obeyed Yuryue's instructions immediately.
Ah.
"What kind of move is this? It's really inappropriate, very inappropriate. Quick, pull her away. This country girl just wants to insult Miss Linger." A man nearby, who cared about the child's heart, started insulting her. Sue Meyer cheered loudly, "Young madam, quickly take this shameless country bumpkin away. If something happens, can you all handle it?" Su Mare had heard her mother say since she was young that the Li family belonged to young Master Li Lin, and she was Li Lin's nursemaid. Usually, Li Lin listened to her, and in the future, she would be the mistress of the Li household. So, she was excited and thought of herself as half the mistress of the house, speaking with pride. Qin Wanru looked at her deeply, but said nothing. Next to them, Shen Chou saw the scene. Since the anger from sitting at the back had disappeared, only deep fear remained. He didn't understand why. Even though his father had already gone back, this little troublemaker was still here. Could she be following him again? No way. He absolutely wouldn't allow this troublemaker to drag him down. He had decided that once he returned, he would write a letter of separation to Yu Ryue. Otherwise, he would be involved sooner or later. He kept cursing in his mind. This little troublemaker should stay at home and take care of that sick person. Why is she here causing trouble? He hoped Yu Ryue would die quickly, so she wouldn't involve him. Yu Ryue listened to their arguing and felt their malicious gazes, but she remained calm and focused on her own task. Seeing Sun Linger's face turn more and more purple, even the noble lady started to doubt her decision. Suddenly, a peanut fell out of Sun Linger's mouth. Yu Ryue gently pressed her a few times, feeling Sun Linger's breathing gradually become easier. She quickly held her in her arms and softly comforted her. "It's okay, Linger. You vomited it out. Don't be afraid." Hearing Yu Ryue's gentle words, Sun Linger burst into tears. The noble lady, hearing her daughters crying, also started to cry.
Linger.
"My Linger," Yu Ryue hurriedly held Sun Linger into the woman's arms. The mother and daughter hugged and cried for a while before calming down. Qin Wanru also let out a deep breath of relief. At this moment, Aunt Hua suddenly rushed in again. She pointed at the peanut on the ground and said, "Madam, look quickly, Miss Linger choked on this peanut. I told Wanru she shouldn't let people make these strange dishes, but she didn't listen. Now, something has happened. Poor Miss Linger has suffered so much." The noble lady immediately asked, "Who made this dish?" My heart was filled with despair. It's over. It's really over. The inevitable has happened. It seems I was not careful enough in my work. I shouldn't have focused only on making money or on the taste of the dish, without considering whether the diners, especially children or the elderly, might choke. Thinking about this, I suddenly felt like I had gone mad. I'm just a cook. Why should I worry about these things? Are these concerns really for parents to think about? But this is ancient times, a strict social hierarchy. If the peanut had choked the emperor, I would have faced severe punishment. In the end, I decided to stand up and took out a stun baton for my space. If these people didn't leave me alone, I would fight back with my baton and knock them all down. I made this dish. The lady didn't expect that the dish was actually made by this clever, clean girl in front of her. She was momentarily unsure how to respond, especially when she saw Yu Ryue's fearless expression, which even made her feel a little amused. At that moment, little Sun Linger pulled on the lady's hand. "Mother, mother." It was Linger being playful. She put the longevity fruit in her mouth to play and accidentally swallowed it. "It has nothing to do with my sister. Please forgive my sister and don't punish innocent people." Seeing this girl, who was about 9 or 10, Yu Ryue felt like she was looking at an angel. This child was so sensible. The lady pinched her daughter's nose and smiled softly. "Am I the kind of person who is unreasonable? By the way, Miss, may I ask your name?" Yu Ryue immediately smiled and replied, "I am Yu Ryue, a humble cook." "Greetings, madam." The lady nodded with a gentle smile and then signaled someone to leave. As soon as she left, Chuanju excitedly grabbed her hand. "Sister, you're about to become famous. Do you know who she is? She's the younger sister of the magistrate of Liuzhou Prefecture, Lady Sun." The magistrate's sister? A legendary 5th-rank official? Yu Ryue suddenly felt a wave of fear. Luckily, these ladies are very cultured and reasonable. From their appearance, it seemed they weren't planning to pursue the matter further. Hopefully, they wouldn't hold a grudge later. Everyone stop eating. This snail cannot be eaten. Yu Ryue was completely shaken from her thoughts by this voice. It felt like she had escaped one disaster, only to face another. Today, it might be uncertain whether she could survive and leave the Lee residence. When she first traveled here, she felt a bit upset. Why did everyone else become princesses or young ladies, living in luxury and not worrying about making a living? Only she was suddenly transported to a farm girl. But after today's events, she was somewhat glad she was a farm girl. Otherwise, with her sharp mind, she might have been killed right after arriving, and she wouldn't have survived so many episodes. Qin Wanru also felt speechless. Why are there so many problems today? She followed the sound and saw again that it was someone close to Aunt Hua, and the speaker was Yang Mama, the mother of Su Mei. Mama, why can't we eat that thing? Could it be that someone wants to use the young lady's hand to harm the noble guests here? Aunt Hua immediately took over the conversation, drawing everyone's attention back to Qin Wanru. Qin Wanru helplessly rubbed her forehead. Tell me, why can't we eat this thing? If you can't explain why, I'll ask you. Young Mama quickly knelt down when she heard this. Young madam, this sharp snail really can't be eaten. Many people who ate snails from the river got sick and died. And they died very painfully. The old doctor said that there are worms inside the snail meat. If we eat it, the worms will burrow into our bodies, eating all our internal organs. When we die, we'll just be hollow shells, with no complete bodies left. I understand that the young lady's family is wealthy, so it's understandable if you don't know. But it's too careless for the people around you to serve such things meant for animals to the noble guests. Everyone present felt uneasy after hearing this. Some even, not caring about appearances, ran to the side, digging their throats and vomiting. The scene became chaotic. No one wanted to die without a proper burial. Qin Wanru's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly ordered her people to calm the guests. Everyone, don't panic. Trust me, I guarantee that the food on this table is absolutely safe and free of insects. I've been eating this snail for several days, and I haven't had any symptoms. There's also a doctor here. If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctor to check your pulse. Just as the crowd was beginning to settle down, a scholar dressed in traditional clothes suddenly stepped forward. He said, if I am right, this pointed shell is the one made by that farm girl. She doesn't know how to read or write and only cares about making money. She doesn't understand anything. But my father is a doctor. He once said that these sharp shells from the river can make people sick if eaten, and there is no cure. Qin Wanru recognized where this person came from and started to doubt him. At this moment, Yu Ryue stepped forward to explain, there really are some sharp shells from the river that shouldn't be eaten. Madame Yang was surprised that Yu Ryue was so naive. She hurriedly said, Young madam. She has admitted it. Don't argue blindly. Think about how to give everyone a proper explanation. Although the people below didn't shout or argue, they looked at Qin Wanru at the head of the table with disapproval, as if they were accusing her. Yu Ryue quickly raised her hand and said, Wait a moment, I haven't finished. I agree that some sharp shells can't be eaten, but that doesn't mean all of them are dangerous. The one I caught from the river is safe to eat. Everyone rest assured. The Leaf family's young lady is very careful about the banquet. Every dish is checked for poison by special people, tasted by others, and even a doctor checks her pulse to make sure everything is safe before serving the food. Moreover, the young lady from the Lee family is pregnant. She wouldn't risk her child's health just to harm you, and she has no reason to do so. Yu Ryue thought she had explained clearly. However, the scholar who had earlier claimed his father was a doctor stood up to oppose her. He asked, How can you prove that this shell is safe to eat? Besides, what is your status? What is our status? Why should we believe you? Yu Ryue sneered. I see you're also a scholar. Why are you so stubborn? Are you trying to cause trouble? Furthermore, whoever doubts must provide evidence. Someone here has already checked the shell and found no problem. If you insist there is an issue, then show proof. The scholar was so angry when he heard this. Last time, because of this little troublemaker, they had a serious conflict with the Mo Xiang bookstore. Even their teacher was very angry and scolded them. He wasn't as short of money as the others, but he couldn't swallow this insult. He ignored his mother's protests and said loudly, "No wonder sages say that women and petty people are hard to raise. I think you have bad intentions, jealous that we can sit here while you can only cook in the kitchen." Yu Ryue snorted coldly. Confucius is a great thinker of the Confucian school. His teachings do not promote the idea that men are superior to women. Yet you foolish scholars interpret his words wrongly. It makes me sad for your mother and wife. You work hard to study but understand nothing, and you look down on the person who gave you life. That's truly unfilial. The man was so angry he trembled all over. His face turned red as he looked at Yu Ryue. "You lowly peasant girl, how dare you mention Confucius?" "Enough." Just as the man was about to speak arrogantly, an old man with a white beard at the first table on the right side spoke up to stop him. "Are you not ashamed enough? Sit down now." The man was still unhappy. "Director Lin, it's obvious that this peasant girl is the one who spoke out of turn. A woman daring to discuss Confucian principles with me is a joke." Hearing this, Yu Ryue became even more determined. She rolled up her sleeves and put her hands on her hips. "Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll debate with you. Today, I think you are worse than that petty man and woman. Look at how your mother raised you for so many years, and yet you still refuse her. That's unfilial. Even the director told you not to speak, but you keep talking arrogantly. That's disrespectful to your elders. I am just a weak woman at the bottom, earning my living with my own hands, yet you belittle me as worthless. That's unkind. The reason you stand here and spread false accusations is because you were insulted and scolded by a group of scholars at the bookstore before. I fought back successfully, so you've held a grudge. Now you're pretending to be a guest and talking nonsense, showing selfishness and lack of gratitude. That's unjust. If you manage to pass the imperial exams and become an official, you might still be disloyal to the court. Who would believe such a person who is unkind, unfaithful, and unfilial, spreading slander? Hee, Li Ryue sneered coldly. Everyone look, I just told a few honest words, and this person got so angry. It's clear he has a temper and isn't in good health. Since his father is a doctor, he should hurry home and let his father check him. Don't faint here just because of my honest words. That's just deliberately accusing me. The scholar took a deep breath, trying hard to calm down, but he couldn't catch his breath and fainted straight away. Li Ryue quickly called out to Chunju. "Hurry, call the doctor. Check if he's truly fainting or just pretending, right? Everyone must testify for me." He wanted to argue with me. The man's mother was also very angry, but she knew her son had broken the rules in this situation. She couldn't afford to offend the Li family anymore. Just when Li Ryue thought she was finally safe to leave, suddenly, with a thud, the head of Lin Academy, who had just spoken, also fainted. Li Ryue hurriedly explained, "This isn't my fault. I didn't say a word to him." Really, if Li Ryue knew she was just a small servant, she might have thought this was a trap set just for her. At that moment, a man dressed in blue rushed in from outside. It was the man she had bumped into earlier. He still held a folding fan, looked panicked, and ran straight to Lin Academy's head. He reached into Lin's sleeve and took out a small white porcelain bottle. He finally opened the bottle and poured out, but not a single pill came out. "Quick. Young madam, my father's heart condition has worsened. Hurry, have someone carry him to a quiet, ventilated place, and rush to Tiana Hall to call Dr. Ren." Qin Wanru, also seeing this for the first time, panicked. "Quick. Come help. Carry Lin Academy's head." "No." Li Ryue quickly stopped her. Su Meyer took the chance to step forward, feeling her opportunity had come.
Li Ryue.
"What do you know, you peasant girl? Lin Academy's head was made like this because of you. Step aside and don't delay saving him." Chunju also hurriedly pulled the person back.
Li Ryue.
"You'd better not interfere. Lin Yihue is Lin Academy's son. His father is sick, and he must know how to handle it." "Do you think you know better than his own son?" Su Meyer sneered. "Some people just want to show off. They think that knowing a little bit makes them invincible." Yu Ryue ignored the two and quickly explained to Qin Wanru and Lin Yiho. "Young Master Lin. Madam, for someone with a heart condition, it's best not to move them. Keep them lying flat and raise their head, and let the people around step back until the doctor arrives. The palace doctor, who had finished treating the scholar, hurried over and said, "That's right. For someone with a heart problem, try not to move them. Let others step back and don't crowd around Director Lin." Qin Wanru listened to the doctor and looked at Lin Yiho with some concern. "Young Master Lin, what do you think?" Lin Yiho had never encountered this situation before. Usually, taking one pill would fix it. Now, he was panicked and could only follow the doctor's advice. As time passed, the guests at the banquet were asked to leave and go admire the flowers elsewhere. However, Director Lin's conditions seemed to worsen. Yu Ryue thought for a moment and decided to exchange for a bottle of quick-acting heart relief pills at the trading post. She took out the medicine and approached Qin Wanru, handing it to her. "Madam, I have a bottle of medicine called quick-acting heart relief pills. I wonder if it can help Director Lin's symptoms. Please ask the palace doctor to take a look." Qin Wanru immediately took the medicine, called the palace doctor over, and handed it to him. The doctor opened the bottle, sniffed deeply, and sighed. "It has a very strong medicinal smell." He took another sniff. "Yes, all the medicines here are very good for people with heart problems." Then he took the empty bottle from Lin Yiho and inhaled deeply through it. The scent of these two medicines is quite similar. They probably have some effect, but I wonder, where did you get this medicine? And what is it used for? Yu Ryue quickly made up a story. "We also have patients with heart issues at home, so we made this medicine. I don't know if it will help Director Lin." Finally, Qin Wanru left the decision to Lin Yiho. He looked at the bottle emitting a strong medicinal smell and nodded. "Thank you, doctor." Yu Ryue said, "During an acute attack, it's best to take 10 to 15 pills and hold them under the tongue. Oh, and if Director Lin only has a heart problem and no other issues, I have an emergency method for my hometown. This is called cardiopulmonary resuscitation." Lin Yihui first fed the medicine to Director Lin, then turned to ask, "I don't know what the girl means by cardiopulmonary resuscitation." In front of everyone, Yu Ryue explained the principles and methods of CPR. The local doctor listened and immediately clapped loudly, praising, "Young lady, you're truly impressive. Each method you mention is amazing. I've never heard of this before, but your clear explanation suggests you understand it well. You must have used it to save many people before." Yu Ryue felt a little shy and replied, "Others have used this method several times, but I only used it once. There was a child in the village who accidentally fell into the water and was almost not breathing. I used this method to save him." Seeing his father's face gradually improve, Lin Yihui made up his mind and said, "Please teach me, young lady. I want to try it on my father." Yu Ryue nodded and demonstrated using chives. The local doctor watched and couldn't help but praise, "Young lady, you are kind-hearted and very talented." Yu Ryue modestly smiled and said, "It's just passing on what I learned from those willing to share this method." As she finished speaking, Director Lin suddenly took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and started coughing violently. "What's happening to me?" Lin Yihui stopped his actions and exclaimed happily, "Father, you had a heart problem and the medicine ran out. Thanks to Miss Yu, she not only provided medicine but also shared a very new method, which saved you." Director Lin felt the medicine in his mouth seemed stronger than before. Lin Yihui quickly helped his father up and handed him the medicine. "This is the medicine Miss Yu gave you." Director Lin clutched his chest and took a deep breath before saying, "Young lady, where did you get this medicine? How much silver did it cost? I've been ill for so many years, but I've never seen this medicine before." He also asked, "And what are those characters carved on the porcelain bottle?"
Tian. Jean?
"Is it a person's name or a place?" Since Yu Ryue took out the medicine, she had already prepared a story. She said, "It was an old traveling doctor who was accidentally saved by my grandfather. He saw that my grandfather had a heart problem, so he gave him 2 bottles of this quick-acting heart-saving pill before leaving. We couldn't find him afterward. One bottle is with my grandfather. Because our family was very poor, the other bottle was used as my mother's dowry." As for Tianjin, it's a faraway place known for comedy performances. When Director Lin and Lin Yihui heard this, they realized that not only was the medicine rare, but its story was complicated. Most importantly, it was part of her mother's dowry. They immediately lost interest in buying it and reluctantly returned the medicine to Yu Ryue. "Since that's the case, thank you for saving me." I'll return this to you. But I wonder, what does this comedy performer mean? Yuryua quickly took back the bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills. She wouldn't sell this medicine to anyone else. Taking out this medicine was already risky. Now that the person had been saved publicly, whatever happened in the future wouldn't be her concern. But if she gave him this medicine and something went wrong later, people would first suspect the medicine. It was better not to cause trouble. Look, now they were even scrutinizing the writing on the porcelain bottle. She casually said, "It just means good speech skills for everyone." She didn't know that later, the Lin family used all their connections to secretly search for a place called Tianjin, known for good speech skills, but they found nothing. Seeing Old Man Lin's eager look for knowledge, Yuryua really wanted to grab her medicine and run away. At this moment, Dr. Ren from Tianhe Hall hurried over anxiously. After checking his pulse, he looked worried.
Old Lin, what medicine did you take?
It's so dangerous, yet you managed to survive. Lin Yihue explained Yuryua's treatment and method. Dr. Ren looked relieved. Thanks to this girl's medicine and CPR, otherwise Old Lin, you wouldn't have made it. I told you your condition is getting worse. Stay at home and don't go out. When your medicine runs out, come to me immediately for a new prescription. How can you be so disobedient at your age? Director Lin looked very ashamed. He truly didn't expect the situation to become so serious. When he left home, he felt a bit uneasy, but didn't think much of it. However, at the banquet, he was repeatedly startled and ended up falling ill on the spot. He also didn't expect that this young girl was not only very knowledgeable, but also kind-hearted. She gave him very precious medicine and even taught his son a method that could bring someone back to life. He immediately asked, "Young lady, you saved my life. I am grateful beyond words. Besides money, is there anything else you want?" Honestly, when Yuryua risked herself to help the person in front of her, she had already thought about what she would ask for. She smiled happily and said, "To be honest, I've wanted to read books since I was young, but my family was too poor. Now I can earn money myself, but I lack a place to study." Director Lin hesitated politely and said, I'm sorry, but our academy is only for boys, and we only accept male students." Hearing this, Yuryua looked a bit disappointed. "Oh, I see. That's a pity. But I have 3 older brothers who have never gone to school. I wonder if I could help them realize my dream." Compared to her previous request, this one was very simple. After thinking for a moment, Director Lin immediately agreed. "Sure. However, our Tianda Academy doesn't offer basic education. If your brothers have never studied before and don't know how to read or write, I can introduce you to a teacher who can help them start from the basics." Yuryua almost forgot about this. Shen Chou was very talented. Just by looking at Shen Chou's books, he could recognize all the characters. He even used a stick to practice calligraphy and could write very well, better than Shen Chou, who was always in school in both knowledge and insight. But her 2 older brothers were not such extraordinary people. She nodded and said, "One of my brothers doesn't need basic education. He already knows a lot. The other 2 do need it, so I'll trouble Director Lin." Director Lin quickly shook his head. "Young lady, you're being too polite. It's because you saved my life that I owe you so much. If you need anything in the future, just come to me or even my son." Lin Yiho smiled at Yuryua. Yuryua also returned a smile. After finishing her tasks here, she was called by Madame Sun again, who gave her a jade pendant. "If you have any problems in the future, you can come to Luzhou Prefecture and find me with this jade pendant." Yuryua thought the lady would give her some money to send her away, but she didn't. Instead, she was given such a big promise. Knowing that she was the younger sister of the deputy magistrate of Luzhou Prefecture, it meant she had a chance to get help from a 5th-rank official. She quickly bowed to thank her. When she said goodbye to Madame Sun, she felt light and very happy. "Yuryua, why are you so happy? Hurry up and go. My young lady is calling you. She probably wants you to collect some money." Finally, Yuryua remembered her purpose for coming today. It's all about making money. Although she had guessed roughly how much money she might get before coming, when she saw the 6,000 taels of silver notes in front of her, she couldn't hide her surprise. Her face lit up with joy. Qin Wanru touched her belly and smiled. These are 4,500 taels for your food expenses, and the remaining 1,500 taels are your hard work bonus. When Ryua heard that it was a bonus for her effort, not just gratitude money, she realized Qin Wanru didn't want to buy her help outright. It seemed they would work together more often in the future. Thinking of this, her smile became even more genuine. Thank you, Miss Qin, for trusting me. Qin Wanru laughed loudly. Don't say that. My children, and I should thank you too. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it through today. Ryua thought for a moment and said, Miss Qin, I have a small suggestion. The kitchen is such an important place. It's better to keep it in the hands of trusted people. Qin Wanru nodded with a smile, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Don't worry. My children will pay the price if they betray me. Otherwise, the richest man in Lu County might need to find someone else to take his place. Ryua suddenly felt like she had gotten involved with someone very important. But it made sense. Seeing how familiar Madame Sun was with her, she probably had a big background. It seems that in the future, she needs to be more careful when talking and dealing with people, especially when she comes to deliver cakes in a few days. She must avoid getting involved in the messy affairs of the Li family again. When Ryua reunited with Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan, it felt like a different world. My mother and I listened to the noisy commotion over there, but we behaved well and stayed in place, not daring to go over. Are you okay? Ryua smiled and shook her head. Don't worry.
I'm fine.
Let's go home quickly, and we can talk there. Yu Dihao immediately went to get the ox cart, and the three of us sat on it to pick up Shen Jiao, Yu Shi, and Yu Tian. Just then, we saw Shen Jiao holding her waist and scolding the two of them. Didn't I tell you? Politeness doesn't mean bowing and kowtowing. What were you two doing just now? Your heads were almost touching your toes. And it's not even your fault. Why should you apologize? They are customers, but we're not just giving away their money. Also, are you too mute? Especially you Tian. Your older brother can say a few words, but you act like a mute. I really don't understand. Why are your personalities so weak? You're nothing like your sister. I'm so angry. I tell you, next time you meet someone who's being difficult, just punch them. I'll pay for any trouble. Ryua quickly went over to ask what was happening. It turned out that Yu Laoda's eldest son, Yu Qingkai, had brought some people to cause trouble on purpose. At that moment, Shen Jiao went to the bathroom, leaving the brothers Yu alone. When they saw their cousin Yu Qingkai, they looked like mice seeing a cat. Even though Yu Qingkai scolded and hit them, and even tried to steal from them, they didn't fight back at all. If Shen Jiao hadn't come back in time, the items on the stall might have been taken by Yu Qingkai and his troublemaker friends. Yu Shi and Yu Tian lowered their heads and didn't dare speak. They knew they had done wrong and should have fought back, but they were too scared. Just thinking about resisting made them tremble all over. They remembered that when they were children, they had tried to fight back, but they ended up badly beaten, almost losing their lives. Especially their older cousin, who was the apple of their grandparents' eyes. Whenever they did something wrong, they got beaten half to death and had to kneel and apologize. Only then would their family forgive them. So now, whenever they see Yu Qingkai, they instinctively lower their heads and apologize, accepting the punishment. Seeing how helpless they looked, Ryua sighed deeply. She didn't scold them, but simply told them to pack up and get on the cart to go home. When they returned home, Shen Chou had already prepared the meal. Seeing how tired and downcast everyone looked, he thought something had happened today and quickly asked, "Younger sister-in-law, did something happen?" Ryua didn't mention the embarrassing incidents involving Yu Shi and Yu Tian that day. She had thought a lot during the journey. She knew that character and habits couldn't be changed overnight. Yu Shi and Yu Tian had lived such humble lives for many years. Now, suddenly telling them they could resist, they didn't know how to start. So she quickly changed the subject. "Big brother, I have good news for you. In a few days, you'll be able to go to Tand Academy to study." Shen Chou looked surprised. "Study? You mean I can go to school? Or Tand Academy? Do you know how hard it is to get in?" The dean of Tand Academy used to teach at the Imperial College in the capital. Only very talented, wealthy, or powerful people can get in. I've never been to school, and no teacher is willing to write me a recommendation letter. Plus, our family simply can't afford the tuition there. As Shen Chou spoke, his expression grew more sad. But he quickly adjusted his mood and looked at Yu Ryue with firm eyes. Younger sister-in-law, I am very happy with our current life. I just want you to be safe and healthy. Living an ordinary life isn't bad at all. This was Shen Chou's true feelings. To him, life now felt like a blessing from heaven, as if in a dream. Seeing Shen Chou's serious look, Yu Ryue truly thought he was overly kind. Did he really forget how her original self had treated him? How could he say he wished her safety and health? Well, in Shen Chou's sickly eyes, safety and health might be the best blessings he could think of. Yu Ryue smiled and patted Shen Chou's shoulder. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Tomorrow, you and I will go to the town to pick out things for the academy, and I'll buy you 2 more sets of clothes. Seeing Yu Ryue's confident look, Shen Chou's heart unexpectedly grew a little greedy. Could someone like him really step into a place like the academy? Yu Ryue then looked at Yu Shi and Yu Tian, who looked ashamed. Big brother. Second brother. I also wanted to send you 2 there to study, but since you haven't been introduced to reading and writing, I plan to start with basic education for you first. When Yu Shi and Yu Tian heard this, they suddenly looked up, their eyes full of disbelief. School? Enlightenment? Are these 2 good-for-nothings really qualified? They both habitually waved their hands in refusal. No need, little sister. Just being able to eat enough is already a great blessing. Spending money on school is a waste for us. Yeah, we're just country bumpkins, not worthy. Yu Shi. Yu Tian. You've disappointed me so much. Yu Ryue angrily interrupted them. What's there to be disappointed about? Are you missing an arm or a leg? Are you mentally slow or disabled? Are you parentless? Or without anyone to care for you? Stand up straight. Your parents are standing tall and proud. Why are you still eager to be someone's dog?
Fine.
You 2 cowards, so timid you're afraid of everything. I'll give this school opportunity to Uncle Wu's 2 younger cousins. Once they learn well, they can come and bully you. Bully our whole family. Yu Shi and Yu Tian's faces turned red with anger. They stammered but didn't say a word. Yu Ryue was so angry, she almost exploded. Just as she raised her hand, Liang Shulan moved faster and slapped each of them. Cowards! Do you know why everyone bullies us? Because there's no reliable man in the family to stand up for us. Do you want to be bullied forever? Do you want your wives and children to live the same miserable life as before? Yu Shi and Yu Tian remembered the painful memories from their childhood. They didn't know how they managed to hold on. They didn't want their wives and future children to live such terrible lives. Seeing her 2 brothers finally showing some backbone, Yu Ryue immediately added fuel to the fire. People always bully the weak and fear the strong. Either you become the one everyone fears, or the one everyone bullies. What kind of person do you want to be? Yu Shi and Yu Tian's eyes gradually became firm. We want to be the second kind. Good. Then go study hard. Work hard to become that kind of person. The brothers nodded immediately. They silently vowed in their hearts they would not let their parents and little sister down. After the family finished eating, Yu Dihao took Yu Shi and Yu Tian home. Their current thatched house was very old, and even the wall next to it was broken. In recent days, Yu Dihao had been fixing the wall with his 2 brothers every day. Yu Ryue offered to pay for rebuilding the house, but Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan refused. Since I and your father have taken on the bodies of those 2 children's parents, we must be responsible for them. Just paying for our meals every day is already the biggest help. If you also have to fix the house, then you'll need to buy things inside. You support their schooling, and if this continues, it will only turn them into useless people who don't try to improve. If they get married in the future, they might even expect you, their sister, to pay. Our family doesn't do that. Since everyone has hands and feet, why can you earn money through your own effort but they can't? Yu Ryue thought her parents had a point. Although these 2 were among the few who treated her well in the Yu family, she was still worried about what might happen. So, she gave up that idea. The next day, Shen Jiao took Yu Shi and Yu Tian to sell goods again. Even though her brother and sister-in-law often made sarcastic remarks when she returned home, she felt it was worth it because she earned 100 won a day. However, recently she was a bit upset about having to bring Shu and Tion, who were quiet and dull, to sell with her. Is boss Yu not here today? Shen Chou smiled and replied, Sister Yu has something to do today, so it's just me and the two brothers here. The person nodded without saying anything. Shen Chou tentatively asked, You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? What would you like? I can help introduce some things. The man's eyes shifted, and he made a mysterious gesture to Shen Chou. I want quite a few things. Come over here, to a less crowded spot, and I'll talk to you about the details. Hearing this, Shen Chou's eyes lit up immediately. She thought, could it be another big family like the Li family? Are they here to order a banquet? She had already received 2 orders for banquets this morning and left her contact information for when Yu returned to decide. She quickly told Shu and Tion to watch the stall, then happily followed the man. But the first thing he said left her completely confused. I wonder who makes the things sold at the stall every day. Shen Chou thought carefully. Those items are probably made by all of them together. She answered with this thought in mind. The person's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to Shen Chou. Shen Chou thought this person was quite particular. He even knew to pay a deposit. But it must be for a big banquet, as the silver looks to be worth over 10 taels.
He seems to be a wealthy person.
Would you like to come to our Qingzhou wine house? Shen Chou was still not fully alert. She thought the wine house was planning a banquet. She felt proud. Her wine house was even taking orders, and Sister Yu was impressive. She unconsciously lifted her chin and said proudly, What dishes do you all want? The man thought Shen Chou had agreed to bring her recipes to Qingzhou wine house. Seeing her slightly proud expression, he was sure he hadn't mistaken her. She was capable. Excited, he started listing the dishes. The ones we made yesterday at the Li residence: braised meat, pickled fish slices, duck products, spicy chicken, hawthorn ribs, and sausages. If you're willing to go, I can give you another 100 taels. Hearing that he could give her another 100 taels made Shen Chou's heart skip a beat.
Wow.
That's 100 taels of silver. And that's just the deposit. She could already imagine how spectacular Sister Yu's dishes would be at the Li residence. She couldn't help but admire again. Sister Yu is impressive. Okay. First, pay the money, then leave me an address. The owner of Qingzhou Wine House, Chen Fu, didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He easily found a way in. He eagerly took out a 100 tael silver note from his pocket and handed it over, leaving his address and arranging to meet Shen Chou tomorrow. They smiled and chatted happily for a while before parting happily. Nearby, several other wine house owners watched. Seeing Chen Fu's proud look, they knew he had succeeded. They were instantly annoyed. Some even regretted not thinking of poaching her. And to pay only 100 taels to buy that young girl?
That was too cheap.
So, they all went over to offer higher prices. These experienced people in the business know that undercutting competitors and stealing ideas is not right, so they speak carefully and indirectly. They watch Shen Chou happily receive the money, looking proud and confident, and all assume she understands everything. In fact, Shen Chou only thought that these talkative people were here to book a banquet, especially since they kept quoting higher prices than each other. She was so amused that she accepted the money and left her address. When Shen Chou returned, she was very pleased to see that Shu and Tion could now communicate with clients smoothly, unlike yesterday, when they were very humble. She thought her words yesterday had helped, so she held her head high like a proud rooster and walked back confidently. But as soon as she reached the stall, Yu Chengkai, who had caused trouble yesterday, came back with a group of people. Meanwhile, Yu Ryue didn't know that Shen Chou had collected deposits from many people selling ideas, nor did she know that Yu Chengkai dared to come back again. She was busy choosing clothes for Shen Chou. Shen Chou shyly wore a light green robe and came out of the fitting room. He tugged at his sleeve, looking embarrassed but gentle, and said, Ruah. This dress is too expensive. One piece costs a silver tael or more. It's really unnecessary. Yuryua didn't reply because she was stunned. Oh my, what kind of divine being is in front of her? The green robe made his face look even more delicate, and he looked like a fairy fallen from heaven. Just standing there, he attracted many onlookers. Even the experienced shopkeeper couldn't help but praise, "This young man is the most handsome I've ever seen. Your wife has good taste. This outfit suits you perfectly." Shen Chou's face instantly turned red. He hurriedly explained, No, she's my sister." He almost said, "younger sister," but the word younger was on his lips and changed to sister. The shopkeeper heard this and wasn't embarrassed at all. He smiled and said, "You and your sister have a good relationship. I envy you." At this moment, Yu Dihao came over holding a black robe embroidered with patterns, and Liang Shulan carried a white robe with green bamboo embroidery, handing them to Shen Chou. "Yu Dihao, this black coat is so dark that dirt doesn't show easily, and the embroidered pattern on it looks really nice." Liang Shulan. "The white one looks better. Xiao Chou is naturally fair and clean, so she should wear white clothes. Plus, this dress is embroidered with green bamboo, which matches you perfectly. Go try it on." Shen Chou held the two dresses and looked for help at Yuryua nearby. But Yuryua simply pushed him inside and casually took two blue robes. "Try them on inside. If you like any of them, take them all. After all, Big Brother will go to school in a few days. It's better to buy a few decent clothes." Shen Chou felt helpless but had to take off his clothes and try them on one by one. Still, he felt warm inside. This was his first time buying new clothes, and even the first time coming to town not for a doctor's visit. Such days are really good. When Shen Chou wore the moon-white robe, everyone outside gasped. "Wow, who is this divine-looking person? I've never seen anyone like him before. It feels like he's about to ascend to heaven." Wearing the black outfit, he looked even more special. Yuryua was increasingly pleased. Her uncle's face was truly handsome and pleasing to look at. She waved her hand confidently and bought all these clothes. It cost a total of 12 taels of silver. Plus, the 4 sets made by Granny Shu, which meant they had 7 different outfits for the week. Shen Chou looked at this with a worried face. His handsome face was furrowed in concern. Such a good-looking person always made people feel sad. When the Yu family bought clothes, the shopkeeper gave them a discount. After they finished shopping, Liang Shulan picked out 2 outfits for each of her 2 sons, since they would be going to school soon. Once the clothes were bought, Yuryua took the 3 of them to a jade shop. Her eyes immediately caught a jade hairpin at the counter. She walked over and said, "Please show me that jade hairpin." But as soon as the shopkeeper brought it down, another woman snatched it away. "I won this little thing. Brother Iho. Pay for it." Yuryua turned around and saw Lin Iho looking impatient. He paused slightly and then smiled happily. "Miss you. What a coincidence you're here shopping too." Yuryua was a bit surprised. "It's really a coincidence. Even more so, I was the first to notice that hairpin." Lin Iho's face immediately turned red. Just as he was about to take the hairpin away, Qian Wenwen quickly withdrew her hand and angrily said, "Lin Iho, you're not paying? You actually want to steal the hairpin I liked? Don't you know that whoever picks it up first gets to keep it?" Lin Iho frowned. "Qian Wenwen, this isn't your home. You can't be unreasonable everywhere. This hairpin was first seen by Miss Yu. Give it back to her quickly." Qian Wenwen, who was already plain-looking, looked even more fierce when angry. She crossed her arms and said angrily, "Lin Iho, listen carefully. I am your fiancé. How dare you flirt with other women right in front of me? Do you believe I will tell my aunt about this?" Lin Iho immediately looked like a cat that had been stepped on its tail, flaring up. "Who said you're my fiancé? Don't talk nonsense. My father only brought you here as a courtesy because of Madame Sunday. Don't spread false rumors." Qian Wenwen was furious at Lin Iho's intense reaction, but considering his status, she didn't dare say too much. Instead, she directed her anger at Yuryua. "You little brat, are you just waiting here to flirt with my fiancé? I warn you, whether it's this hairpin or Lin Iho, they are mine." Don't even think about touching them. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. My aunt is the younger sister of the magistrate of Liuzhou. If you provoke me, I will have my aunt lock your whole family up in jail. Yu Ryue was so angry she almost laughed. Miss Qian, if your brain is broken, go see a doctor. Stop barking like a dog here. Qian Wenwen was so angry she almost wanted to hit her. Yu Ryue already held a small electric baton in her hand, ready to strike when she wasn't paying attention. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked her in front and grabbed Qian Wenwen's wrist.
Miss.
According to the law of the country, hitting someone results in 20 strokes. If the situation is serious, 50 strokes. Even if your aunt is the younger sister of the magistrate, you can't break the law. Qian Wenwen's eyes flashed with anger. She was about to curse when she was captivated by the handsome face in front of her. She only saw those beautiful lips moving, but she didn't listen to what Shen Chou said afterward. I only felt that this man's hand was so big and warm, I really wanted to kiss it. Shen Chou was disgusted by her gaze. After speaking, he immediately pulled his wrist away. If there had been water nearby, he really would have washed his hands thoroughly. Suddenly, Qian Wenwen shyly said, "Even if you like me so much, you can't hold my hand in front of everyone. My fiancé might misunderstand." "Oh, by the way, that young girl behind you is your sister, right? Since your sister likes this jade hairpin, I'll give it to her as a gift when we meet." Qian Wenwen shyly pushed Lin Yiho, who was standing next to her.
Brother, pay the money.
Lin Yiho clenched his fan tightly, feeling so angry that his vision blurred. But to stop Wenwen from causing more trouble, he quickly paid 20 taels of silver and bought the hairpin. Qian Wenwen pretended to be a gentle lady, brushed her hair back from her ear, and shyly reached out to take Shen Chou's hand. But Shen Chou, looking disgusted, dodged her. Wenwen didn't feel embarrassed at all. She even took out a handkerchief and waved it at Shen Chou. "Really, why are you shy? When you insisted on grabbing her hand just now, you weren't shy at all." Shen Chou clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins bulging. He smelled the strong, irritating scent of powder and felt sick. Yu Ryue quickly pulled Shen Chou behind her to stop him from being bothered further. She took the hairpin from Wenwen and said, "Thank you, Miss Qian and young Master Lin." Wenwen waved her hand generously. "It's nothing.
Keep shopping. Take whatever you like.
My fiancé will pay." Shen Chou pursed his lips, feeling a strange tightness in his chest, though he genuinely considered this little spirit as a sister. Even if he was unhappy, he didn't show it, worried it might upset her good mood. Without Wenwen causing trouble, Yu Ryue bought 2 jade pendants, one engraved with "Good luck for you, Dihao," and one with "Longevity" for Shen Chou. She also gave a jade hairpin to Liang Shulan, kept another for herself, and bought 3 pairs of earrings, one for herself, one for her mother, and one for Shen Jiao. As for Yu Shi and Yu Tian, she didn't buy them jade accessories, fearing their timid nature might cause trouble or be taken away. Instead, she bought 2 small pouches as decorations. Finally, Yu Ryue led the 3 of them to Mo Xiang bookstore. When the shop assistant saw her, he greeted her with a big smile, saying, "You're here? The shopkeeper was just talking about you, saying you'd bring someone who writes very well." Yu Ryue quickly pulled Shen Chou over. "This is the brother I told your shopkeeper about. His writing is 1,000 times better than those we've seen before. My older brother will also go to Tianda Academy to study, so he'll need some pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Make sure to give my brother a good deal." Hearing the voice, the shopkeeper came out smiling and said, "You're still so impressive, little girl. Tell me, what are you here to buy today?" Yu Ryue pointed inside. "Pick 3 good sets of pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Also, do you have school bags? The kind you can carry to school." The shopkeeper first brought out 3 sets of writing supplies, then took out a similar one to Ning Saichen's. "Little girl, is this what you mean? A satchel?" Yu Ryue replied, "Yes, that's the only thing I want. Do you have anything else?" The shopkeeper then brought out a wooden box with a handle. "And there's this. If you don't want these, you can also get a bundle." Yu Ryue nodded and finally ordered 3 satchels, packing all the miscellaneous items into them. The space inside was large, like a basket, but carrying it was uncomfortable because it pressed against her back. Thinking of modern school bags, she planned to go home and look up how they were made on her computer. Maybe it could be a new way to make money. After buying everything, the four of them went to meet Shen Chou and the others. Here, Yu Chunkai leads a group of small troublemakers, each holding a seaweed rice roll and eating happily. Yu Chunkai, holding a rice roll in one hand and a sandwich in the other, looks proud. How about that? I wasn't lying to you, right? This stall is mine. You can eat whatever you want and take whatever you want. Don't be shy with me. By the way, my buddies still need 2 more people to go drinking. Quickly give me the money you earned today. Shen Chou gets angry seeing these 2 useless guys stay silent. She glances away, and the stall gets knocked over by the troublemakers, making a mess. People nearby are afraid to buy anything. The troublemakers grab the rice rolls with their dirty hands. Even the warm braised meat is snatched and eaten directly. The spicy snails next to the stall are also spilled all over the ground. Boss Shen, what's going on? Did these troublemakers come to cause trouble yesterday? And now they're back. Isn't this your stall with you, boss? Yu Chingcai's followers immediately look unhappy. Who are you calling troublemakers? This is my boss's stall. That's right. If you want to buy, buy. If not, get lost. Yu Chingcai steps onto the stall, looking fierce. My stuff is mine to do as I please. What does it have to do with you? Get out of here. I'm not selling any of this today. After saying that, he looks at Yu Shi and Yu Tian, who are trembling nearby. What are you 2 little troublemakers doing just standing there? Pack everything up and give me the money. I saw you take over 10 taels. Hurry up and give it to me, or I'll tell my grandparents. I'll beat you 2 little troublemakers. Shen Chou quickly steps forward and pushes him aside. This stall belongs to my sister Yu. Where did you come from, stray cat? Pay up and get lost, or when my sister Yu comes back, I'll send you all to jail. Yu Chunkai stumbles back, but a few of his followers step in to steady him. He finally stands firm. You little brat, how dare you push me? That worthless troublemaker. What do you think you can do to me? Even if she comes, she'll have to kneel and beg me to let her take everything. Even if I spit, Yu Ryue must kneel like a dog and lick me clean. If she dares to oppose me, I will break her legs and sell her to a brothel so she can earn money for me every day. Shen Chou was so angry she turned around and glared at Yu Shi and Yu Tian. Are you 2 dead? Why are you just listening to them insult your sister? Yu Chengkai looked sarcastic. You're still hoping these 2 useless boys will do something? You should just rely on yourself. If you can sleep with us for 1 night, I might consider easing up a little. Everyone nearby burst into lewd laughter, their eyes constantly scanning Shen Chou. Yu Chengkai even reached out and touched Shen Chou's face with his dirty hand. Just as his hand was about to touch her face, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side and punched Yu Chengkai hard. Animal. I won't allow you to talk about my sister like that. I'm not a coward. I won't let you bully Shen Chou. We've already cut ties with your Yu family. Why do you keep bothering us? Why do you keep holding on? I apologized yesterday. Why? Why? Yu Tian's eyes were red as he kept punching. Yu Chengkai, who had been fighting since he was young, quickly reacted. He forcefully pressed Yu Tian down with his leg. Little brat, you dare to fight back? I'm the one bullying you. Even if we've split up, so what? Grandma and Grandpa said all your family's money and belongings are mine. You still dare to hit me? When I go back, I'll tell Grandma and Grandpa to sell your whole family. I want your whole family to kneel and apologize. Yu Tian's eyes turned red with anger as he looked fiercely at Yu Chengkai, memories of his mother and sister's words flashing through his mind. He didn't want to be bullied forever, nor did he want his wife and children to live such miserable lives. When he threw the first punch, he realized that resisting wasn't so scary. Yu Chengkai would bleed and get hit too. The few hits Yu Chengkai gave him weren't even as painful as the whips from Grandma and Grandpa. They fought fiercely, and the little brothers nearby also joined in. Yu Shi stood nearby, tightly clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. He was thinking about his mother and sister's words. He didn't want to be a useless person forever, nor to always be the weak one bullied by others. But his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "Big brother."
"What are you looking at? Hit him."
"Go." Ryue and the others had just finished shopping and were happily returning home when they saw the scene of chaos. Ryue and Liang Shulan took out a small knife meant for self-defense from under the ox cart and were about to rush forward. But Dihao stopped them. "Don't go. Sometimes you just need to take that first step yourself." So, the three of them watched from the side. Just when they thought the two brothers might still be too timid to act and would apologize, Yu Tian suddenly rushed out. However, Yu Shi stood still beside him, not moving at all. Frustrated, Ryue pushed him forward. That single push made Yu Shi's legs, which seemed rooted to the ground, suddenly come alive. He clenched his fists and charged forward. But there were many people on the other side, and soon the two brothers were at a disadvantage. Just then, a group of officials pushed through the crowd and separated the two sides. Shen Chou pointed at Yu Chengkai and the others and said, "Officer, as you saw, these people came first to cause trouble. They not only smashed our things but also publicly harassed my younger sister. These two brothers are just protecting their family. They had no choice but to defend themselves. Please, punish these thugs severely." Ryue and Liang Shulan also rushed out from behind the crowd. Liang Shulan hugged Yu Shi and Yu Tian tightly. "My poor children. They are often bullied at home by their own cousins. I never thought they would be disowned and still chased and beaten. Yu Chengkai, I know your parents are strict and your grandparents spoil you. But inside, you steal chickens, tease women, scold elders, and even commit crimes for money, all covered up by paying people off. Now, you're even worse. Your grandparents pushed us into the river, trying to drown us. Now, you want to beat my children to death. This is just inhuman." Everyone nearby heard this and realized how many evil deeds this person had done. They all remembered his name and thought, "We definitely can't marry our daughters to someone like him." Ryue was also crying and sniffling, saying, "I worked so this. And it's been ruined by these troublemakers. Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice left in this world?" Shen Chou took out 2 small silver pieces from his pocket and handed them to the leading officer. He whispered a few words into the officer's ear. The officer quickly ordered his men to arrest the troublemakers. The officer also kindly assured them, "Don't worry, everyone. We will first give these troublemakers 50 hits, then carefully question them. As for your lost money, we will do our best to get it back. Rest assured." Shen Chou immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, officials. But my 2 brothers are really scared after being beaten. It's not good for them to have psychological scars. How about I take them to watch your punishment? It will give them an explanation." The officer quickly agreed. Everyone cleaned up the chaos and then followed the officer to watch the punishment. When they arrived at the government office, Yu Chengkai and the others were stripped of their pants and beaten their hips and backs. Ryue was very curious and asked Shen Chou, "Big brother,
What did you say to them?"
the punishment looks really heavy." Shen Chou smiled gently and said, "I just told them a little story. The sister of the county magistrate came to Lu County. We can't waste this chance." Ryue said, "That might not be good. What if Mrs. Sun finds out?" Shen Chou smiled and replied, "Don't worry. She won't find out. No one would go looking for Mrs. Sun over such a small matter." Ryue nodded. He knew Shen Chou's words probably meant more, but he didn't ask because he didn't want to. After 50 hits, the troublemakers were badly injured, with blood and bruises all over their hips and backs. They looked like they might not survive. Ryue and the others were satisfied and took the people home. When they got home, Liang Shulan and Yu Dihao hurried to boil water and prepare medicine. Seeing Yu Shi and Yu Tian's swollen faces and bruises, they felt very sad. Ryue stood in front of them and praised, "You two did very well today.
See?
Taking the first step isn't so hard after all." Yu Shi smiled shyly, accidentally pulling at the cut on his lip. Actually, I'm not braver than my second brother. I still need my sister to push me from behind." Ryue happily patted his shoulder and said, "Big brother, You are already very impressive. Your sister is proud of you. Shen Jiao also agreed nearby. You Tian. You are so amazing. If it weren't for you, I might have been taken advantage of by him. Yu Tian, who had been silent all along, suddenly got upset. He stood up quickly, looking serious, and said, I won't let you be bullied. After he finished speaking, he felt he might have overreacted, so he quickly sat down again and kept quiet. At this moment, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan came in, one holding medicine and the other holding water, breaking the strange atmosphere in the room. Because applying medicine required removing clothes, Shen Jiao and Yue hurriedly left. As soon as they went out, Shen Jiao secretly took out several silver notes and a piece of paper with an address from her. I tell you, today many people came to book banquet services.
Yes.
Especially these last few, they paid deposits one after another. Look at this Qingzhou restaurant, Piaoxiang restaurant. They all run restaurants themselves, yet they're booking banquets with us. They must have gained fame at Li's house yesterday. They ordered a lot of dishes. Yue listened more and more suspicious. Seeing her proud, eager to be praised expression, she asked, What did they say to you? Shen Jiao honestly repeated what she heard. Yue looked at her with a complicated expression and said, Jiao, this isn't just about booking a banquet. They're trying to steal my clients and buy your recipes. Huh? Shen Jiao was shocked.
What did you say?
Buy me? Buy my recipes. She carefully thought about what those people had said, realizing suddenly, these shameless people are actually tricking me. Just a little money and they want me to betray you? No way. No. That's impossible, no matter how much they pay. She was still worried that Yue wouldn't believe her, so she made a firm decision and secretly cursed those old schemers in her heart. Yue smiled and said she believed her. See, if I didn't trust you, could I buy this for you? Shen Jiao looked at the pair of delicate, translucent jade earrings in Yue's palm, and her face lit up with joy. She jumped up excitedly. Are these for me?
Jade?
Oh my god! How much rice could I buy with this? Shen Jiao excitedly took the jade earrings and held them to her ears, gesturing happily and asking the Yu family, Do I look good wearing these? The 5 members of the Yu family praised her warmly, making her very happy and emotional. She worked even harder with more enthusiasm. Just as she calmed Shen Jiao outside, there was a knock on the door. Hey, Aunt Shu, why are you here? Since the last time Gao Lady destroyed her garden and Liang Shulan had a fight and hurt someone, the 2 families hadn't contacted each other for a long time. Recently, she had been very busy. According to Shen Jiao, Shu Chao desperately wanted to divorce, and Gao Lady cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. This made Shu Chao give up that idea. However, the old woman and old man Shu were determined to split the family, not wanting Gao Lady to continue causing trouble at home. But there were no available houses in the village, so they only signed a family separation agreement without fully moving apart. Since the last incident, Granny Shu felt ashamed to come over again. Recently, because Yue hadn't helped, the sales of hawthorn cakes had dropped significantly. Many old customers said the taste had changed and didn't want to buy anymore. They felt embarrassed to keep bothering Yue, so they endured it until a few days ago when Yue finished making the clothes she asked for, and then she came. Ryu, the clothes I asked you to make a few days ago are finished. Do they fit well? Yue smiled as she took the clothes. Great. My older brother will go to town to study in a few days. I should bring him a few more outfits. Granny Shu looked at her with envy. Shen Chou is going to study in town? That's wonderful. You finally had some good luck. By the way, about a few days ago, I'm sorry. We've already split the family, but there are no extra houses in the village, so we've been living together. Please don't be angry. Yue nodded with a smile. I understand. I'm not angry. Just don't be upset about what happened that day. Granny Shu quickly shook her head. No blame. Then they exchanged polite words at the door. Granny Shu left with a big smile. As soon as she entered her house, she saw Gao Lady sneaking around, looking suspicious. It was obvious she had been eavesdropping outside. Angrily, Granny Shu grabbed a broom nearby and was about to hit her. Gao lady, hit and scared, ran outside holding her head. Shen Jiao was happily listening here, clapping and cheering all the time, and even working with more energy. Everyone ate a simple lunch and worked from morning until evening. Shen Chou's health had now fully recovered. He was helping to fetch water when suddenly he heard Shen Hua's voice at the door. "Big brother? Come here." Shen Chou looked up and saw Shen Hua. He walked over with some confusion. "Little sister? What's the matter? Why are you so secretive and not coming in?" Shen Hua looked angry. "Come in." "How can I go in? Is this still my family home? It feels more like the Yu family now. Do I even have a place to stay? Did you forget? How did she treat us before?" Shen Chou quickly explained, "Little sister, your second sister-in-law is truly sorry. Now she just wants to live a good life." Shen Hua looked incredulous. "Live a good life?
How?
Without second brother, do you two live together? Don't tell me you've been tricked by that little troublemaker." Shen Chou's face immediately darkened. "Little sister, what are you talking about? That's your second sister-in-law, my sister-in-law. We are innocent, and heaven and earth can witness that." Shen Hua was startled by her brother's angry tone and quickly changed the subject. "Big brother, I heard you're going to the county school in a few days. Is that true?" Shen Chou nodded. "Yes, it is." Hearing this, Shen Hua felt like the sky was falling. She suddenly raised her voice. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why are you going to the county school?" "I don't agree." Shen Chou was a bit surprised. "Little sister? What's wrong? Don't you know? My biggest wish since I was young is to go to school." Shen Hua realized her reaction was a bit too intense. She quickly tried to explain, "Big brother, it's not that I don't want you to go. Our family really doesn't have enough money, and your health isn't good. Do you want to be abandoned like second brother and father? Big brother, trust me, let's not go to the county school. Staying at home to rest and take care of your health is better." Shen Chou smiled and patted Shen Hua's head. "Little sister, don't worry, I will never leave you. Besides, I haven't had an illness in a long time. Your second sister-in-law said she will support me to go to school. See, she's really a good person." Shen Hua still wanted to persuade him further, but it was clear that Shen Chou had already made up his mind. So he turned and went home. Shen Chou knew she was angry. He felt a bit helpless. He understood that his sister didn't want to part with him, but he really wanted to go to school. He didn't know how to comfort her. After half an hour, Shen Hua returned with a smile, holding a bowl of egg drop soup. "Brother, I was really reluctant to see you just now, so I said some things I shouldn't have. Sorry, brother. Can you forgive me? If you really want to go to school, then go. I will always support you." Seeing his caring sister, Shen Chou felt warm inside, and his eyes started to water. "Why would I be angry with you? I know you mean well, but you don't have to bring the egg drop soup. Just take it back and drink it." Ryua saw the brother and sister talking at the door and smiled as she walked over. "Yes, little sister. Take the egg drop soup back and drink it. Don't worry, I will take good care of big brother." Hearing this, Shen Hua glared fiercely and, like throwing a tantrum, picked up her bowl and placed it near Shen Chou's mouth. "Big brother, hurry up and drink it. Don't let this greedy woman steal it." Ryua was speechless. She remembered that Shen Hua often brought egg drop soup every month, rain or shine, and always watched Shen Chou drink it, as if she was worried she might sneak a sip herself. Shen Chou also felt a bit helpless. He looked at Ryua with apology and then took the bowl of egg drop soup and drank it. After finishing every drop, Shen Hua finally let out a big sigh of relief, satisfied, and left with the empty bowl. Ryua pouted and turned back to start sorting the things she bought this morning. "Ding ding ding, big brother. Second brother. Look at these clothes. They're specially chosen for you by our parents. Oh, and this ink, paper, and inkstone are all for your studies. Also, we wanted to buy 2 jade pendants, but since you two are being bullied and don't dare to fight back, we were worried that if we bought the pendants, they might be stolen. So we only bought 2 pouches. If I had known you two were so capable, I would have definitely bought you jade pendants." Yu Shi and Yu Tian looked at everything in front of them with red eyes, as if they were dreaming. Yu Shi choked up and said, "Sister, it's my fault. I let you all worry. Yu Tian smiled softly and said, Sister, these things are enough. The jade pendants are too valuable, so don't buy them. Yu Shi wiped his tears and agreed. Yes. With these things, we are already very happy. We've never even worn new clothes before. Yu Duho and Liang Shulan looked at their two sons with loving faces. Don't worry. From now on, your parents will buy you new clothes every year so you won't run out of them. The Yu family was joking and chatting happily. It should have been a very warm scene, but Shen Chou felt cold all over. His body ached everywhere, and sweat beads appeared on his forehead. His face turned very pale. This familiar feeling made him afraid. The next second, he closed his eyes, suddenly fainted, and fell down. The 5 members of the Yu family stopped smiling immediately and rushed over to check on him. Shen Chou had no visible injuries, but he was trembling all over. He curled up tightly, his face was extremely pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yu Riyue helped her parents carry him to the bed. She quickly went to find a doctor. When Shen Yuyan arrived at Shen's house, he went straight to Shen Chou's room. He thought Shen Chou might have been hurt again, but when he looked closely, he was shocked. Oh no! Shen Chou has had another attack. Another attack. Yes. Second sister-in-law. Don't you remember? Shen Chou has had a strange illness since he was a child. He gets sick almost every month. Although it's not deadly, it's very painful. Every time, Shen Chou is tortured so badly, he looks unrecognizable. When he gets a little better, he immediately has another attack. I remember Uncle Lao Kai and Sister Shen Hua took Shen Chou to Lu County and Liuzhou Prefecture to see doctors. They visited many clinics, and everyone said it was a congenital condition. They even brought back a prescription, but the medicine was very expensive and the Shen family couldn't afford it. My father and I also tried many ways, but the illness just wouldn't go away. Liang Shulan anxiously asked nearby, What should we do? Just watch him like this? He just vomited blood. How can we say it's not deadly? You should give him some medicine. Yu Duho agreed. We'll buy any medicine that costs money, as long as it can ease his pain. We'll wait until tomorrow morning, then take him to the county to see more doctors. Although Shen Yuyan had heard that the Yu couple had changed since Mr. Yu was pushed into the river and almost drowned, he didn't believe it at first. But today, seeing them, he realized they were truly different people.
Aunt Yu.
It's not that I refuse to give medicine. I simply lack the knowledge. I don't know exactly what illness Shen Chou has, and I dare not prescribe carelessly. Even my father is quite worried about Shen Chou's condition. Maybe you should look for that prescription. A prescription? When I was tidying up the house earlier, I searched both rooms thoroughly, but didn't find any prescription. Also, my older brother never mentioned it before. Wait, before I crossed over, I remember Shen Chou was always sneaking around, copying books secretly, going up the mountain quietly, gathering wild vegetables and fruits to sell with Shenhua's man. It seemed like he was saving money to buy medicine. But most of that money was taken by the original owner, either to please wild men or to support the troublesome family members. Could there really be a prescription? Second sister-in-law, maybe you should find Shenhua or old Kai. They probably wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, Yu Riyue remembered where old Kai, who had gone. Wasn't he in Shen Chou's room? She had been so busy lately that she forgot about this. But it's been so many days, and she hasn't seen him. Could Shen Chou have released him? Never mind, I won't think about it now. I plan to find Shenhua and see if she knows anything. Just as she stepped out, someone approached from afar. Since there were no streetlights in ancient times, it was hard to see clearly at night. As the person got closer, she was delighted to recognize it was Shenhua. Shenhua, my older brother has another attack. I heard from Shen Yuyan that you and our father took him to town for a checkup and got a prescription. Do you know where you put that prescription? In the darkness, Shenhua heard about Shen Chou's illness and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But overwhelming guilt made her feel suffocated. She finally vented her anger on Yu Riyue. Yu Riyue, what exactly are you thinking? Ever since you came to our home, my older brother's condition has worsened. Don't you know that he shouldn't overexert himself? But what have you done? Not only did you persuade him to study in the county, but you also insisted on selling things in town, making all the household chores fall on him. It even caused a rift between father and son. Don't think that just because I live in the mountains, I don't know that my older brother has rebelled against our father because of you and has been beaten several times. Are those prescriptions and money really that important? Since you are already a member of the Shen family, those things should belong to your father. Why are you so eager to argue over them? Now look what you've done, caused eldest brother to become like this. If something really happened to eldest brother, I would never forgive you. After saying this, she pushed past Ryue and went into the room. When her eyes fell on the weak, suffering person on the bed, tears started to fall. She quickly rushed over, choking with emotion, and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. I've wronged you. Let's not go to town to study anymore. Isn't it better to live peacefully in the village? Why make things so hard for yourself? Big brother, big brother." Ryue stood blankly at the door, watching the scene in front of her. No matter how she looked at it, it felt wrong. Why does it seem like Shenhua already knew Shen Chou would get sick today? Shen Chou's illness was very unpredictable, usually happening when he was about to get better. Then, suddenly, she realized what was wrong. Old Shen was not Shen Chou's real father. Given how much he hated Shen Chou, he wouldn't have taken him to see a doctor if he knew the illness wasn't deadly. He wouldn't have visited so many clinics either. And the money Shen Lao Kai received from someone and his monthly visits all seemed strange, like he was checking if Shen Chou was still sick or even dead. What role does Shenhua play in all this? Thinking of this, she broke out in a cold sweat. Shenhua was the best person to Shen Chou, always secretly bringing him food, and even suffered a lot to help the original owner take care of Shen Chou. Ryue shook her head, hoping all her guesses were wrong. Since there was no medicine and no formula, she decided to stay with Shen Chou tonight and give him spiritual spring water. Soon, Shenhua finished crying and left without leaving anything behind. No gifts, no words, like she had come just to confirm Shen Chou's illness. After everyone left, Ryue sent Yushur and Yutian away, then shared her thoughts with her parents. Yu Dihao nodded immediately. I think this plan could work. I drank that spiritual spring water. At first, I often had diarrhea, but after a while, I felt very comfortable all over. Even the chronic pains from working in the fields disappeared. Liang Shulan also agreed and said, yes, this body has given birth to 3 children. Without proper rest, I became very thin. Since coming here, drinking that spiritual spring water every day has not only improved my hidden illness but also made my skin better. Although we don't know what illness it is, since the spring water can cure our hidden sickness, it should also help with his illness. Ryue sighed. Now we can only try anything that might work, hoping he can survive until tomorrow morning. The 3 of them divided their tasks. Liang Shulan and Ryue fed Shen Chou water, and Yu Dihao helped him go to the bathroom. Even though Shen Chou was dizzy, he could clearly hear their conversations. Normal people would feel scared hearing these words, but Shen Chou only felt warmth in his heart. He finally understood why his injuries healed so quickly before. It was because of the so-called spiritual spring water. However, his illness was inherited from his mother's. Over time, he had taken many medicines, even secretly eating the remedies they just discussed, but they didn't work. When the illness flared up, it still did. He could also clearly feel that this time, the illness was more fierce than before, as if it was targeting his life. He used to think he would die lonely and abandoned, only discovered when his body rotted and smelled bad. But now, 3 strange spirits were guarding him. Big brother, can you hear me? I'm giving you medicine. You must cooperate. Yes, swallow it. Father, Shen Chou seems to have a reaction. Come quickly. Yu Dihao, helping him take off his pants, said, Xiao Chou, hold on. Your pants are too tight. Once I take them off, you can make an effort. Shen Chou's ears turned hot from what was said. He had never been served like this before, especially by his sister's father. It was very embarrassing. But this also made him realize that these 3 spirits didn't seem to have any magic powers, just simple possession. Meanwhile, Shun Jiao happily returned home with her jade earring, expecting praise from her family. But unexpectedly, when she saw her older brother swinging his jade earring, she was slapped hard. "Where have you been causing trouble again today? Who gave you this wild man? Take it off." Shen Chou covered her ears in frustration and shook her head, saying, "This was a gift from Ryue. There's no wild man involved." Zhang Huiyun curled her lips skeptically. "Husband, I told you. My little sister and Ryue are not good girls. I don't know if she's been flirting with some wild man in town. First, she was giving meat and face, and now she's wearing such expensive jade earrings. Little sister, don't let anyone trick you into trouble or get pregnant." When Shen Chou heard this, his face darkened. He raised his hand to slap her. But before he could, Shen Chou stopped him, and Shen's mother rushed out, holding Shen Jiao in her arms, comforting her. Shen Jiao looked very wronged. "Why don't my older brother and sister-in-law believe me? Ryue bought this for me. She bought it for me." Shen Chou didn't believe her at all, and even felt angry. He glared at his father. "Dad, even now she's lying. It's because you and Mom spoil her. Ryue goes to town every day to flirt with men. How could she have money?" Zhang Huiyun kept agreeing from the side. The two of them kept talking back and forth, making Shen Chou tremble with anger, almost fainting, cursing them as unfilial children. Shen Laoda was worried about making his father angry, so he reluctantly apologized to Shen Jiao and then went into the house, feeling unhappy. Ryue didn't realize that her kind gesture had caused Shen Jiao so much trouble. Their family was so focused on Shen Chou that they stayed up all night. Yu Dihao had just dressed Shen Chou neatly, ready to take him to town for a checkup, when a thin, bony hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Uncle Yu." Yu Dihao looked at the weak Shen Chou, who finally opened his eyes. He was so happy he almost cried. "Xiao Chou is awake." Ryue and Liang Shulan hurried over. The three of them crowded around Shen Chou, asking questions and talking to him. Shen Chou looked at the three worried faces above him, pushing and shoving, and felt that he was the happiest person in the world. "Uncle, aunt, younger brother, I feel much better now. No need to go to town for a checkup. Don't worry." The three heads shook at the same time. No. Ultimately, Shen Chou was taken to the town for a checkup. As expected, either they said Shen Chou was just weak and not really sick, or that he was ill but the condition was inherited from his family and couldn't be cured. The group didn't lose hope. After a night of drinking the spiritual spring water, Shen Chou could stand up and move freely, and his face looked much better than the day before. They planned to do another round of selling tonight. After everyone finished selling their goods and bought some food from the town, they sat in a carriage and slowly headed home. Shen Jiao still ate lunch with Ryue and helped with chores afterward. However, she noticed that today Yu Tian's eyes seemed strange, always looking at her sideways. Suddenly, a very charming voice came from outside the door. "Husband, open the door. Your wife is here. Husband, why don't you say anything to me?" The voice was very sweet, as if it could melt someone's bones. Ryue hurriedly went to open the door. Inside was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed slightly revealing, with a gold hairpin in her hair and a jade hairpin on her hand. She looked very wealthy. "Madam, did you knock on the wrong door?" The woman took out a pink handkerchief, held it to her nose, and her charming expression turned to one of disdain. She lifted her chin and gently pushed her hips forward, twisting her waist like a water snake, and stepped into the yard. "Husband, why aren't you talking? Are you hiding another fairy here?" Lian Shulan heard the noise and quickly came out to stop her. "Hey, what are you doing? I told you you knocked on the wrong door. Why are you coming in?" Feng Kair saw the oil stains on Lian Shulan from cooking and stepped back in disgust. She waved her pink handkerchief vigorously in front of her face. "Who is this ugly woman? Are you trying to my husband? Shameless. Don't you know he already has a family? No matter how much you try to him, he will only favor me." Yu Dihao pulled Lian Shulan behind him and said bluntly, "What are you? How dare you insult my wife? Is your throat clogged? Can't you speak properly? And what's with that waist movement? Are you a jumping flea? The smell on you is quite strong. Are you trying to cover up body odor with that pungent scent? Feng Kaier, for the first time, met a man who wasn't easily dazzled by her beauty. Instantly, her competitive spirit flared. You're so rude. How can you talk about someone like that, you? Dihao glared at her irritably. You're full of faults. Your eyes keep twitching. Are you having a? I tell you, when people get old and sick, they should see a doctor. Feng Kaier felt a surge of anger and frustration. She had been winking flirtatiously just now, but now this man was calling her sick. She, Feng Kaier, had only been retired for a few years. She didn't believe she had lost her charm. Just moments ago, all the men in the village had been staring at her, their eyes eager to pounce and take her away. She was determined to stand her ground against this stubborn man. Brother Yu Dihao raised his hand firmly to stop her. Who's your brother? Don't go around claiming relatives. I don't have a younger sister like you. Feng Kaier smiled. Strong man. As soon as I see you, Yu Dihao's expression was serious, as if he was about to join the party. What nonsense are you talking?
I don't have a body like that.
She quickly adjusted her attitude, ready to try again. But then Yu Shi and Yu Tian each carried a bucket of water, looking at her with impatience. The water was heavy, and Yu Tian said coldly, Ma'am, please stop twisting around. You're blocking the way. Yu Shi sincerely advised, Ma'am, if you have fleas, go to Aunt Lu at the village entrance. She's the best at removing fleas. But in this hot weather, you should also pay more attention to personal hygiene so you don't feel uncomfortable. Yu Riyue and Liang Shulan couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Feng Kaier could no longer keep up her gentle facade. She crossed her arms and shouted loudly, You're the one who's sick. You're the real auntie. Everyone's blind. Old man Shen, come out quickly. Your sweetheart is being bullied, and you're just sitting inside the house. Could the person in front of her be Shen Laotsai's secret lover from town?
Oh.
You're the mistress my father found outside. What are you doing here? My father only came back a few days ago and left again. Feng Kaier crossed her arms and spat harshly. You're the one who's really the outsider. I am the proper wife, brought in with a grand wedding. You must be the second wife's daughter-in-law. I heard you look very ugly and are quite unruly. On your wedding night, you scared the second son away. Now I see it's true. Even if you can earn money, what does it matter? In the end, you can't win a man's heart and people will just laugh at you. After saying this, she turned her waist and was about to go inside. Liang Shulan couldn't tolerate her daughter being insulted like this. She grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and rushed out, fiercely attacking Feng Kaier. I'll stop your nonsense. Just wait, I won't let you get away with this. Feng Kaier was surprised that there were women so rude in this world. She quickly covered her face and ran outside. You rude farmer woman, did you hide my husband away? Second wife, why are you just standing there? I am your mother-in-law. I came here and if you just eat and drink well, that's fine. But now you're ordering this crazy woman to kill me. Help. Old Shen, if you don't come out now, I will be hurt by this crazy woman. At this moment, Shen Chou leaned against the wall and came out loudly to stop her. Auntie, stop right there. Let her come in and see. Only then did Liang Shulan stop her actions. When Feng Kaier ran inside to search and confirmed that old Shen was not there, she muttered suspiciously, That's strange. He said he would come back to give me the recipe and money. That shouldn't be. She thought she was whispering quietly, but Yu Riyue heard her clearly. Oh my, it turned out this woman also wanted her recipe. She immediately pushed her down, sat on her and slapped her. Her face was instantly swollen and red. You're just an outsider, and you're scheming to get my father-in-law to steal the recipe. Shameless. I will beat you to death on behalf of my late mother-in-law. Yu Riyue struck left and right, slapping and pulling Feng Kaier's hairpin from her head, then all of it was thrown into space. Dare to insult her mother. Her father. She must take revenge. Otherwise, even stray cats and dogs would dare to cause trouble. Feng Kaier had learned only how to attract men with gentle moves, never how to fight. When Yu Riyue was pulled apart by Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan, her face was already swollen, and her hair was a mess. Liang Shulan grabbed her by the collar and threw her out. She also pulled off Foam Care's bracelet from her wrist. Since you say you're my daughter's mother-in-law, then keep this as a gift for our meeting. Foam Care refused. Although old man Shen was rich, he had lost most of his money gambling, except for daily expenses. Her jewelry was hard to come by, bought when old man Shen won a little. Today, she came to find someone and wore her jewelry on purpose, afraid of being outdone by that sly woman. But when she checked, her hairpin was gone, and her bracelet was also taken. She cried, begging not to rush in and fight back. Suddenly, Liang Shulan pulled out a kitchen knife from behind, glaring fiercely at Foam Care. Scared, she turned and ran, afraid of being cut by these crazy women. She believed these two women were jealous of her beauty. When old man Shen came home, she planned to complain loudly. Not only would she get her jewelry back, but she also wanted these women to hand over all their money. She saw the large piles of meat and fish in the kitchen, stacked in buckets. Life here was even freer than in town. On the way back, she had already planned how to cry and ask for money when she found old man Shen. After Foam Care's figure disappeared completely, Yuryua asked, "Big brother, didn't you ask old man Shen about your background a few days ago? Did you find out?" And then let her go. Shen Chou's eyes flickered, and he smiled. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Seeing he didn't want to say more, Yuryua didn't ask further. She first fed the rabbits, then took a basket and went to the backyard too. The seeds she planted had sprouted small shoots. The transplanted cucumbers and beans were recovering, but since she crossed over, it hadn't rained. The land was very dry, and some plants looked wilted. She fetched a bucket of water from the front yard's large water jar and watered each seedling before going back to prepare things for tomorrow's sale. "Mother, I picked some shepherd's purse from the back garden. I'll use it to make soup at noon." Liang Shulan nodded and whispered, "Shepherd's purse with potatoes is delicious. Too bad there are no potatoes here. The potato stew with wild greens is amazing too. They're prickly when raw, but once cooked, they're so smooth. Oh, and what I really want to eat is willow herb shoots. I wonder if they grow around here." Sigh, even if they do, it's probably past the season. Only then did Yuryua remember that ever since her parents came here, they had been helping her with all sorts of things, barely taking a break. She recalled how her mother used to love picking wild vegetables when she was young. But after an accident, her legs became weak, and she could only stay home and watch. Now that she finally had a healthy body again, she was stuck in a small, shabby house cooking every day. Thinking of this, guilt welled up in her heart. Actually, even without doing all this, she could earn plenty just from her special space. She already had some savings. It was time to open a shop, hire a couple of people, and let her parents enjoy life a little. So she stood up and said cheerfully, "Let's cook less today. This afternoon, I'll take you to the river to see if there are any willow herb shoots. Then we can go up the mountain to look for your favorite wild vegetables. We've been working hard for so long, it's time to relax a bit. Oh, right. The mountain is a bit far from the village. I'll ask Dad to drive the ox cart, and we'll all go pick wild greens together." When Liang Shulan and Yu Dihao heard this, they felt excited. They had grown up in the countryside, but later, because of poor health, they could only stay home. Watching others online climb mountains and pick wild vegetables always made them envious. Now that they were young again, they wanted to go out and see the world too. Even just visiting the nearby river or the mountain behind the village would be wonderful. So everyone sped up their work. After lunch, Shun Jiao went home, while Yu Shi and Yu Tian stayed behind to look after Shen Chou and help him learn some words, preparing him for school in a few days. Then the three of them rode the ox cart toward the mountain behind the village. On the way, Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan chatted about their childhood adventures, climbing hills, playing in rivers, always getting into mischief. Watching her cheerful parents, Yuryua felt deeply content. The three of them laughed and talked all the way, as if they were on a pleasant outing. When they finally reached the foot of the mountain, they found a quiet spot. With a wave of her hand, Yuryua stored the ox and cart into her space. Yuryua now has perfect control over space. She can make living things inside the space move or stay still, completely at her will. The three of them traveled lightly and climbed up the mountain together. At first, they met many familiar people, but as they went higher, fewer people were around and naturally more things could be found. Liang Shulan and Yu Dihao looked at the wild vegetables on the mountain with bright eyes. Even though they were sweating heavily from exhaustion, they were very happy. Especially Liang Shulan, who loved picking wild vegetables so much. Because her legs weren't very good, she could only stay at home, watching enviously as those with stronger legs went back and forth up and down the mountain. Now, she could do it too. Having a healthy body is really wonderful. Thinking of this, she also worried about Shen Chou at home. She knew her daughter only stopped working and took them up the mountain to pick vegetables to make her happy. When they returned, they would work even harder. When your father and I aren't around, little Chou will take care of you. We'll do everything we can, even sell everything we own, to cure that child's illness. Yu Dihao gently patted his daughter's head with love. Yes. Who would have thought that the original owner of this body was so unkind to Shen Chou, but he still protected my precious daughter. It's truly kind-hearted and touching. Such a good person. Why didn't heaven give him a healthy body? Yu Ryue also felt a bit sorry for Shen Chou, but soon, her joy from the harvest made her forget those thoughts. There were so many wild vegetables on the mountain, dazzling to look at. It was a pity they didn't know much about medicinal herbs. According to the rules of crossing over, where there are mountains, there should be wild ginseng, but they only knew edible wild vegetables. When the three of them had filled their baskets completely, Yuryue took out a water pouch from her space. It was filled with pure spiritual spring water. They took turns drinking. Just as the water reached Yu Dihao's hand, he trembled slightly, and the water spilled down his face onto the ground. He casually wiped his face and flicked the remaining water onto the ground. This water is really sweet. Just a couple of sips can quench your thirst. Yu Ryue didn't notice what was happening over there. She looked up at the shade of the trees, feeling the sunlight filtering through the leaves and shining on her face. The hot feeling made her a little nervous. Since I came here, it hasn't rained. The ground is so dry and cracked. I don't know when it will rain again. Liang Shulan heard this and felt worried.
Yes.
Even though we didn't get land when we split the family, I went to look at the fields. The rice stalks are very sparse, and most of what's there is shriveled. If it doesn't rain soon, I'm afraid this year's harvest will be less than half of last year's. Yu Ryue thought about taxes and had a bad feeling. She wasn't sure if it was because the emperor was careless or there were too many corrupt officials. In her memory, no matter how bad the year or how poor the harvest, taxes never decreased. They often increased. That's why the villagers had to eat coarse food. Yu Dihao looked at his sentimental mother and daughter, then took a big sip of spring water and wiped his mouth carelessly. Stop worrying. Instead of stressing, you two should gather some wild vegetables or store more grain. That's safer. Look at the gray vegetables. They're good. Dry some of them in the sun, and in winter, they make delicious stews. Or keep them fresh in the space. When you want to eat, just blanch and mix them, very fresh and tasty. Yu Ryue thought her father was right. Instead of feeling anxious here, it was better to use her space to store more food and prepare for emergencies. She smiled and turned to praise her father, but then she saw something behind Yu Dihao. Her eyes shrank instantly. She quickly took out an electric baton from her space and turned it to the highest setting. She shouted at her smiling father, "Dad,
Run."
run forward." Yu Dihao was stunned. He didn't know what was happening but followed his daughter's advice and ran forward. As soon as he left, a huge wild boar charged at the spot where he had just stood. Its slimy, snout-like mouth tore a big hole in the ground. Oh my! That wild boar is so big, at least 300 or 400 pounds. Liang Shulan quickly stood up and backed away. Suddenly, another large wild boar, about 200 or 300 pounds, appeared behind the first. It looked like a pair of wild boars, probably a couple. Yu Ryue held her electric baton tightly, protecting Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan. Liang Shulan grabbed Yu Ryue's hand. "Girl, I remember I made you several electric batons to protect you from those evil spirits.
Take out 2 now.
Dad, and I will handle these wild boars." We'll stew them tonight. Just as Yuryue took out a new stun baton, Yu Dihao snatched it away and pushed the mother and daughter back. You two quickly find a tree to climb and wait there. I can handle things alone. Yuryue immediately pulled out another stun baton and handed it to Liang Shulan. Stop talking. Let's go together. You two attract attention and I'll sneak attack. Yu Dihao and Liang Shulan didn't hesitate. They grabbed their stun batons and charged forward. They thought it would be a smooth, coordinated fight. But halfway through, Yu Dihao smelled the foul stench coming from the wild boar's mouth and remembered, "Daughter, save me. I don't know how to use this stun baton." Liang Shulan, holding her stun baton and moving swiftly, bravely rushed ahead. When she heard her husband's cry, she turned and ran, saying, "Oh no, I don't know how to use it either." Yuryue watched her once confident, caring parents suddenly run away at full speed. She sighed helplessly.
There's a button on it.
Hold it down to turn it on, then press 3 times for maximum power. Liang Shulan quickly pressed and held the power button, then pressed 3 times. Feeling the stun baton fully charged, she stopped and clenched her hands, ready to give the wild boar a deadly. But the wild boar didn't even look at her. It simply ignored her and ran straight toward Yu Dihao. At that moment, 3 eyes and 2 wild rabbits appeared from the nearby woods. Without exception, they all chased after Yu Dihao. "Why are they all chasing me?" he exclaimed. "Watch this," Yu Dihao said, swinging his stun baton at a flying pheasant. But the pheasant was lightly pushed aside and only fluttered a few feet away, with no real harm done. Seeing the large tusks approaching his stomach, Yu Dihao cried out, "Oh no! Daughter, why isn't this thing turning on? Did I forget to charge it?" At this moment, he used all his strength to tightly hold the electric baton and forcefully stabbed forward. He was determined that even if he died, he wouldn't let this wild boar suffer. This way, his wife and daughter would suffer less harm. Yuryue saw her father's resolute face from the other side, clearly ready to risk everything. Her heart pounded with worry. She hurried over quickly, but was still a step too late. Blood splattered on Yu Dihao's face. When he opened his eyes, he expected pain, but it didn't come. Instead, the wild boar had been pierced through. Strangely, the entire pig was trembling violently, as if it had been shocked by electricity. That feeling seemed to pass through the electric baton into his own body. Oh no. This electric baton is leaking electricity. Yuryue watched her father and the wild boar trembling at the same frequency. Only then did she relax and turn around, having already dealt with the other wild boar and even finished off the wild chickens and rabbits. Just then, she saw the huge male wild boar suddenly fall down. Behind it, her beautiful and brave mother appeared. Her poor father, still trembling from the shock, stubbornly crawled toward her mother. Suddenly, he hugged Liang Shulan's slender waist and whispered tearfully, "Wife, Sniff, I almost didn't see you again. When I thought I was going to die, your and our daughter's images filled my mind. Of course, your image was more prominent. I really can't bear to lose you.
Sniff. Wife. You scared me to death.
But I'm glad I have you. Sniff, sniff. I haven't even given you and our daughter a good life yet." Sniff. Liang Shulan gently patted Yu Dihao's head with a helpless look and softly comforted him. All right.
It's all over now.
That wild boar is dead thanks to us, Anne Li. You were very brave just now. Very impressive. If it weren't for you distracting that wild boar, I wouldn't have been able to sneak up from behind. You're the bravest man I've ever seen. Stop crying so much. Our daughter is right here. Sure enough, her mother played the psychology game perfectly. Her father was also very receptive. Yu Dihao leaned his head against his wife's waist again, still tearful. "No, I want to cry. I almost didn't see my wife again. What's wrong with hugging for a bit? Our daughter is used to it already." Yuryue looked speechless. She was used to her parents' unique way of getting along. If her father hadn't used his romantic ideas as a reason for marriage, and if her grandmother hadn't been just like Grandma Yu, she probably wouldn't have gotten married at all. Still, she hoped her dad would pay a little more attention to his image. Although Liang Shulan was usually very grumpy, she would patiently comfort Yu Dihao whenever he cried like that. Yu Ryue collected all her prey into her space and then pulled out the electric baton from the male pig. She looked at the rubber cover of her baton and then at the bald handle, feeling a bit helpless. Can the seller of underworld items be a bit more honest? This really is just fooling ghosts. Luckily, the baton wasn't charged, or her dad might have been finished right from the start. Bored, Yu Ryue sat aside and killed 3 more snakes, digging up half a basket of snake vegetables. Only then did Yu Dihao come out of his fear of death, wiping his tears and returning to his usual kind father image. Cough cough.
Ryue, I have to talk to you.
You usually don't charge your phone, so we can't reach you. Now, how could you forget to charge the baton at such a critical moment? Yu Ryue knew her dad was just trying to save face, so she happily cooperated. All right, I know I was wrong. It's getting late. Let's go down the mountain quickly. Liang Shulan glared at Yu Dihao in annoyance, and the 3 of them then started down the mountain together. The ox cart moved slowly homeward, pulling a few villagers along for a ride. Everyone chatted and laughed happily. Hey, Shulan, look at that field in front. Could that be your eldest son, who is standing beside him? Could that be Zhou Huan from the Zhou family, standing by the rice fields? The 2 women talked. The wind blew through the rice, making a rustling sound that covered the squeaking of the ox cart. Yu Ryue and the others also found it strange. How could you so honest, be out late at night talking alone with a woman? And it was clear they were arguing. Soon, a sharp voice reached their ears. Big brother, you sure? Have you always been fake about your feelings for me?
Why?
Even a small request like this, you won't agree? Everyone on the carriage was very observant. When they saw that the 3 members of the Yu family looked upset, they quickly got off the carriage and took another small path back to the village. Yu Ryue and her 2 companions also got off the carriage and quietly approached the 2 people. Sure enough, my parents were right. You are now living a good life, so you don't want me anymore. Yu Shik was so shocked by these words that he didn't know how to move his hands and feet. Sister, Zhou Huan, don't say that. I truly like you, but I can't agree to your request. Zhou Huan's emotions grew more intense. Why can't you agree? I'm not forcing you to go to town to study. I just want you to bring 20 silver coins to my family before proposing marriage. Once our marriage is settled, you can go wherever you want. I just want to feel at ease. Why can't you agree to such a small request? Your family eats big meals every day, and the delicious smell spreads far. People in the village say you can earn 20 silver coins a day. Why can't you save some for the proposal? Don't you really like me from the bottom of your heart? Yu Shik kept his head low, as if afraid to look at Zhou Huan. Sister Zhou Huan, I told you when we moved out, my grandparents didn't give us a penny. We didn't even have land or a house. Now we only live in a broken thatched hut. Where would I get 20 silver coins for a proposal? And 20 silver coins is too much. When my sister was sold years ago, it only cost a silver coin. Don't cry, Sister Zhou Huan. When you cry, my heart feels so bad. Zhou Huan lowered her head and kept wiping tears from her eyes with her sleeve, her voice trembling. Yu Shik. So many good young men in the village have come to propose to me, offering more than 20 silver coins. Even in town, someone wanted to give 50 silver coins. I didn't accept because I have you in my heart. But how could you compare me to your sister? Without my sister, I wouldn't be able to eat enough, stay warm, or might have even died. She works early mornings and late nights to earn money for us brothers to study. She is tired, small, dark, and thin, and she always has to smile politely for others.
Zhou Huan.
All the money belongs to my sister. I have nothing to do with it. I really can't afford 20 taels of silver. You should consider other talented men. My family is poor, I am too old, and I am not a good match for you. Most importantly, I don't want to marry someone who secretly looks down on my sister. Yu Shi's words warmed the hearts of the Yu family. Yu Ryue didn't expect her usually quiet and reserved older brother to think so highly of her. But there was no need to mention that she was small, dark, and thin. Zhou Huan didn't expect Shen Chou to react so strongly. She was so scared she almost cried. She quickly grabbed Yu Shi who was turning to leave, and nervously explained, "Brother Sure, I didn't mean to look down on Sister Ryua. I just really want to be with you, so I said things I shouldn't. If I truly wanted to be with those other people, I wouldn't risk coming to find you." Zhou Huan had liked Yu Shi for many years. His father didn't care for her mother didn't love her grandparents looked down on her, and her family was poor. He kept his feelings inside, silently watching her grow closer to other men, feeling anxious but helpless. Until he escaped that difficult life, and things started to get better. Then he gathered courage and spoke to Zhou Huan. Surprisingly, Zhou Huan had also secretly liked him and even took the initiative to talk about marriage. In the end, Yu Shi was soft-hearted. He turned around, looked at Zhou Huan with firm eyes, and promised, "Don't worry. Even if I go to the town to study, I will only be loyal to you. I won't stay poor forever. My sister earns money for me every day. Just wait a little longer. I will make a good life for us and marry you into a happy home." Although these words sounded like empty promises, Ryua knew that Yu Shi was gentle and not indecisive. Zhou Huan didn't need to worry. And with her there, Yu Shi's future wouldn't be poor. But Zhou Huan didn't believe those promises. She was pretending to be interested in many men just to get more bride price and help her family. Previously, she looked down on Yu Shi the most. Now only Yu Shi is doing the best, so she wanted to show her feelings and slowly manipulate him. But who would have thought that Yu Shi would go to the town to study? She was worried that his horizons would broaden and he would no longer like her. So she hurried over to pressure him. However, this plan didn't seem to work well. It backfired. She started crying and said, "Actually, I don't really need the 20 taels of silver. You know my family situation. My parents said that if you can't pay, they will marry me to a family in town that can pay 50 taels. But I don't like him. I only like you. I came to find you just now to think of a way. Brother Sure. I truly like you. I really don't want to leave you. Go talk to your family. Tell them you don't want to go to town to study. Ask them not to waste money on this. Just give me the money, and I can marry you." Ryua and the others listened for a long time and finally understood. They were being scammed. Forget it, they decided not to listen anymore. They took a small path with the ox cart back home. When they arrived, the meal was already ready. Ryua used the cover of the moonlight to take out the wild boar from the space. When Shen Chou and Yu Tian came out of the house, they were startled by the bloody wild boar. Just then, Yu Shi, looking thoughtful, pushed the door open from outside. Yu Dihao immediately stepped forward, hugging Yu Shi with one arm and Yu Tian with the other, crying out, "My two precious sons, I almost lost my sons today. We went up the mountain to pick some wild vegetables to improve our family's food. We unexpectedly encountered a wild boar. The boar attacked us, and its sharp tusks almost went through my stomach. It was terrifying. Fortunately, your mother and sister were quick-witted. The three of us fought for our lives and managed to defeat the boar. Otherwise, today would have been my funeral, so you too must study hard and work hard. Never follow in your father's footsteps, lacking ability, and relying on your married sister to support the whole family. Sometimes, to earn more silver, I even take your wife and daughter into the mountains to take risks." Yu Tian first felt the warmth of his father's embrace and didn't expect that his usually optimistic father was carrying so much pain inside. He silently made up his mind to study hard and succeed so he could repay his parents and sister for their kindness. Meanwhile, Yu Shi's feelings were even more complicated. He had just agreed to Zhou Huan's plan to return home and discuss with his parents and sister. He decided not to go to school and instead use the money meant for his education to marry. Now, hearing his father's crying, he felt a rush of shame. How could he have the nerve? He actually wanted his sister to pay for his marriage. His sister didn't owe him anything. She was already married to someone else, and she had to support them, risking her life to find work in the mountains. But what about Zhou Huan? He truly liked Zhou Huan and wanted to spend his life with her. Without money, Zhou Huan might marry someone else, someone she didn't like. Suddenly, loud knocking on the door interrupted Yu Shi's thoughts and also broke Yu Dihao's complaints. "Old Fourth Yu, come out here, you heartless, rotten scoundrel with sores on your head and pus on your feet. How could you be so cruel as to send your nephew to jail, all because he just took some food and hit those two little brats? This is going too far. Those two kids even dared to fight back. We should beat them to death and take all the money. Open the door now, or don't blame me for being rude.